from now, now. You're all gone. She cries in the surface chill, waiting for rain to call her. But she should have noticed it was only August. The call she felt wasn't from the weather, was from his poison.
Oh my fucking god, I forgot to do my daily greeting. Fuck.
Counting stars, and my home was where you were. Washed away all the love of yesterday. When you came around, all my walls just broke down. What a treasure I found. Night by night we grew, nothing that I could do. My heart melted for you. Your love, your love, your love, love in every moment. Never ending story, you were mine. Crowded.
This song is a banger.
Shouting, searching for you, finding.
Infrared is rising % months LETSGOOO.
My love so crazy, thoughts are shady. No play, don't let me go. Don't let
What's
time
today,
go.
Saturday?
Stop and take control. I am now on my way, on my way. I am now on my way, on my way, on my way to love ya.
Happy Saturday, everybody, except for Roderick Day, who just got blown the fuck out. It's a nice sunny Saturday somewhere in the world. Anyway, I'm live right now to follow up on that shit. See you there. Fuck! Fuck, man, I fucked it up, man. Fucking switch the camera. Fuck. Happy Saturday, everybody, except for Roderick Day, who got exposed and blown the fuck out. The coward is scared to debate me, and for good reason. Anyway, it's a sunny Saturday somewhere in the world, and I'm live right now. Get in on this bitch. Oh shit. Thank you, Napoleon, and thank you, Lado. And thanks for the subs, guys. Sorry I missed it. This is Eurasian music. You understand? This is a new subspecies of multipolar Eurasian music that I discovered. I almost actually fell. I'm not kidding. I actually almost fell. Holy fuck. I actually almost fell. Fuck. I gotta be careful. I'm gonna keep doing it. Oh, I need a chair. I need a fucking chair, guys. You wanna go chair shopping? Bah! Bah, bah. Let's go chair shopping today. I heard it. We're gonna cover it. Don't worry,
He fucking said the absolute god laugh.
I'm like Dugan. Let me show you.
Love is all around you, and sun goes up for you. Every day I think about you.
Gorillas and Sons in the chat.
That's the type of energy I'm on, motherfuckers. I'm gonna play that song again. I like that song. I'm gonna keep this one.
10 months.
Thank you, Neat. Shout out, Neat. Been here same very beginning. 1 year ago, February 2021, we just started this shit. Guys, I found a way to cope with the low views, okay? I found a way to cope with the low views. We're in a subterranean, submerged state. You know, I'm gonna keep going. Thank you, Rostwab. 100 views, 200 views, 300 views, whatever. We're gonna be in our subterranean, low-key ass. We're hibernating. In the spring, we're gonna come back up. Bigger and better than before. It's like Godzilla in the water, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna bitch about views today. I'm done bitching about views. I just needed a little time off to cope. I needed some time to cope. I coped all of yesterday, so I'm ready for the lower views, okay? Don't worry about it. Thank you, Soy Life.
Infrared is rising.
Man, Roderick got blown the fuck out, didn't he?
Take my hand, don't tell me lies. Zaina, Zaina. It's your name, the one that got me twice. Inspiring beauty like there is no price.
Yeah, we needed 30 to take down Brett 2. Maybe 300 to do.
Zaina, Zaina.
Put it
We got some Twitter beef today. So gorillas, log into your Twitter accounts and be ready. Be ready when I order you the ratio. You better be ready because we got some Twitter beef today. It's settled. Be ready.
Zaina, 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 Nana. I sing your name in my songs, Nana. Maybe you can hear me out, Nana. Nana, Zaina, 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 Nana. I hope that you can feel my love, Nana. It goes around and around for ya.
Peace. This is who I am, motherfuckers. I'm a Eurasianist. I'm a Eurasianist, motherfucker. That's what I am. I am that, motherfucker. I am a Eurasianist. I'm channeling the energy of Genghis Khan, of Tamerlane, Ivan the Terrible. Suleiman the Magnificent, Nader Shah. I'm channeling all that energy. Attila the Hun, motherfucker. Thank you, G-Off. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much, G-Off. Oh, it's over? Damn, that's a banger, man. That's the February anthem of Infrared. I like this shit, man. I like those drums and the... This is a really good song, trust me. I'll show you the part. I'll show you the part that goes hard. Ready? Wait. It's not there yet. Wait. 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 There we go. Man, that shit goes hard. Y'all hear that?
you. Love is all around you. And the sun goes up for you. Every day I think about you. All I want is dum, 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 dum.
Man, I don't even care if we get more people in this bitch. I don't care about views no more. I only care about my 300 Spartans, but after that, my 150 Spartans, and then the 50 OGs, you know what I mean? I don't give a fuck about views no more, man. Everything else is extra on top of my 300 Spartans. That's the truth. Eurasian Spartans. We're the Eurasian Spartans in this bitch. Eurasian warriors, Eurasian Spartans.
I can see in your eyes. Something got me is the color of the skies. Please take my hand, don't tell me lies. Zaina, Zaina. Every boy will want you, baby. I'm thinking that you want me, maybe. Just hold my hand, don't tell me lies, lies. Oh,
I know that you want me, baby. Feel my
Alright, let's get into this bitch. Let's get in this motherfucker. Our convoy. The convoy is going global. France, Australia, New Zealand, all over the world we got the convoy. It's coming here too. And by the way, guys, I've been talking to Caleb in DMs. I'm gonna be in Austin on the 12th for the CPI conference. They're doing a GoFundMe because they gotta raise funds. I'm gonna pitch in myself, but if you got some spare funds, help them out with that CPI. I'm gonna link it. And by the way, if you can make it, come to that CPI conference. I've always told you guys that if I see you in public, I'm gonna avoid you. But guess what? This is an exception. If I see you at the CPI conference, come take a picture with me. Hell, maybe we'll even chill later. We'll throw a party or some shit. I'm gonna get an Airbnb in Austin. Maybe we'll throw a party, get some, you know what I mean? Who knows, right? I can't promise nothing, but we can get, you know, if you're 21 and up and shit, we can, you know, turn up in fucking Austin. Man, we could go bar hopping. We could just have 50 people go bar hopping at once. We take over that bitch. Oh shit. Guerrilla Army in real life in Austin. Everybody pull up in Austin, you know what I mean? Thank you, Chulo. Appreciate you, bro.
17 donated $20.
And y'all better not be, you know, ugly motherfuckers either, because that'll be a disappointment. Oh, you know what? If you're ugly, that's fine. Just shower, groom yourself, trim your neck beard and shit. Just look presentable. Because even if you were born ugly, you can still look good if you just take care of yourself a little bit. So you're not gonna roll in my posse if you're not groomed, okay? Groom yourself. You know what I mean? Just groom yourself. Shower and, you know, don't be weird. Don't be smelly. Don't have a neck beard. And that's all you got. I don't care. You're overweight. That's fine. Whatever. You're a little skinny. That's fine. You're a talloid. That's fine. It don't matter what you look like. But you do have to groom yourself, okay? Then you can be in my posse. You understand? I will chill with you. Don't be looking weird don't be looking like a weird motherfucker. And if you're super, super ugly, like beyond redemption ugly, you may want to follow the CDC guidelines, federal guidelines, and mask up. Because in Texas, they can't enforce the mandates, but you may want to be responsible and mask up. What up, Alex Jones? What up, Alex Jones? Appreciate the 3, brother. You understand? We're gonna have a good time in Austin. I'm gonna be there. Jackson's gonna be there. Some showrunners are coming too. So you're gonna meet some showrunners there too. I'm gonna be there. Jackson's gonna be there. A few others are gonna be there. It's gonna be a great time. And you know, we need to raise that GoFundMe to help them set up the event, get private security, all that kind of shit, because you know it's Austin, and you know who's running around in Austin. Thank you, Farrakhan, appreciate you. And I'm being told, I don't even know if the tickets are sold out, because what Caleb is telling me is that they are packed. It's like packed. There's so many people going to that conference. It's like booked, packed, you know? So, I don't know if it's too late, but... And guys, we're here to come together and, you know, it's a conference for bold, visionary thinking. We're not here to have trouble or any of that bullshit. You know what I mean? This is the zeitgeist. You understand? Thank you. Thank you, dear. Appreciate you. All of the people representing the zeitgeist, or most of them, gonna be there. Me, Jackson, Samira's gonna be there. Caleb's gonna be there. It's everybody who represents this new base tendency. I think Peter Coffin's gonna be there, although I disagree with him about Heidegger. That's okay. And Dugan, but that's okay. But he's gonna be there, and it's gonna be cool. Yeah, I'm gonna be there. When I already confirmed everything, I'm gonna be there. If people like, I think Edberg and Confot live far away, but if they wanted to come, I'll literally pay for their flight ticket if they want to come. I'd love for them to, but I don't know if it's their forte, you know? But if Logo or any of those people, I'd get their ticket easily, you know, to meet them in person. All right, guys, let's get right into business. First and foremost, I'm gonna show you something. First and foremost, we have Twitter drama, Twitter beef. It's very important, super important. And it's really about the strength of our community is what it is, right? It's very important. Hey, shut the fuck up about views, guys. We're done talking about views. I don't care about views anymore. I know where my army is. I know who my people are. And they're here. And that's all I care about is having even if it's 50 people, I don't care. We don't give a fuck about views. So don't, if you mention views in chat, you're getting banned, okay? Here on forward, all right? Anyway, as I was saying, okay? As I was saying, there's a lot of drama going on Twitter because I told the truth. I said, I got no idea why people think they can fight because they're tall or fat. And then I said, if that was true, then buffaloes would hunt lions, which is facts. You don't see buffaloes out here hunting lions. You don't see that shit, okay? And that's how it is with me. I'm a lion. I'm a tiger. Yeah. Am I shorter? Yeah. But these are megafauna motherfuckers. These are, these are buffaloes and hippos and elephants and shit. You're not a predator like me. I'm an apex predator, motherfucker. I gotta be agile. And I gotta have compact muscle and shit, motherfucker. I got raw feline aggression. Thank you, Noble One. And thank you, Brandon. By the way, guys, I am not going to be training tomorrow. And the reason I am not going to be training tomorrow is specifically because the Super Bowl. So we forgot about that apparently. I don't know if I'm going to take the stream off tomorrow or take it off like Monday or Tuesday, because I'm going to do the training on Monday or Tuesday, I think. Because the Super Bowl is Sunday, right? So let me tell y'all something. There's a lot of people that come on my channel and go, you're insecure, you're insecure. And people who accuse other men of insecurity, those are people who have nothing to be secure about. They just let it all go and they're jellyfish. Y'all can do what you want. There's nothing wrong with it. You can go and wear a dress. It's fine. Wear nail polish. It's fine. But I have something to defend. It's called my honor. It's called my dignity. It's called my manhood, motherfucker. Why should I be a jellyfish like you? You don't get to... Look, looks aren't that important, but they're a side effect of something else. Motherfucker, you don't look... You know what I mean? To look like this, I radiate based energy, motherfucker. Why do you think that is? Because I have something to defend, to be secure about. Something to stand by, something to fight for, something to care about. You know? And you're saying I'm insecure because I don't want to let that go? Why should I let myself go? So I could look like you? So I could sound like you? So I could be like you? So I could act like you? So I could have your life? Hell no, motherfucker. Keep calling me insecure, bitch. This is how far I've gotten, as far as I've come, motherfucker. That so-called insecurity, bitch. Yeah. I'm a Eurasianist, motherfucker. 100% Eurasianist American. That's exactly... My only identity politics is this. Eurasian American. That's my identity politics. Eurasian American. And by the way, every single American is a Eurasianist at their core. Indigenous Americans are Eurasian. They come from Eurasia. They are sociologically related to the nomads of Mongolia and all those people. It's all part of the same family tree. You understand? So indigenous Americans are Eurasian. Latin Americans are Eurasian. Everyone here is a Eurasian. We're all Eurasians. Man, Africans are not Eurasian, but Africa is itself a powerful thing. Africanism and Eurasianism are brothers. Okay? Africanism radiates too much power to only be grouped in with Eurasian. Okay? But there is an African Eurasianism. It's called Afro-Asiatic Eurasianism. So there is an Afro-Eurasianism. But not all of Africa is Eurasian. But Africa is a powerful thing by itself. You understand? But I'm personally a Eurasian American. I'm a Eurasian American. Afro-Eurasianism is rising, by the way. Look at Ethiopia. Afro-Eurasianism is rising. Afro-Eurasianism is rising. Yeah, I believe in Pan-Africanism too. I believe in that too. Alright, so anyway, this shit happened, right? So this shit happened, and so guess what happened? They all decided to dogpile because this dumbass, he's a friend of a beta. Friend of the beta. Can't mention the beta because he's a protected guy on Twitch. But he's a best friend. So this dude, he shared an image of a buffalo beating a lion. Okay, it's a cheap shot. One off. Who gives a fuck, right? You find one image of a buffalo beating a lion and you think that means something. That doesn't mean a fucking thing. Okay? A buffalo beating a lion, one picture of that don't mean shit. The truth is, lions hunt buffaloes, not the reverse. Now, sometimes buffaloes do manage to defend themselves, but that's besides the point, right? So here's what I said. Here's what I said. I said something very similar. I said, this entire thread is cope for weaklings. That's what I said. So, I said this entire thread is cope for weaklings, right? And this person said, I am going to ratio Haas, right? They said, I am going to ratio Haas. And they have ratioed me. Look, 109 versus 73. Are we gonna let that happen though? Are you gonna let me get ratioed by that person? Or are you gonna show them the might? Show them our power! Show them our power! Show them our power! We're gonna ratio them twice. So I'm gonna make a new tweet saying, you are going to be... Your plan failed. The guerrilla army is invincible. You are defeated. Your plan... Okay, I'm gonna say this. No, I don't think you will. So two tweets we're gonna have ratio. First, I want this to 150 right now. This one 150 right now. No, I don't think you will. We're doing... Show them our power. Show them our power. Show them our power. Show them our power. Get this one to 150. And then like this one on top. Like both of them. This one and this one. We're not gonna tolerate this bullshit. We're not tolerating this bullshit. We're not tolerating this bullshit. Right? So we're gonna collect some receipts. And guess what? We're gonna ratio them right now. You understand? Right now, they're gonna get ratioed. What does that look like, huh? Look at that. We're gonna ratio them. And then we're gonna click this one on top. Both of them. Click both of them. Click both of them. We're gonna do this one first. This one first. This one first. I mean, shit, what do they think? They're fucking around? You listen. Who are you trying to fuck with, right? Look what they're doing. Look how they try to do this shit, right? Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Right? Who do you think you're messing with? But first of all, shut this music off.
Crowded places, shouting, searching for you, finding feelings. I wonder, how do you know? My love's so crazy, thoughts are shady. No play, don't let me go. Don't let time flow.
Look, this is pathetic, okay? Because we already ratioed them. They already just got ratioed. And I want this to 150 before we move on to that one, right? So there we go. There we go. This is an easy dub, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people are saying, Haas, isn't this a little petty? Why are you using your platform for this? Because I want to show these people that they lose. I want them to know they lose. I want them to know they lose, right? I want them to know they lose. I'm going to take a screen cap of this. Get this to 150, then I'm going to screenshot it and quote tweet her with it. There we go, bitch. Don't fucking try to fuck with me. I am going to ratio Haas. You're not going to do shit. You're not going to do shit. You're not going to do shit. Because we're getting this to 150. Let's go. Let's get it to 150. Let's get it to 150. Let's go. We're gonna get this to 150. I'm going guerrilla warfare mode. Saboteur in the shadows. Saboteur in the shadows. Guerrilla warfare type of shit. You know what I mean? And yeah, we're getting this to 150. I'm not playing around. This ain't a joke. This ain't a joke. Wow. 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 Subterranean warfare. Subterranean warfare. Subterranean. So we just ratioed the whole thread. We just ratioed that entire thing. Damn, that's sad. Damn, that's sad. Damn, that's sad. Damn, they're still at 112. Damn, that's sad. 150, let's go. 150. I want at least half of the people here in on this shit. 150. You understand? Let's go. This is our victory song. Victory song of the Eurasian gorillas. Victory song. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get some. Can we make an emote of the Dugan with an RPG, or is that TOS? Can we make an emote of Dugan with that RPG? Because I want to make an emote of that. Let's go. Victory song. Let's go. Let's go. We're going to do the Dugan dance in this bitch. Let's go. Victory song, motherfucker. Lions win. Fuck every buffalo. Fuck every buffalo. Fuck every hippo. Lions win, bitch. Let's go, motherfucker. Oh, you forgot. You forgot you were dealing with the guerrilla army. You forgot you were dealing with the guerrilla army, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Looks like you did. We're almost at 150. 150, let's go. We're almost at 150. Teach him a lesson. Teach him a lesson. Teach him a lesson. Listen, not all of y'all are 5'8", but y'all are the dragon guards of the 5'8" king. You understand? Unfortunately, if you're taller than 5'8", you cannot be king of the jungle. But you can be the dragon guard. You can be the dragon guard. You understand? You don't gotta be like those megafauna. Listen, our soy society is promoting height because it's promoting these vegetarian, vegan, megafauna buffalo motherfuckers. Fuck that shit. We're going back to lions and tigers, bitch. Back to lions and tigers. We ain't about that soy shit, motherfucker. All that megafauna type of, oh, I'm a big mammal. Yeah, you ain't shit, bitch. You got no killer instinct. You got no predatory energy, motherfucker. You got no energy in this bitch. I'ma keep standing by that shit. You ain't never see buffaloes hunting lions. You ain't never seen a buffalo hunt a lion, motherfucker. It's lions hunting buffaloes, bitch. 5'7.5", you can round up. You can round up. The rule of rounding up. If you're 0.5, you can round up. You can round up. All right, we got 150. We got 150. We got 150. We got 150. Victory. Listen, victory comes easy. It's easy stuff. You understand? It's easy stuff. Damn, that's sad. That's sad. Look, they got all these people. They got all these people. Damn, failed ratio. Damn, we won. This is what it's like to win wars in real life. Thank you, Doc Holliday. Appreciate you. This is exactly how wars are in real life. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. Exactly. Damn, that was fucking badass, you know what I mean? That was hardcore. That was hardcore, you know what I mean? Damn, they really thought they would get away with it too. They thought they would get away with it too. And guys, it's only gonna get better. When I'm at much more followers and shit, I'm gonna use it for evil, bitch. I'm gonna have thousands of... I'm gonna be petty. How am I gonna be this petty? I'm gonna be the size of Aiden. Imagine me being the size of Aiden Ross and being as petty as I am here. That's gonna be dangerous. That's gonna be dangerous. I'll be unstoppable. There'd be no way. Okay. So, there's someone named Fatima, and she went ratio. So she yawned and tried to ratio me, right? She also sent Samira Khan death threats. So I think we can get this to 100 likes. You know, we can get this to 100 likes. We can get this to 100 likes. Let's be petty. Oh, shit. Thank you, Rocksaw, but I opened Microsoft Edge for some reason. But we're going to be petty. We're going to be a little petty. And we're going to get this to 100. We're going to get this to 100 likes. Ain't a problem. Ain't a damn thing to it, you know? It's not a problem. We're going to get this to 100 likes. Okay, I need you to shut the fuck up. And look, nobody's gonna cry to you, Fatima. No, ain't nobody gonna cry for you. Ain't nobody gonna cry for you. You know? Ain't nobody gonna cry for you. Nobody gonna cry for you. Ready? And what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean by that. There you go. There you go. Let's get it to 100. Let's get it to 100. The guerrilla army's rolling out. We're rolling out. We're rolling out. We're rolling out today. We're rolling out. With the squad rolling out. The real squad, motherfucker. On the roll. Trying to ratio me. Good luck with that. Alright, that's enough. Let's go to the next one. There's one more. We're going to ratio. And then we're going to move on. We're going on a spree. We're going on a spree. We're going on a spree. Which one? This one. Okay. So then this person said, I said saving. So they said, let's go dogpile this moron. Because I randomly replied to a tweet, and they used their group chats and they used their discords to dogpile on me. So-called dogpiling, right? So how do I respond? I got my own group chat, bitch. It's called the Guerrilla Army. Let's show them what we're made of. Let's show them what our group chat is made of. Oh, you thought I was a... See, I'm a king. I go wander off from my pride. And they try to gang up on me and shit. Bunch of hyenas. Oh, y'all hyenas didn't know about the Guerrilla Army now, did you? Y'all didn't know about that, did you? Let's get it to 100. Let's just get it to 100. Let's get it to 100. 100. Let's go. Let's get it to 100. Let's go. I don't know what's taking y'all so long. Hurry up! We can move to the next one. Y'all are not acting like a cult, because a cult would have instantly, the snap of my fingers, 100. Snap, 100. What is this? This is pathetic. By the way, this is the roll call of the Guerrilla Army. I'm testing our strength because the viewers are lower, so I want to see, all right, what's our core? What's our core strength? I'm testing y'all, motherfuckers. I'm testing y'all. I'm testing y'all. It's a roll call. It's a roll call. Y'all taking so slow. It should take a second to do this shit. It's one click. There we go. We're almost at 100. There we go. Almost at 100. Oh, you think it's petty? You think it's petty? You think it's petty? Alright, we got it. We got the W. Easy W. And then they tried to ratio me again. Ratio by Catra. You are absolutely BTFO. Said ratio by catch, right? Show them our strength. I don't know if this bullshit is, okay. They said ratio by catch, right? So they're a furry. Are you guys gonna let a furry win? So show them what's up. Show them what's up. Show them what's up. Show them what's up. Thank you, Anonymous. Roll call. This is the last one we're doing, and then we're done. Last one we're doing, then we're done. Roll call. Roll call. All the fucking soldiers in this bitch line up. Know what I mean? 300 Spartans lacking. Only 100. Now I know that among the 300 Spartans, there's an elite division of 100 people that just like it like this. See how I'm testing y'all? 300 Spartans. We got an elite division of 100 people like this. You understand? That's what I do with my community, bitch. I'ma discipline y'all. I'm not gonna be like XQC and ride with the wave, motherfucker. This is a cult. This is an army. Whatever it is. You understand? There we go. BTF Ode. Let's go. We need 11 more likes. Come on. 0 to 100 likes in how many seconds? Too many seconds. I'm gonna keep testing y'all. Almost every day I'm gonna test y'all. How about that? Every day I'm gonna test everybody. I'm gonna test y'all. I'm gonna test y'all. There we go. There we go. We go. There we go. We're done with the tweets. We won the battle of Twitter today. The reward is that I'm here, bitch. I'm your fucking reward, motherfucker. I'm here, bitch. That's the reward. I'm still here. We're getting strengthened. That's the reward. Guerrilla Army get. If y'all are repping the Guerrilla Army, if y'all are repping the Gorillas and Sons, don't you want to rep that with some pride? Don't you want to know you're part of a community that's got strength? You don't want to be a part of a weak community that gets to be slapped around and shit. You want to be part of a community that dominates and that conquers and that people know not to fuck with. So that's your reward, motherfucker. You get to have the prestige and pride of being part of the Guerrilla Army. That's your reward. You understand? IGG is a prestigious thing. It's not just for anybody. That's just not for anybody. You understand? That comes with prestige. That comes with some power to it. You understand? There you go. So now you know. You understand, right? That comes with some prestige. That comes with some power. You understand? Damn, that was some brutal shit we did. That was some brutal shit we did. Damn, that was brutal. We win. We win. We win. And you ask, why are you that petty, Haas? Why are you so petty? Because it's necessary. That's how it is. Don't forget, it ain't just me. It's all of you too. Alright, we're gonna transition a little bit. And first, I'll check our Reddit. You know, we want to be a close-knit community. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Crowded places, shouting, searching for you, finding feelings. I wonder, how do you know? My love's so crazy, thoughts are shady. No play, don't let me go. Don't let time flow, let's stop and take control. I am now on my way, on my way. I am now on my way, on my way. On my way to love ya, my way to love ya.
Alright. Alright. Durham's got a new banger? No way. Alright, we're checking our Reddit. Listen, I'm gonna cover this, so don't worry. But I am gonna cover this. Putin. There we go. I'm gonna cover it, don't worry. I'm gonna cover it. Yo, what is this? Share the vision. What the fuck? That's cool. That's cool. Auto cannibalization in commencement 4234. Wow. Hold up. It said infrared propaganda. Let's check it out. It's from Voidburn, so I trust it. Liberal form of ownership is just this static, I own it and I can do whatever I want with it. These forms of ownership were facilitated. Cars are the best example because they're mobile. We don't just own cars like we own land. We own cars because they facilitate production. So these are facilitative, compound forms of labor given to the working class, which represent its form of security of an increasingly socialized state. The distinction is very crucial. It's a compound form of property, not a static form of property, which means it compounds the labor of the working class into a functional form of property. What it is a mecha suit. The car, the home, the toolbox that the electrician owns. These are mecha suits of the working class. The working class owns a mecha, an exoskeleton suit, with which it uses as a compound to compound its own labor. It uses the mecha suit as the new substrate from which it sells its labor. Now let me tell you finally what the vaccine mandates represent to these truckers and why they're resisting the vaccine mandates. It's not because they're brainwashed or they're irresponsible or they're evil or they're stupid or whatever the fuck these people are trying to say, these leftists. The vaccine mandates represent a new type of socialization and regulation of the economy by the government in tandem with the Fourth Industrial Revolution. What is the Great Reset? What is the Fourth Industrial Revolution? This is where this whole convoy comes from. There is a revolution in the forces of production upon us. Their means of livelihood. They're going to be separated from their means of production. And they're going to be proletarianized, as all revolutions in the forces of production have had it. But our sick, slimy ruling class has learned its lesson from the New Deal. And they said, after that New Deal, we gave the people way too much power. How do we maximize our power amidst this Fourth Industrial Revolution and absolutely crush and make sure that people will be at our mercy? How do we curb social instability? How do we make sure people have enough to survive while being able to survive this revolution in the forces of production to secure our profits? Because last time we had to give the people something. We had to give them a piece of the pie. So they devised, this is their plan that they got at Davos, is this Great Reset where, in contrast to the crash of 1929, it's not going to be chaos because A, they're going to fuel funding for police. They're going to militarize the police. They're going to increase surveillance. They're going to use this data economy to monitor us in every possible fucking way. So all that social unrest that they had to fear in the 1930s, that's taken care of just by pure force. Yeah, they're going to use January 6th as their predecessor to even clamp down more on our civil liberties. Then they are going to give us something. We're just not going to
Oh my god.
own any of it. The people are not going to have any say in it. We're going to have a pod. We're going to eat bugs. We're going to own nothing at all.
Alright, Voidburn was smart. He blurted out. Thank
And
you, Voidburn.
we're going to work for these corporations. These corporations are going to have total control over us. If we don't do what they say.
I love that part of that video. Did you guys ever see this video? I can't show it on stream because it has that TOS slur in it. Like the F slur or whatever. But I love the part where he gets in front of the office. I love, bro. How do these people think they're revolutionaries? I don't know why they think this is what Taryn called the democratic society we have to defend. What the fuck are they talking about?
We get fired.
Can I show that again? I love it so much.
We're going to have total control over us. If we don't do what they say.
Why do they do that? Why do they do this? And then this.
We get fired.
Yo, I love it, bro. I love it. That is literally the fucking mainstream corporate society. 1000%.
And maybe if we get fired, we'll get a universal basic income and we'll just sit in our pods and survive. We'll become like the people in the fucking Matrix. That is what they have planned for us. That is what the ruling class, which did survive. Our ruling class did survive 1929. They survived the last capitalist crisis. They survived 73. They survived that capitalist crisis. So they're like a cockroach. They've survived too long. And this is their final plan to make it out of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Pacify the population, completely subordinate them, tear away any of their means of resistance, and ensure their survivability while making sure they have no security and no leverage. This is their plan.
This resistance is beautiful. It's poetic. They had their great reset agenda and all this shit. And from the soil of the... Isn't it crazy that every time I see footage of real life, I have to, like, panic and censor because we're not allowed to see the real world on Twitch. We just... There might be a guy with a sign that, you know, it has a picture of a dick or something. And it's like, oh, no, you can't show that. The people, those people in their trucks came out and resisted it because they own the trucks. This is why it's so poetic, beautiful, and communist. They have the real solid thing. You, elite, you have your metaverse, you have your digital bullshit and your digital control, but you forgot about the meat and potatoes means of production, now didn't you? You've forgotten the meat and potatoes, the concrete, the steel, and the metal that makes all that shit possible, now didn't you? You forgot about those big trucks that facilitate all the goods in general, and in the same goddamn fucking way, you forgot about our goddamn humanity, that we're living, breathing flesh and blood. That's what you forgot about. Based! Mega based, very based, super based, very, very based, very, very based, very, very based, very, very based. See Edberg's tweet of Nick Land writing about hyperabundance? Yes, I did. It's super cool. It's super cool, okay? Anyway, getting back to where we were, okay? Getting back to where we were. What? Big nose equals big what? Is there any penis things? Nose size okay, there's no like pictures of peniles, but this is something shared this on the Reddit. Nose size indicates maximum penile length. Nose size? Y'all know it. Y'all know shit like that is, you know how it is. Bro, you guys gotta understand. Yeah, I mean, look, y'all gotta understand something, right? When you try to insult me, tell me some shit, oh, Hides, you got a big nose. I know, motherfucker. I know I got a big nose. I think your girl wants to know about it too. You know what I mean? Yeah. There you go. What do I gotta say? I ain't gotta say nothing, motherfucker. I do got a big nose. Always had a big nose. I used to get picked on for having a big nose. Guess what, motherfucker? Joke's on you, bitches. Ha shit. So the penile length is confirmed to be on my side. The fourth industrial revolution is here. Ottawa. Oh, wait. This is Frank Analysis. I don't know if I trust this guy, Frank Analysis. I don't know if I trust him. Soviet Islam. This is Eurasian power. This is Eurasian power. The war against terror begins at the Kremlin. This is based. This is actually fucking based. This is based. This is so fucking based. I love those conspiracies. I think it's true, though, that there was Sufi factions of the KGB at the upper levels, that they were into Sufi mysticism and all this esoteric shit, and that they were behind a lot of the Islamic revival in the Middle East. That's actually a big theory, which I believe. It's not just a theory. I know shit. I know shit. I know shit. Yeah, the thing is, a lot of you guys think I don't know shit, but I do. I know shit. I know people. I know people. Okay? Y'all think I'm just a... Where do you don't even know who I am. The truth is, y'all don't even know who I am. You don't even know where the fuck I came from. Y'all don't know a goddamn thing about me. Y'all don't know a goddamn thing about me, motherfucker. I was the first Islamic Marxist to pioneer that. Bro, you don't know shit about me. That's just the truth. Y'all don't know anything about me. You don't know who I am. You don't know where I come from. You don't know what I am, who I rep. What is Haas? Who's this Haas guy? You don't know anything about me. And that's okay. You don't gotta know nothing about me. Guess what, motherfucker? Guess what? Guess what? Anyway, anything interesting here? Foxholes Logistics.
Strikes aren't uncommon. Maybe employees are striking for better wages or benefits. Or, like in the COVID world we live in now, maybe they're striking for simple things like masks and protective equipment to keep them safe. Although you may not have personally ever been in a strike, it's not something that would take many people by surprise.
Players are conducting an in-game strike against the game's devs. Do y'all know why I'm against, like, I don't like this whole, like, new aesthetic of, like, unions and strikes. It's like, they're trying to LARP the 20s. It's just people trying to LARP the 20s. You know, you actually see 21st century working class resistance, like the trucker convoy, and all the leftists hate it. But as soon as the baristas decide to form a union, go, yeah! I don't trust that shit. I don't trust that fucking shit, okay? You know, you gotta understand, everything's coded. Everything's coded. And to me, this, like, IWW furries and all this shit, bro, this LARP. This is LARP for graduate students. And yeah, let me I'm gonna lay something down to y'all, because someone tried to say on Twitter, "Oh my god, the unions are against the truckers." Motherfucker, the unions are corrupt. They've always been corrupt. Okay, you know what? Y'all ready for this? Are you ready for me to say this? And please clip this, ship this, and put it on Twitter. I'm against the unions. The unions are corrupt. They're bureaucratic. They stifle the forces of production. I'm against the fucking unions. I'm against America's unions. I'm against Canada's unions. I'm against Australia's unions. Fuck the unions. Fuck the fucking unions. Fuck the corrupt fucking unions. Joe Manchin fucking new unions. Fuck those unions. Fuck them. What? Because you think Marx talks about workers where we're going to stand behind these fucking corrupt establishment unions that stifle the forces of production? Fuck no. These bureaucratic parasite unions. You want to know why I can say fuck the unions? Because I know people who are union bosses and they make bank and they're cynical as fuck. They don't care about the workers. If you talk to these these leaders of the unions, it's a corporation. Unions are a corporation. I've talked to these people. You should see the shit they say about workers. Oh, these workers, they're all a bunch of lazy bums. They're dumb as hell. They're stupid. These people are so fucking cynical. They just make bank. They don't give a fuck about the workers. Unions don't give a fuck about the workers. Fuck the unions. I don't give a fuck about unions. Corrupt ass fucking unions. I don't give a shit about these corrupt. Oh yeah, they've been racist and shit. That's a given. But where did people get this idea that we should be behind the unions today? Unions used to be a vehicle for class struggle. Okay, I'm going to explain it to y'all. Since people are stupid, I have to explain this to you. In the 20s and shit, and even in the 20s, you know, there was some cases in the after World War II and stuff. There was stuff after World War II. Unions used to be a vehicle for class struggle, right? That's why Marxists would be in the unions. That's why they would say communists go to the unions and shit, right? Yeah, like Jimmy Hoffa and that kind of stuff. So that was an anti-establishment populist class struggle, right? Then the unions became consolidated into a corporation, and they're 1,000% corrupt, 1,000% in bed with the establishment, 1,000% bureaucratic parasites that stifle the fucking forces of production. Yo, Jackson, I got your text, and I'm not leaking anything, but holy fuck. This dude, Jackson, guys, he is a fucking star. He literally just radiates fame. I don't know how he fucking does it, but if you, listen, the amount of people, yeah, I saw that text, I just looked at it. The amount of people Jackson knows, if you were a conspiracy theorist, you would be paranoid and you would think Jackson's like some kind of like CIA agent. But I was with him for 45 days and I saw it firsthand how this dude just attracts famous people. He just somehow meets and gets to know famous people. Jackson's one of those people, he's literally knows he's gonna be famous as fuck in the future, and he acts like it now. And it works. The shit you guys, you would blow your mind. It's fucking crazy how much people he knows. It's actually insane. But anyway, yeah, unions are fucking corrupt as shit, and they're not a vehicle for class struggle, because I'll tell you why. If unions were a vehicle for class struggle, they wouldn't be against the truckers. They wouldn't have been reactionaries backing fucking Biden and all that kind of shit. Okay? That's how it is. Unions are fucking reactionaries today. They're reactionaries. And you say, Hans, what about new unionization drives that are happening all over the country? Oh, excuse me if I'm not going to take unionize Starbucks, unionize Google, and unionize the grad students as the ground of today's fucking class struggle. Excuse me that if I'm not going to take that seriously as the ground of class struggle. Now, the last thing that you may have kind of made a case for was like, okay, what about Amazon? That's the next frontier of the unionization push. And be like, okay, but hey, the unionization effort for Amazon never took on a populist dimension, was always deeply unpopular, was led by professional managerials trying to spearhead and consolidate a new fucking workplace, failed miserably because people working at Amazon don't want to be attached to their fucking workplace because we live in a new type of economy, the gig economy. So unions are almost kind of fucking obsolete. I'm going to go ahead and say some shit. In the 21st century, in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution, unions are obsolete. Unions are a corporation. By corporation, I mean a corporate. They represent a segment of society, which is fine. In a socialist dictatorship, we will have state-backed unions, just like China does, that represent people on the ground and represent their interests as opposed to management, and that's fine. But don't act like this is some kind of like ground of class struggle anymore, because it's not. Unions don't wage class struggle. They don't. Okay? Now, when workers go on strike, and we have strikes going on all over the country, I get it. And unions are leading the effort. But it's almost like collectively, these are going to overwhelm the union establishment itself. As you could see by the trucker thing, there's a thirst among the workers to raise hell, and the unions are kind of holding them back, if you ask me. The unions hold them back, if you ask me, right? Yeah, Amazon delivery drivers don't even work for Amazon. So you know what? Fuck the unions. That's my final statement. Fuck the fucking unions. Don't come to me talking about... I'm just sick of this fetishization of unions. Let's unionize Twitch mods. Do you know what would happen? Listen, first of all, Infrared's going to become a media company. I want you guys to know that. We're going to have our own studio. We're going to have employees. We're going to have journalists. We're going to have newscasters. We're not going to be like the Young Turks, where we hire a bunch of mediocre people just to fill positions. Like, for example, when Infrared Media Corp launches, we're not just going to hire like people like Emma Vigland and those type of like mediocre, no charisma, no skill people just to have faces. We're not going to be like that. We're not going to like hire like Anna Kasparians and shit. By the way, I'm going to cover Anna Kasparian today because holy shit, right? But we're not going to just like hire those people. We're going to have, good employees that actually matter. And a lot of employees are useless, by the way. But here's the thing. I want you guys to know this. Please clip this and put this on record. If Infrared employees of the future dare ever try to unionize, if they ever try to so much as talk about a union, they will all be fired on the spot. I don't even care if they're pregnant. If you're pregnant and you have a child, I don't care. You can go live on the street, motherfucker. Don't you dare stab me in the back with some shit like that. I don't give a fuck. Even if you become homeless because I fire you, I'll still fire your ass. You try to fucking bring that unionization bullshit to me. And weren't people given that? I don't know. I don't really like that Barstool Sports guy. I don't really know him, right? I feel like I don't know him, right? But he He like crushed the unionization effort for Barstool. I said that's based, okay? That's based. Don't be trying to unionize any old fucking job, okay? If you have a job of privilege, you should be grateful for your job of privilege. If you're a journalist, don't fucking union. If you're a graduate student, if you're an engineer, sit your ass fucking down and be grateful for what you fucking have. You know, if you're a janitor and you want to unionize, I get it, right? I mean, if I owned a company, I want you guys to know something. If I owned a business, personally, do you think I'm going to be a socially responsible business owner? No, I'm going to be Oliver Scrooge. I'm going to be a union buster. I'm going to squeeze out as much profit as I can. I'm going to exploit the fuck out of my workers and make as much money as I can. Why? Because it's a dog-eat-dog world. I would be the most ruthless, evil capitalist in the world. I would be Oliver Scrooge. I would be Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob if I owned a business. You understand? I would circumvent labor regulations and I would make my employees live at the fucking factory or whatever. I would make a factory town for them where they eat slop. Because I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's about anything but money, okay? I'm not going to sit here and I'm trying to make money, raise funds for the revolution, bitch. I'm raising funds for the party, bitch. And you think I'm unfair? Life's unfair, motherfucker. This is a dog-eat-dog world. Because I know for a fact if this fucking roles were reversed, you'd be even worse. But you know what? My employees will probably still prefer to work with me. Because guess what I'll never do? I'm never going to emotionally control them. I'm never going to go up to them and be like, put a smile on. I want to know about more of your attitude. We're friends. I'm not going to pretend to be your friend. I'm going to be an evil capitalist, Mr. Krabs. I'm going to tell you on the spot, I don't give a fuck about you. I'm here to make money. You want to make some money? I guess I'll pay you the minimum that I can. But I don't give a fuck about you, bitch. I'm not going to fucking... No, we're a team. We're all in this together. We ain't all in this together, bitch. I'm the capitalist making money. I'm trying to make money, right? I'm making money for the party, for my, whatever. I don't give a fuck about being a good capitalist. There ain't no such thing as a good capitalist, motherfucker. You know what it was when you signed up. Exactly. You think I would be some kind of, like, good person when it comes to... Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. And by the way, it don't end there, right? Like, the truth is, guys, I watched on Netflix. I'm gonna detour talk about this shit. I watched on Netflix something called The Tinder Swindler. The Tinder Swindler. So this was a Hasidic. I know he wasn't Hasidic. He was an Israeli guy from like an ultra conservative neighborhood who went to Europe, went on Tinder, and swindled a bunch of women out of their money. And I don't know how much I can say about the Tinder Swindler, but the way he was living, the lifestyle he was living, I'm going to tell you what. I want to be like that, man. If I wasn't a communist, I'd probably be doing some shit like that, man. Because that dude, holy shit, I've never had so much respect for someone. Because honestly, what a fucking... I'm so mad. You know why I'm mad? I watched that fucking documentary, and these women were like, so I was on Tinder, and I was looking for my Prince Charming. Oh, and he was a billionaire, so I swiped right, and we were gonna fall in love. You're gonna fall in love because he's a billionaire? You're not gonna fall in love with a McDonald's worker. You were looking for money. He was looking for money. He won. Don't bring me this fucking bullshit. Ow, my Prince Charming, who happened to be a billionaire. Who are you? You think you're entitled to money? Fuck out of here with that shit. The Tinder Swindler ain't do nothing wrong. He didn't do nothing wrong, man. Yeah, he's 5'8" because he's got dragon energy. He's got the same energy as me. And you know what I'm saying? I'm about that Tinder Swindler energy. You know what I mean? I would be all across Europe, Greece, Paris, whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? On yachts, driving fast cars. Y'all got to understand something. There's another side to me. One side of me is the religious, militant Stalin Haas, where I'm ascetic and I don't care about any material things, but I can flip a switch very easily, shut off my ideological commitment, and become like I don't know what it is, but I could just become so materialistic. Just like gold teeth, watches, jewelry, fucking on yachts and driving Ferraris in Europe and shit. I can become like that very easily, right? It's a switch. It's literally a switch. I don't do in-betweens. I'm either an ascetic, religious, spiritual person, or I'm like filth. I'm in filth. Gold and filth. You understand? Fucking tattoos and yachts and shit. It's a switch. It's a switch. Like money, women all around me, all that kind of shit. It's a switch. It's a switch. You understand? And I can't be that person because I have too much responsibility. Please. Thank you, JD. The reason I'll never be that person fully, at least, I'll never be that person fully because the only reason you know about me is through politics. So if I like got rich off of Bitcoin or some shit, maybe I would live that life for like a year. But the stature and fame that I have earned is because of politics. So that's what I'm focused on. I'm not in like the mentality to like be Ferraris, but when I see it on screen, I'm like, damn, that's, you know what I mean? And I'm not like Hassan, by the way, who's gonna get an electric car, right? Here's one of the things I'm kind of like sad about. I'm sad about this sometimes, right? And it does make me sad, actually, thinking about it. I'll never be able to be like Hassan, where I just have excesses of wealth and I could just spend it on whatever I want. I'm always going to be a businessman first and foremost and spending my capital on putting my money to work. I'm always going to be like doing it to expand the media company. And then from there, working on a party, the political party. I'm not going to have enough money to buy nice cars and like yachts and mansions and shit. And I'm not saying that's because I'm a better person than Hassan. If I had that spare money, trust me, I would. Holy fuck, bro. Listen, there's a side to me you guys don't understand. A little bit of it came out in LA. Not a ton, but a little bit of it. There's a side to me. There's a side to Haas of like a Dan Bilzerian side to Haas, where it's like I can literally live a life. I'm not this moral saint. I can live a life, hundreds of women all around me in mansions, surrounded by diamonds and jewelry and fucking exotic cars and shit. There's a side to me that just is very. I didn't go near that in LA, like near that level, but I was kind of flirting with it a little bit there. And that is a side to me. You understand? But here's the thing, is that the only thing that makes me sad in life, kind of, I promise you, I can guarantee you right now, I will never be able to be on that level. I will never be able to be on that level. And the reason is because I won't have enough time and I won't have any spare money to do that. All the money I have, I put it to work, right? You guys see the jewelry I bought in LA? Okay, I'm going to be honest with you, okay? I'm just going to be honest with you. It was made of something called tungsten. I don't know what tungsten is, but it looks like, I could just lie and say it's gold. Nobody will notice the difference. But yeah, it was tungsten. And this isn't a lot of money for me. The necklace was like $70, and the rings were like $35 each, okay? Tungsten steel. So... Oh, it's North Korean? Okay, you know what? That's pretty based. I think I'm going to keep getting tungsten. I'm going to keep getting tungsten. Because I don't like silver. I don't like gold. I like tungsten, right? I have working class jewelry, motherfucker. Tungsten is symbolic. You understand? And isn't jewelry haram for men? No, it's not. Gold is. And you guys are like, oh, Haas, you're so humble. You got tungsten jewelry. I'm not humble, motherfucker. I'm just cheap. I'm not humble. The way I looked at it is that why would I spend money? Because I was looking at, I checked out the silver necklaces. And it was like $500. And I was like, okay, but this one looks beefier and it's indistinguishable. Why don't I just get the tungsten? I asked the person there, and they were like, what do you mean? Well, it looks the same. Look, I'm a simple man. I don't got time for bullshit. And when I fucking go out, you think I tell people it's tungsten? Listen, if bitches want to think that this is gold, this is pure gold and diamond, $10,000. Ooh, I miss LA already. I love being in LA because I don't even like getting bitches in LA. I love running game. I love running game so much in LA, lying to these girls. It's so much fun. I'm like, listen, out of everyone here in this club, I chose you. Why do you think I chose you? Because you're special. Like, I love it so much. It's the most fun thing ever, bro. It's the most fun thing ever. And, you know what I mean? And that, oh shit, bro. If I listen in LA, I'm a saintly man because I live in Michigan. In Michigan, I'm a fucking warrior priest in Michigan. By nature. It's not because I'm an exceptionally good person. It's just where my heart is in nature. But if I lived in LA, I would become a fucking Dubai Arab sheikh. I would become filth. I would have tigers and leopards and exotic pets. I'd be like Mike Tyson in that fucking Ferrari and shit. Bro, I could live that life. I swear I could live that life. I could live that life in LA. It's a beautiful life to live in LA. No lie. If you're going to live in LA, you may as well be on top, motherfucker. Otherwise, live somewhere else. If you're going to live in LA, you may as well strive to be a fucking tiger and be the best of the best. Holy shit, that's what I would do in LA. Every fucking weekend, I go to clubs, get a table, big booty bitches. Man, that's the life I would live in LA. That's the life I would live in LA. That's why I could never live there. I could only live in LA if I had like 50 million to spend just on myself, right? But here's the sad thing. I will never get to that point. If I have $1 million, all of that shit is going to work. It's going to the business. It's going to the corporation. It's going to the party, whatever the fuck, right? And, whatever's left over for me, not enough. I am not saying I'm more humble than Hassan. I'm not. It's just that Hassan has no political vision. He's not a businessman. He's got no political leadership, whatever thing. So he doesn't spend his money to expand his empire. He doesn't spend his money to expand the empire, the cause. He doesn't use it to help the cause. I don't help the cause out of morality, motherfucker. That's my heart. That's my soul. Don't give me hearts. I'm not. You guys need to really understand this because I don't want you guys thinking I'm a fucking saint because I'm not a saint. I will never be a saint. I want you guys to very carefully understand this. My devotion to communism is not because I'm a better person or a moral person. That is my soul. That's an extension of me. Like Plato's Republic is an extension of our minds. That's an extension of what I am. It's just like me going to the gym or doing whatever, right? It's the same shit. It's the same shit. It's material for me. It's not like I'm being I'm such a good person. Nah, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. Hey, if I had money to spare, I would spend it worse than Hassan. You understand? Hassan is the one who goes out here spending $200K on an electric Porsche. Why? An electric Porsche. Why? Because he wants to be responsible. Okay, I want to be, Hassan. I feel bad for him. I'm not even lying. You guys know I don't hate Hassan. I saw his tweet today, and he was like, I don't really have motivation to stream, so I'm not going to stream. I'm not trying to be snarky. And I think it's because his views have been a little lower than usual. And I actually related to it a lot. I'm like, what is going on this February? Because I felt the same way yesterday. I don't feel like that anymore because I don't give a fuck. I coped enough to where I don't have to care. but I related to it, right? And so I get that. And then, but the thing is that I feel bad for Hassan because, like, morally, he's in a very conflicted place. Like, on the one hand, he wants to like unleash the tiger within, but he also wants it to be moral and feel good about him. So he's just jumbling like morality with his like manly instinct. And I feel like his fashion taste is the culmination of that. His fashion taste is the result of that confusion. It's like, bro, Hassan, just go all out. You know what I mean? First of all, discover a new style, right? Discover a new form of drip, a new aesthetic, a new style. Let me tell you, I'm going to give Hassan advice, sincere advice. I'm not even going to lie. Sincere advice. He had a good style back in 2019. He had a good style. His style was like the Captain America type thing, and that was a good style, right? That was a clean, consistent aesthetic. That shit works, right? And you can be that motherfucker. You can, go ahead, buy a Ferrari, buy a whatever, buy an Audi. I would buy a BMW or an Audi or a Mercedes. I would not be buying an electric Porsche. Bro, just go all out. Who gives a fuck what the haters say? You know what I mean? And you're just in such a conflict. You can still be a good person and still, attend to your worldly needs in life, your worldly wants and desires in life. And, I know Hassan knows what I'm talking about. I know he knows what I'm talking about. But anyway, he won't listen to my advice. That's okay. He can do what he's doing. He's not living what he preaches, and his beliefs are contrary to his actions. See, for him, maybe, but the thing is, man, everybody's got beliefs until they got a fat ass quaking in their face. And that's the truth. Prove me wrong. Can I tell you guys something? If you're this staunch conservative, I have a question for you, and I don't want to come at you because I respect you guys, but I just want to know how you do it because I can't do it. If you're this staunch conservative dude and a thick shorty comes grinding up all over you, this shit is quaking, whatever, and you deny it and you reject it, don't you feel kind of like a cuck? Doesn't it feel kind of weak? Doesn't it feel good to be like a tiger that like pounces on their food? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? I feel like it don't feel good. That is a good point. Don't go to the club in the first place. But when you're already there, you know what I mean? It's like you go and take it. If it's already coming onto you and shit, you go and take it. You don't, what do you God wants me to say no to this. God literally programmed you to want this. You know what I mean? Flee from sin like it's death itself. And that's my problem, is that I have death drive. I have a death drive. I'll walk towards sin. Sometimes I look at sin and I do have doubts. But I go through with the sin. You don't need a Ferrari. You don't need anything, motherfucker. You don't need water. You don't need nothing in life. You don't even need to live, technically. You understand? You gotta have that will. You gotta have that thing pulsating in your heart, your chest, to go and get that shit. You know what I mean? And the extension, Destiny's talking to a beta. Okay, this actually is something I want to see.
And help Jon Snow do something with the people. I don't know.
Oh yeah, basically.
Doesn't talk about. I feel like broadly it refers to two things. One can be a form of like cultural colonialism. So the idea that we export culture across Western centric.
Notice when what am I allowed to call him? Let's just call him a hypothetical beta. Notice whenever he goes on to talk to like any big streamer, he starts sucking up to them. All that energy on Twitter disappears.
I guess like, yeah, the stuff that you're talking about there, it's more like...
He's talked a lot of shit about Destiny on Twitter. A lot of shit. Look how he acts when he's in VC. He's talked a lot of shit about Destiny on Twitter. I've seen it. Look how he acts to Destiny in VC.
the USA, Australia, Canada, Africa, stuff like that. So much more direct, rather than you sort of using colonialism as a metaphor. And hold on, I've made videos on this before, so I have like a definition sort of written up to sort of introduce here. The key thing is to remember here.
It's so true.
It's calling something
It's so
colonizer
true,
is not
isn't
an
it?
insult. It can be an insult, but it's not an insult by default, right? It's like describing sort of like a relation that they have, a societal relation. It's like calling someone working class or something, or bourgeois or something, Though a lot of people take it as an insult, a lot of people use it as an insult. I use it as an insult, but doesn't mean that or that being a colonizer makes you a bad person or whatever.
Do you know what probably makes it sound like an insult?
That it's used as one.
Well, I think even I heard Professor Flowers say this. The act of colonizing someone is probably, I imagine we would both agree that it's an aggressive act, and usually when moral agents take aggressive acts, some sort of retribution can be justified. So I think that's why colonizer, the implication is that like I need to be punished for it. Not me, but whoever you're talking about. So that would be my guess.
I think ideally no one would want anything like that to happen, Like
He's so tame on VC compared to his Twitter.
I assume a fair bit about theoretical socialism. Like no one wants there to be just worthless for no good reason punishments of people who used to be
he's so nervous
for the sake of it. But if these people were to resist to the death or something, they wouldn't leave you with an option.
So I also don't know if even the term colonizer seems a little bit weird. Or I guess finish talking about that, and then I can just ask you about the comment.
Well, I guess for an example, a good example that all Americans understand. Think about a conflict, for example, the U.S. Civil War, where one side was just unequivocally in the right, and the other side was just fighting for slavery, basically. And it's what if the Confederacy just refused to surrender forever? What would you have to do? Basically just fucking beat them into submission, right? So no one wants that to happen. It could happen, right, in some sort of theoretical decolonization scenario. But I think basically everyone, at least other than someone who thinks colonialism was a good thing, would agree that decolonization, as in places that are under colonial rule, or that either direct or that are ruled by the remnants of a former colony. For example, South Africa was, for a good example that everyone knows. Fighting against that is pretty much unambiguously making you in the moral right.
What does it mean to fight against that, though? Let's say we have a decolonial
to use an
attitude
example,
in the modern day. What would be a way to fight against?
Well, to use a good example, South Africa is another good one. So apartheid ended in 1990.
Okay, where's the American official apartheid? There's none. So shut the fuck up. The apartheid was a minority of white people against a black majority too, right? You don't have that in America and Canada. What are you fucking talking about?
Sort of gradually conquered and subjugated people who had already lived there. Put themselves at the top of this society with those people below them, legally everything. It might not have to be literally legal, but in this case it was very literal. So just a great example to use to start off. And so they did that. They put themselves at the top of this society with the people who already lived there at the bottom. Killed them, stole whatever the fuck they wanted, basically. And that resulted in the 20th century of the thing that everyone's familiar with, the apartheid South Africa. And so the fight against that was broadly, I guess, mostly focused on getting rid of that sort of system of formal legal dominance, which was part of the colonial system in South Africa.
Okay. What does that have to do with the U.S.? Explain. What would be the equivalent of that in the U.S.?
This was a fight against colonialism. Doesn't this feel more like a fight against, say, unjust oppression? Isn't that more?
No, let's say it's colonialism. It's a formal colonialism. So the whole problem people have with these decolonial idiots is, what does it look like for there to be an informal decolonization. What does that look like, right? Even now in South Africa, where they're fighting for land reform, that's still an official struggle. It's not some vague cultural struggle where we're going to go ahead and say, we want you to change your consciousness. What the fuck is that?
Like every single conflict through their particular lens, or every part of a
Yeah, but I mean, this
conflict.
isn't a lens that you can apply to like every situation ever. Just places where this sort of relation has been set up, and the way that it's set up is so basically, what we're talking about here in relation to South Africa and other places is like there's two types of colonialism interrelated. One is colonialism, which is more about like the extraction of wealth, for example, for the mother country, more so than, implanting settlers or whatever to actually live there and develop their own society. And the other one is settler colonialism, which is sort of where rather than the colony being formed to just extract resources, wealth, etc. for the mother country, it's rather formed, or it's either formed for the explicit purpose of, or ends up turning out as like its own sort of thing, right? Like a place where lots of settlers go, and they want to stay permanently, develop settlements in their own society, etc. But that alone isn't really it, right? Like, if they did that, without like subjugating the people who already live there, like with some sort of non-coercive agreement, wouldn't be much of a problem with it. What makes it sort of settler colonialism is when they do that and they supplant and replace the pre-existing society.
Hey, I want to get in on this.
Becoming a part of it or anything like that. And that sort of creates a sort of different sort of social relation where we have two groups of people.
Thank you, Napoleon.
Like we can call
Appreciate
them for this
you.
purpose, like settlers,
Destiny's not in his
whatever.
room,
And the
so I
previous
don't
group
think
of
he can
people
pull me in.
who you could call like indigenous, and that group who like came in and colonized are the ones who sort of dominate this new society. They pretty much unequivocally see the previous population as like a problem that's going to require some
Thank
sort
you,
of
JC.
solution,
Appreciate you for the 5.
which is generally something like assimilation,
Thank you for the 5.
extermination, deportation, or something like apartheid. So yeah, and I guess like settler colonialism in that respect
Thank you,
sort of
Rev.
began in Ireland
2036.
with the English, and then was sort of exported to the Americas, especially North America, some parts of Africa, etc. It's also been done
Thank you,
by
Rev status.
people who aren't European as well, like Japan, for example. But I guess that's basically it.
Sure. How is this relevant to like Western world stuff right now, or is this just like strictly used for like?
It's more relevant, I guess, the further along that things are in certain places.
How do
right?
I join this?
Like, there's, I guess it's relevant, but it's relevant.
I think
at
his
different
people
levels.
will
like,
tell Destiny.
When I talk about,
I think
like, South
Destiny's
Africa,
people
right,
will
like,
tell
there's a
tell him
sort of example of
to pull me in.
really evident, like the most evident ongoing colonialism imaginable. But it's a lot more subtle in other places. Like in the US, for example, you have like indigenous groups that are still existing who have basically a fraction of their original territory, if even. And that struggle for their own sorts of their own like self-determination, their own rights, etc.
Yeah, but like, how does that work?
also a
Like, what's the
struggle.
solution to that? Like, we're not. I don't even know if it'd be morally right to like give them the territory back. Like, how does that work?
Well, if I can make an analogy that a lot of people are much more familiar with, because it's difficult to introduce this to people who just haven't really thought about this that much, but people have thought about one example of colonialism a whole lot, which is Nazism. A lot of people, we don't really think about it in these terms.
This guy, he's like Vosh. He calls everything a Nazi. That's all he can do.
It's sort of a project of colonialism, just on like a very large and much more organized scale than ever before, really. And their goal was to sort of, take the land from the people who live there, kill them, enslave them, deport them, or whatever, and take it for sort of German settlers, right? And we can ask the same sort of question about that. Like, okay, if colonialism, if it would
What does it mean? He nuked Haas? What does that fucking mean?
Lives in this like hypothetical successful Nazi state or whatever that they took over. You know, the remnants of the people.
I didn't mean to start a. I don't know how to get in on this, so I just pinged him in the chat. I said drag me in, but his chat's going fucking crazy now. Yeah, shit, man. I don't know.
There would ever be a point where that group of people would not be able to say that, because I think
I think forever,
you know,
probably when it comes to Europe, especially, right? Like, how do you ever figure, like, who does the moral right belong to say that they own some land originally? Like, haven't groups of, like Saxons, Germans, like Spain, haven't these people been fighting over territory in Europe for?
Yeah, the difference between this
and
this example, for example, is like if we like a good example is like the
Wait, hold on, because every time I
century.
ask a question, I feel like we hop into like another analogy or metaphor.
I feel like I've outpaced
So
this
let's
isn't a
just,
metaphor. It's like it's
I'm such
well,
a
yeah,
dumb
wait, so let's
history
just focus
provide
on
an
like
example of the difference.
Sure, yeah, but I'm just curious. Let's just like on this particular thing, right? So let's say in Europe, let's say Hitler did conquer a ton of Germany, and then some people, let's say 200 years from now, there was some giant German country, and some people were like, well, no, we're gonna take the land back. Like, in terms of taking it back, let's say that they do it. Wouldn't there just be some other group of people that are like, well, hold on, we're gonna take it back?
Wait, Napoleon's more important than Destiny.
Donated $4. Why do these clowns want us to live on Native American feudal states? Literally neo-feudalism. I removed serfdom before. Also, what about the vast amounts of land bought by settlers for fair market value and NFTs in the 1700s? Do those get returned too?
Napoleon, that's a good point, and most important point is that this is a feudal thing. It's like they're trying to privatize land, basically. We're not just talking about land for indigenous people. I'm not against that. They should have more land to live on, to use for themselves. What they're talking about is privatizing all of our land so they become what? Well, they're not going to become our feudal lords. They're just going to sell it to like Amazon, and then we have private land. You see this fucking scheme? I'm not against indigenous people having their own land to use. I'm against capitalist agriculture of having land that other people are using where you extract rents as a lord. I'm against that. Have land that you use. Houses are for living in. That's what I believe in. Houses are not for selling and trade. It's for living in. That's what houses are for.
Child specifically, right?
Land is for using. Use it in a real way.
Like Celtic people anymore? Or
I mean, they can, but it's not like we have a group of people who consider themselves Celtic people without, like, a good example of this.
Wait, hold on,
I mean, I know you don't like examples.
no. It's not that I don't.
I have a very direct example.
No.
to use here.
I want to talk about one thing because this is like you've hopped on like 3 or 4 different like.
Yeah,
here's an example,
I
here's a
am
metaphor, here's an
historically literate. I use historical examples.
No,
These are not metaphors. These are practical examples of what I'm talking about.
Come on, we're having a conversation, okay?
Yeah, so you need to let me just like.
Well, no, because
I have a perfect
go
example.
For it. All right, I'm gonna bring, regardless of what you say, I'm just letting you know, I'm gonna bring you right back to this and ignore everything you're saying. But go ahead.
So basically, you're just ignoring something that's directly like you were going to ask me something very similar to this.
No, what I was gonna ask. Well, I'll say okay. Yeah. So the question is, so there are people that exist in Scotland.
It's crazy how people handle aggression this way because immediately it would have been a shouting match with me. Like I can't fucking do this shit with people. Be like, okay, go. I don't do that shit. Immediately we're going straight to fucking guerrilla mode. You know,
based on people like exiting groups with like complete continuation from the groups that this land was originally stolen from. You know, people.
Honestly, thank you, Green White.
Oh, my ancestors like 2,000 years ago lived here, and I've randomly decided to identify with them, even though like their culture is long gone or whatever.
Wait. So if the culture gets sufficiently genocided, then they no longer have a claim to the land?
I mean, if they literally don't exist anymore, then yeah, right? Like they don't exist anymore. How can they have a claim to the land?
Well, how many people?
There's some descendants
have to be like bred out of like indigenous American populations, Native American populations, for them to no longer have a claim to the original land. That seems kind of weird, no?
It seems like you're just kind of like going for random gotchas here rather than actually engaging with anything that I'm saying. So
what
is this?
Answer the fucking point.
Like, okay, you don't understand. I understand. Like you understand concepts like subconscious racism.
No,
That's
okay,
essentially
hold on.
what this
let me
Like,
hold
you're-
on. Can I
something that you're taking
can I
for granted is being
rephrase what
challenged.
I want to rephrase? It's not anything. You haven't challenged anything. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. Right?
Yeah, it is.
I'm
That's
gonna
why, like, you've never engaged with this concept before.
Yeah,
So
that's why I'm
obviously you're having
trying
a
to,
bit
but
of a
you're
virulent
so
reaction to it.
combative. You make it impossible just for me to ask questions. So
I'm not combative at all.
You're
I'm
absolutely
I'm
being
giving you
combative.
good examples.
No,
You're
okay.
probably the most combative person in the entire world.
You're dead wrong. Okay, I'm gonna
Okay.
rephrase what you're
Show me.
telling me, and then you tell me if it's accurate, and then we'll move from here. So we're on the same page. Okay.
Okay.
So it sounds like what you're saying is there are distinct groups of people possessing a certain culture that can be traced back to owning a certain type of land or being from a certain area. And when I say, well, what about the genetic ancestry? These people, you know, they could claim that their great ancestors owned some land. Your response is, I'm not talking about some who were the first group of genetic people there. I'm talking about some cohesive cultural thing that existed in an area. And as long as that still exists at some place in the world, that distinct culture has a claim to that land that they were originally from. So Celtic people in Scotland and Ireland have their own culture. They don't resemble that culture of the past anymore. Therefore, they don't have the same claim to that land that like Polish.
Wait, but indigenous Americans do not at all resemble the culture of Thank you, Ghost Girl, but wow. She's just trying to make me feel bad, I swear to God. She's just trying to make me feel bad. Trust me, she owes me way more than that. Honestly, Ghost Girl's coming here. She's getting free rent. She's getting free, like, some food. Like, I may give her a slice of pizza. I don't know. I still haven't decided, but you know what I mean? She's basically just paying me forward.
Make that claim, but we're not
Discount.
the same thing here, right? There's a certain point where this becomes basically unactionable.
Well, I think, that's kind of, we're nibbling around the edges of this, but the feeling is that all of this is kind of unactionable, which is what my big push is on most.
I mean, I think the issue here is that you're just conceiving of this in terms that are very unfamiliar to you. So, like, what if we frame this, for example, let's say Russia takes like all of Ukraine except like one city. They annex all of it. Because
Why you should watch Destiny? Destiny is one of the biggest rivals of mine. What the fuck? Also, what was I gonna say? Listen, Ghost Girl, the reason I'm only gonna give you one slice is because you're just flourishing too much. Like, you surpassed me in subs, whatever. I mean, you know, you're making more money than me, so you can afford your own pizza.
Napoleon _Bonaparte donated $3. The dude debating Destiny is the type of person to idealize the Aztecs while ignoring they did blood sacrifices and enslaved nearby tribes into sacrificial cattle.
True, Napoleon, and thank you for the 3, bro. Appreciate it.
Why Nazi Germany?
Let me
Because you
finish
live
my
in-
one
you live in
sentence.
a
Let me finish
state
one sentence,
that is
please.
very
Let me
analogous
just
to
finish
Nazi
one
Germany.
sentence, please. Okay.
I've
The
let you finish
entire
many
history.
sentences.
You're not. You're very, very, very obsessed with the objects there, right?
Okay.
The entirety. And you probably know more history than I do, okay? Which is, so if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. But my understanding is that you've just described like the entirety of European history. That basically whoever, or at least like Western and Northern and Southern Europe, maybe not Eastern Europe or Southeast Europe, right? But it seems like for the entirety of European history, basically if you take over some land and then you own it long enough, and then we get to industrialization and we get to more stable forms of government, eventually like, okay, well we've had this place long enough, it's basically ours. And then if you look at the actions of certain countries in the world, so like India and the Kashmir region, or if you look at Israel trying to settle
we don't have
more and more
pepperoni
east in
here.
Jerusalem, it seems like people are under the impression like, well, hey, as long as you're in some place for long enough, you more or less kind of like control it. That seems to be the history of the world. Is that not true? Or
I mean, I think that just because things are doesn't mean that's how things that is right or should be.
yeah, but then how do we
But I have a
figure
way,
it out
like-
otherwise? Okay, go for it.
I think you might be like a lot of you know, when engaging with this for the first time, a lot of people have like the reaction like, oh, they're gonna kick me out or something.
Okay,
like
hold on.
that. That's not
Please don't
what's
do the
going on here at all.
dialogue tree. You're trying to like dialogue tree me so hard. Like, this is the first time you're
What is
I'm
a dialogue tree?
like you have like the memorized talking points for like people that are
I've literally never talked about this to
okay,
someone.
I haven't given you a single indication whatsoever that I'm worried about getting kicked out of my country. That's not anything that I think about related to this. Okay, I haven't even remotely brought that up. Do you think I'm worried that anybody
okay,
like you is
so
going to kick me me out
Let
of
me
my country.
explain.
That's,
Like,
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Like you talked about Israel, right? Like decolonization in Israel wouldn't literally mean kicking out every Jew in Israel. At least, nothing like that. It would be, for example, like creating one state where everyone has equal rights, with people being prosecuted for human rights abuses,
Okay.
and like
In the United States, everyone formally has equal rights. In the United States, formally, on paper, everyone has equal rights. But the US is still colonized. So what does decolonization look like in the US? This dude, you know what I mean? He used South Africa as an example. Okay, formally, you had apartheid. So what does decolonization, what does this word actually mean?
Doing it obviously both sides, but the problem is it seemed like both sides were able to go back pretty far in terms of who originally had a right to this area. That I think this building, So it's that I'm just saying that like that process seems really complicated.
I'm familiar with the case.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, did you want to say anything else?
No, that's it. It just seems complicated to figure that out. But go ahead.
So that case, it's essentially based on like, this is a thing that happens in a lot of settler colonial states where like you know, they move in and they like write themselves documents that say this is mine, you know, and that's essentially what happened there. Like, you know, Israel took over this area, and you know, they wrote themselves under their law that said that this is ours now, but there were people already living there, you know, and now these people are essentially renting something that previously was theirs because the settler society said, this is ours now, and, you know, we own it. So, yeah.
Yeah, but the difference is that the Palestinians actually have a chance. Because Israel's in the Middle East, surrounded by countries. The government's maybe one thing. Everyone in the Middle East is on the side of the Palestinians. So it's like, it's not because of just morality. It is about might. You know what I mean? It's not because you're going to convince Israelis from the goodness of their heart to stop occupying the land. It's because the Palestinians have, like, probably the whole 1.4 billion Muslim world behind them. And that's what's going to make the difference. You know, it's like, that shit isn't even over. They're still fighting wars and shit, you know?
Concerns, actually. Because, you know, Israel, like 2,000 years ago, was at least had a lot of Jews. I don't know if it was majority Jewish, but it had a lot of Jews, right? And over time, due to anti-Semitism and other reasons, they dispersed more across the region to Europe, etc. And so this goes back to the genetic claims, right? Like, you know, if you left a place like 2,000 years ago, and you come back 2,000 years later and say, well, this is mine. Yeah, that would be ridiculous. It would be ridiculous not just for them, but for anyone else. Like, for example, if like a Native American left the USA, went to Europe, came back 500 years later, like the descendants came back 500 years later saying, hey, I have Native American blood, this is mine now. Yeah, that would be ridiculous.
Hold on. There were Jews living in Palestine. They're there since thousands and thousands of years. They stayed there. It's not like all Jews left. Some stayed. So are you saying Zionism is justified just because of that?
Right? As low as
you see how like much better I would be debating him?
That created that sort of idea, not really anything real.
Isn't like then like under your prescription, wouldn't the goal be to like make sure that when you do take over some land, you kill as many people as possible so that they kind of like lose their right to it? Isn't that like where that kind of takes us?
I mean, the thing is, like, there's not actually any right to any of this, right? We're just sort of speaking in abstract, subjective morality. There's no laws about this, but
well,
I mean,
it sounds like you're trying to
like,
say there's like a moral justification or whatever for certain groups of people to lay claims to certain land, right?
I mean, you could apply that to basically anything, right? Like, you know, if, for example, after World War II, you don't want the Germans to become a problem again, you could kill them all, or you could, like, just not do that, like...
Well, I guess so. Like, if we're using like this
make.
colonialist framework, right? How would that apply to like modern day America?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Like, for example, modern day America, Well, I think modern day, like indigenous people in modern day America have been incredibly thoroughly colonized, incredibly thoroughly beat down. You know, what you've basically got left are just like rather small individual, not even individual nations, but nations that have been fractured into different reservations and stuff, different regional distinction between them and stuff. If you were to look at like decolonization for the USA, like at least in practical terms, that would be actionable, like in the short term, rather than some sort of idealistic, random vision. Like you would be looking at essentially like you know, looking at the treaties that were violated. You know, things that I guess are very easily traceable. It does become a lot harder as time goes by. Obviously, in Israel it's easier because that's a lot more recent.
This is not a real
But, you
answer.
know, at least in the USA, things that are very actionable are stuff like violated treaties. You know, we know they have like literal coordinates in them that you can demarcate that say, you know, this should have been these peoples or whatever, and sort of move
So
on
would that,
from
is
there.
that,
And
would
I
that
don't
be
think-
like the more moral? We'll ignore the fact that realistically this is probably not going to happen. But like, let's say that theoretically there was some way we could even enact this. Would it then be moral to expel all the groups of people currently living there to return this land to a small number of people? Or what?
Certainly not. No, certainly not. I don't think anyone's really talked about expulsion aside from like as, you know, sort of like a irrational, retribute. I don't know, like
Retributive.
attempt at retribution. You know,
Sure.
like.
But what is what? But then
Like,
what is it? What
Why does he sound so nervous?
So, well, I guess think about it like sovereignty being transferred to a different group, or perhaps not even sovereignty. Like, you know how, you know, maybe they want to remain a part of the USA just with autonomy or whatever, like they are now. Who knows? It's on them. But it doesn't entail like literally kicking people out.
Well, but what if you give those people sovereignty there and they want to? Wouldn't they have the right to do it?
I mean, generally, when we talk about these questions in self-determination, for example, this is international law stuff. Self-determination is, at least in international law, I mean, you probably agree with it, but it's sort of predisposed on the idea that, like, it can't be self-determination for the purposes of, like, you know, kicking people out, for example. Like, you know, the South, if the Confederate USA had claimed self-determination, that would have been bullshit because they wanted to do it to oppress black people. You know, stuff like that. Like, it's conditional, right? So
Well,
you
what
could
would
definitely judge if its
self-determination
rights
then
are
get
not
these
based on-
people?
Thank you, radical leftists. Appreciate you.
Point of being like an independent nation if you want to be. I mean, this is a fairly basic principle of even liberalism, right? Like, I'm sure you know, if the people of Hong Kong wanted to be independent, wouldn't you support that?
I mean, for the people of Hong Kong, as a Westerner, I probably would. But I mean, it depends on.
What? What do you mean as a Westerner? Like you can't even control. You can't control it. Well, I'm a Westerner. I can't help it.
In international law,
I don't know.
mean,
I think
pretty
there's,
much
but there's a
everyone
lot of
agrees on it.
principles of cooperation as well, though, right? Like self-determination, isn't that violated to some extent by the European Union? Like,
Yeah, like, yeah, I
once you
understand what you're
federalize
saying. Though,
powers, you
like,
have central.
As a Westerner, I want to build a land bridge with Eurasia and unite the East and the West. As a Westerner, I want to go so west that you end up east. As a Westerner, I'm an accelerationist in the Landian CC, not in the media sense of these disgusting mass shooters, but like sense of like, you know, I hate how I have to say what I mean by that word now, you know?
more so than anything else.
Become so, that's what I did my whole life. I became so Western, I found the East again. Become so Western, become so into German idealism and into the classics, Western philosophy, Western thinking. You become so extreme, you end up with Genghis Khan.
So, you know, that's for them to decide, right?
Sure.
So, like, yeah, you could think it's gonna be a bad thing for them or something, but still, we're talking about a situation here, at least in terms of the US. Like, I understand what you mean with like the difficulty of tracing these things, right?
That's how Heidegger happened, yep.
It's back to like actual legal documents, supposedly binding legal documents and stuff in terms of treaties and stuff. So that's a very good starting point.
Yeah, I mean, a starting point. I just don't know what the outcomes. Like, realistically, it's unlikely that any of those more extreme treaties are going to be enforced. I think at best you'd probably hope for some sort of financial compensation.
Well, I mean, in some places, yeah, definitely. At least in
His title is Schooling Destiny on Decolonization. He doesn't sound as confident.
I think
And in the
the
VC.
notion that, like, for example, if, like, let's say there's, like, this doesn't exist, but if there was, like, a reservation of, like, say 500,000 people, say, like, half of them were native, half weren't, and they wanted to declare independence, and I think that would be fairly unambiguously something they should have the right to do.
How do you feel about
This isn't even the substitute teacher. This is the fucking intern student with no teaching experience who's just babysitting the class and doesn't even... yeah, I don't know anything about math, but here's some candy and we're gonna watch a movie today, guys.
Land themselves, though the French were much better than the English were. But
is that really
yeah,
true?
and in like on like an immediate sense, yeah, and Canada actually did allow Quebec numerous referendums in the matter, from what I understand. And if they had passed, then yeah, Quebec should have been allowed to be independent.
Okay. If any group of people inside a country just says that they want to be independent, should they be allotted that? Like, so if, say, Texas takes a vote and then like 60% of people Texas are like, we want to be our own country, is that just something then that you allot those people, or?
I guess it depends. Like in a lot of cases, like for example, sorry for using an example again, I know we don't like these, but there's like the Catalonia issue, which was happening like 5-6 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, where Catalonia wanted to, or at least a significant amount of Catalonians, I don't know if it was a majority or not, wanted to declare independence from Spain, but the Spanish state essentially completely said no. So, in like a practical standpoint, if Texas wants to declare independence, that's not going to be allowed to. From like a moral standpoint, it depends on the reasons. For one,
So,
there's parts of...
this is what happens when people don't know philosophy. When you don't know philosophy, you're going to be confused about the differences between is and ought. Well, the moral problem and also the realistic, practical problem, you divide things into morally speaking and then, well, realistically speaking, this guy has he doesn't even have a formal education in the basics of philosophy 101. So this is why he stumbles so hard to like argue anything,
And we take
I mean, you could
like
try to if you want to.
Well, I'm not asking
But
you
in
to try
terms
to,
of
I'm
like a
saying,
practical sense, obviously there's like a like a threshold where this becomes relevant, right? Like, yeah, you can reduce it like that, but we got to talk about this in terms that are actually remotely actionable. That's why I gave an example, for example, 500,000 people. There's entire countries with 500,000 people.
Okay.
And like, maybe that wouldn't even be the case. Like maybe indigenous people would want to, for example, remain part of the USA as, maybe as like a more autonomous territory, but still subject to federal law or something like that. Like they're basically like that already now, but perhaps not quite as autonomous as they would like to be, and without a lot of the...
Get on before he leaves? Well, Destiny knows that I want to get on, and I can't just join the room, so I have to... He now knows I'm trying to get on. So if I get on, I get on. If I don't, I don't.
Do you want to talk to... Or is there anything else you'd want to talk about?
I mean, no, if you don't have any more
Speak of the devil.
Okay. Do you want to talk to Haas?
What does he want to talk about?
I don't know, but he was screaming in my Twitch chat earlier.
He wants to debate about shit like who's the manliest man or something. I think that might be funny, but probably not worth anyone's time.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, hey, if you don't have anything else, thanks for the.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. Nice talking to you.
Yep. Have fun. Bye.
Holy shit, he ran away.
I don't know. Like, I guess I understand like the words he's saying. I just don't know like where the application or why I should care. I guess
He ran.
The prescriptions from this. I guess like I feel like the reason why I feel like the framework is
I wanted to debate about decolonization. I didn't want to fucking talk about manliness. Damn, it sounds like he's scared. Damn. Well, I mean, look, to be fair, look, we're not going to bully him. We're not bullies. He's a protected guy on Twitch. So here's what I'm going to say. He's very nervous when he talks to people in VC. He's very different from how he sounds when he types. And Destiny's quite a cordial person to talk to in general. You know, Destiny's not going to do it, you know. So I can only imagine the level of nervousness he would have talking to me, which would probably just be beyond the threshold of possibility.
Started to get really ass mad, so.
Just beyond the threshold of possibility. You know, it's as simple as that. Yeah, he you know, clicked his heels and he was off as soon as he heard my name. But we tried. We'll get him next time. We tried. We'll get him next time. But
Napoleon _ Bonaparte donated $3. Demons and ghouls run away from the light. Cowards run away from truth. He just ran from both.
Yes, thank you, Napoleon. Appreciate you. And yeah, we'll get him next time, guys. It's okay. Yeah, I don't see how he schooled anyone on anything. Would have been a lot different if I was debating him. He wouldn't have been able to sustain any of his talking points or arguments. And that's okay. That's okay. You know, I just wanted to debate him actually on decolonization specifically. And I was going to write a Substack about this actually. I actually wanted to debate about... Hold on, give me a second. I wanted to debate about... what it means in America specifically, concretely. What do you mean by decolonization when you already have formal equality of all citizens? So what then does decolonization mean? And that's what I wanted to really nail him down on, because I see all these people like Roderick Day and all these fake Marxists go, oh, colonialism. They're all like, they're just so fascinated by colonialism, right? Oh, colonial this, colonial that. Okay. Let's understand colonialism. It's because they don't have a theory of statehood is why they're so fascinated by the theory of post-colonial theory. So I wanted to challenge him on the question of post-colonial theory. What is the implication of colonialism for Marxism, all this kind of stuff? I had a lot to challenge Bad Empanada on. But he decided to run away because he said, what, I was going to debate about manliness? No. That's not what was fucking happening. It's just a cope. Oh, wow. It's just a cope. Anyway, we're done with the Reddit. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Pretty sure we're done with the Reddit. Unless, I mean, look. Unless you want to just... This was actually such a horrible picture that Zerko took. The original one, I looked really bad in this picture. I was vaccinated on J&J, so it was like I was actually very sick in this picture. And it was just a bad picture. I didn't like it at all. But I don't know why. Oh man, this felt like a year ago, you know? It was like December. Can I tell you? I want to tell you guys some stories. It's kind of funny. So, you guys don't know this. I never had a chance to sit down with you and tell you, like, how LA went down initially, right? So, what happened was that I touched down. I had a horrible no sleep, sick as hell because of that J&J shot. It was just... I entered LA horribly. Just immediately bad vibes, right? I touched down to LA, to the airport. And... Oh, it was a nightmare. Zerka was like texting me, calling me. The plane touched down, and we were gonna have Vi pick us up, right? So there was just a lot of chaos, and then you know, I'm landing. Zerka's blowing up my phone. Oh, where are you? Where are you? We're trying to coordinate. It's so big. Yo, where are you at? What's the pillar? What's the pillar? How far are you away? It was a nightmare. And then Vi was coming too. So eventually we worked it out. Based. Thank you, Svet. Appreciate you. We had Vi pick us up, And Vi had this car. It was a BMW. I don't know what it was called. It was so sick. It was so sick. So Vi first got me, and I got into the front seat. And then we pulled up, and then Zerka was still lost, right? And he didn't know where he was, and oh my god, he's really bad at directions. So we were like, you know how there's pillars at LAX? We're like, okay, it's B6 or M2 or whatever the fuck. And finally we found Zerka, and we told him, yo, we're right here next to this, whatever. We got him. And first time I saw Zerka was fucking hilarious. I remember he was walking towards us in the car. He had his fucking small luggage. And it was just goofy. Like, just seeing him in person. It's not that he looked goofy, but seeing like the online personality in person was like, it's just kind of, I don't know. It was funny. Immediately funny. So he got into the yeah, it was like out of place. He got into the Beamer, and we drove off, and then we had a very scenic drive to the downtown LA with like the skyline and shit, and I was like, damn, this place is fucked up. And the vibes were immediately like that. It was like, holy shit, this is like a dark place. Like, this is some gangster, Vi, he's got those vibes, you know what I mean? And it was like, yeah, very, very gangster type of vibe, whatever. Like, in LA, satanic, Babylon, but I kind of liked it a little bit, So finally, we got to the hotel that we were at, and the hotel we were at was in, it was in Hollywood, not West Hollywood, but Hollywood Boulevard, with it was a really bad place. So I got, LA was the occult capital of the world, if you didn't know. So we got into our hotel. The hotel was kind of weird. We checked in, got our stuff, and then we decided to go for a walk pretty late. I was still sick as hell, so the vibes were bad. The weather was shit in LA. Just horrible fucking weather, right? And it was a ghost town because it was at night. Everyone was gone. It was lockdowns because of Omicron. The students were on break, and we're in Hollywood. We're walking around, and we're actually spooked. We're scared. We're like, holy shit, this place is dangerous. And we, MS-13 pulled up on us, like with their music playing loud. We were scared as hell that something was going to happen. And then we just found this fucking fire hydrant while we were walking. This was where like the Hollywood stars are, like the stars on the pavement. And for some reason, Zerko thought it was really funny because neither of us are used to such a shithole. Now that I remember, I'm like, yeah, that's normal. It's fucking LA. I mean, you're just going to find shit like that. And I wouldn't have been, looking back, it's not even as scary as I remember it, right? But, like, I could walk here at 4 a.m., whatever. But going there for the first time, you don't know that, right? So you're just like, what is this post-apocalyptic, fucked up place? It's a fire hydrant on the fucking, side of the road. And that first week in LA was before we got Omicron. Bro, LA was like a horror movie, man. What happened? Oh my god. The first week, some crazy shit happened. I don't even remember a lot of the things. I just remember the Saturday after, I got so fucking drunk. Blackout drunk. It was really dark. Vi got us a table. I kid you not. I know this now, so now I'm like, what the fuck? So Vi got us this table at fucking this club in West Hollywood. It's called Bootsy's. And immediately when we sat on the table, we got swarmed by these girls, right? This group of girls. I was already a little drunk by then. And for some reason, I thought they were escorts that came with the table. I was like, what? So they're just here to like look nice, I guess, with us. But then I later found out they were not escorts. They were just girls at the club. And because it seemed like the manager directed them to our table. But actually, I found out later that it was Zerko who did it. So Zerko went into the bathroom. And he came out. he found this group of girls and he like whatever, and he just told them to go to our table. So for some reason I was drunk and I thought they were escorts, so I was kind of like, what? So this is what happens when you have money? You just get swarmed with women or whatever? And I then found out that they were not escorts. So I was drunk as fuck, and like all of us were also drunk as shit, like at the tables with the girls, with other girls outside the table, whatever. And I got very, very drunk. Like very, very drunk. I remember that night. This is how I also realized hold on, give me a second. Give me 1 second. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Yeah, so one of the things that made me realize it was definitely not escorts was I mean, I already knew that, but there was this girl. I was super drunk, keep that in mind. And there was this girl, like I had her around my arm, whatever, and I was like a drunk fool, like running game on her, like but I was like a fool, you know what I mean? And I started kind of like talking a little out of pocket or whatever, because I was a drunk fool. And she looks at me and she's like, I'm a doctor. You should respect me as such. And I was like, yo. She was like a med student or something. And that's when I realized, I was like, what the
Support
fuck?
the workers. 2036 Gorilla Sun.
Thank you, Voidburn. Appreciate you. Yeah. So I was like, oh shit, okay. But it's crazy how in LA, like, money is, it's not, look, the reason there's no incels in LA is because everyone knows it's just about money. Like, money will get you, yeah, that's it. You just have to have money. Like, if you have money, you'll get girls. Like, no problem. Right? That was really crazy. It was like, we just got a table. The table was expensive. It was like $3,000. But Vi got it for us, right? And he got all the bottles. And shout out Vi, man, OG. And then immediately we got that table. We just get swarmed. We didn't have to run any. We just got swarmed, right? That's how it works at the clubs in LA and shit. But that was a fucking. You said rich guys are getting rejected? Yeah, because sometimes they're not rich enough, you know? But, anyway, that night, blackout drunk, it was fucking crazy. It was actually fucking crazy. And a few days later, we got Omicron. So for a week, LA was fucking insane. It was actually insane. It was like a horror movie. We got fucking Omicron after we only were at the hotel for a week, so I moved into Zerka's Airbnb because mine fucked up. I was on the couch for 1 week with Omicron with fucking Zerka. Honestly, I feel like it was only 2 days that we really had the intense Omicron, but it felt like a week, you know? And also, we couldn't go out, you know? So we were, even when we weren't sick, we couldn't go out, you know? Because we didn't want to get anyone sick. So we were stuck in that fucking place for a week, you know? And then finally, I started going out again and having fun after that Airbnb was up and I got my own. And listen, this is some bad karma for Zerka. This is bad karma, right? So I wanted to get a place with him to save money. 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom Airbnb. Save money, right? Zerka, he's like, no, bro, that's cringe. You want to share a place with another man? I'm like, bro, it's saving a lot of money, right? We could spend like $1,700 each for that. Why you get your own bathroom and shower too, and your own room, you know? I get it. I get the whole like I don't like sharing a bathroom thing. I get that, but You know, and these are pretty big places too, so we could throw parties here, whatever. It'd be fun, right? But he insisted on getting his own place, so I ended up spending a fuck ton of money for 1 month Airbnb. So you guys know my Airbnb story. So for the first day, I chilled at his place just to like have somewhere to stay before I go to get a hotel because I had to work out my Airbnb shit. This dude gets a fucking Airbnb in the middle of the most ghetto ass place in fucking near downtown LA. He got a crack den. He got a fucking crack den. Dude, this was Roach Motel. There was roaches everywhere. And there was zombies. It was like a zombie mansion from Resident Evil. Like, if you walk down the stairs, there's zombies there. You have to be careful. So he got this Roach Motel place. He got this tiny ass bunker, right? Shower. There's no hot water at all. This dude fucked up getting that place, right? And he spent like $3,500 on it, like $3,000 on it, a lot of money, right? So I spent the same amount getting my place, and there was no reviews on this place. Keep that in mind. There was no reviews. So I go to my place, and holy shit, it's in a nice place, very nice area compared to that. And it's so big and spacious. It's like a giant living room, kitchen, bathroom's great. Besides the shower, I'll talk about that in a second. The bedroom, you guys kind of saw it a little bit. It's just a beautiful, very spacious, nice place, right? My only regret is not throwing a party there. But the thing about LA is nobody does that. Nobody throws fucking parties unless it's a fucking mansion, right? Like house parties, I mean. So that's karma, you know. My place was really good. I got a really fucking good place, you know. Go to a college area. I did for later on for the last week or 2 weeks. I don't know. I did go to more like college bars. UCLA. UCLA bars way better than USC bars. USC bars are just I only went to one, but I didn't like it that much. I like the UCLA place way better. And UCLA was like pretty nostalgic. Like after we left the bar, we went to this these people that Jackson knew or something. These girls. We went to their apartment. And we were walking there, and it was like a hill. You're walking up the hill, and there was like all these student housing places. And I was like, what the fuck? This is like, I had a dream I was here before. Oh, I remember, yeah, we went to a fucking bar, and the lights went out. And then from there, I think we went back to Jackson's place. Guys, can I tell you this fucking story? I didn't know if I told you this. So we got in that Airbnb XL, and I was sitting in the back, and Jackson was in the front, right? And he was with this one girl, like, talking with her. And then I overhear their conversation. No, I didn't overhear it. He actually gets my attention. He's like, yo, Haas. And he's talking to this girl. Everyone's drunk. He's talking to her about fucking Lysenko. He's like trying to convince her that Lysenko was right and that genes aren't real. I'm like, bro, I didn't know this shit was in real life. What the fuck? Bro, the thing with Jackson is that he doesn't separate real life from so like he will actually argue with girls about like fucking China and North Korea and shit. And for some reason he pulls it off. He's not like weird. He like actually successfully does it. And yeah, there was this yeah, I kind of miss LA already a little bit. I mean, I'm not going back there anytime soon. Definitely not. But I see why people live there, you know. There's a charm to it. But the thing is that I liked like Bootsy's and the like What else did we go to? I like the fucking like Yo, the thing was that there was a little conflict of interest, a little bit, because they have a different taste than I do. I like more like curvaceous, whatever. I like more like hip hop style. You get what I'm saying? And they like more like model style. Like they like the models. I like the rap video girls, right? So we were in downtown LA, and we went to this one club once for like 20 minutes, only once, and it was like paradise for me. I was like, holy fuck, this is what I've been looking for this whole time, right? But they didn't like it because it's not their style, right? But that's okay. I do kind of regret though, because if I would have went to that place with Zerka, who didn't really go out that much, I don't think, with us, I think he went in and did his own separate thing, we would have had a lot of fun at places. Because I think Zerka's the same as me. Or no, Zerka's not the same as me. He's in between me and Jackson. Like, I'm an extreme and Jackson's an extreme, and Zerka's kind of like in between, right? But one of the things me and Zerka have in common is that we both do a lot better, and we both like older girls. Like, well, by older, I mean like 25 and up. Like, but below 30, but like 25 and up. You know what I mean? We do better with like a more mature crowd. Like, as opposed to like the college, like 21 to 23, I guess. I don't know. 25 is young. Yeah, but I'm 25, right? When I say more mature girls, I just mean like not college girls. Basically, like people who are doing their own thing. We do a lot better with those types. The thing is that, but you know, the college bars, it's very easy. Like, people are very approachable. It's very easy, but it's like, it's not coming from me. I'm not into it, you know, because I like a little bit of toxicity that comes with like being an independent, not in college, but like have your own life in order, whatever. Like, there's just more of like a toxicity there that I like, you know? Why are you guys talking about Destiny? What does Destiny have to do with this? Not in college doesn't equal life in order. Yeah, but it does mean you're gonna be more mature, in my experience. Unless you're living with your parents, you're gonna like have more shit in order. You're gonna be like more mature and shit, you know? But LA brought out a different side of me that I think was necessary. Because here in Michigan, I'm like a fucking warrior priest. I got a fucking giant ass beard, whatever. I have this priestly energy about me here, right? It just comes naturally. I'm a sheikh here, right? But in LA, I'm just a warrior prince. You know what I mean? I'm like an Arabian prince in LA. And I got my tungsten jewelry. Shout out tungsten jewelry. You know, why would I spend fucking money getting silver or gold or some shit when it looks the same? You know? But I don't wear that shit in Michigan. I don't wear jewelry in Michigan, right? I'm a simple man in Michigan. But listen, I will never go to LA ever again unless two conditions. It's gotta be in the summer. It's gotta be. I'm not the fall, not the winter, not even spring. It's gotta be in the summer because I want to be at the beach every fucking day. Okay, so that's condition number one, the most important one. Condition number two, I want to introduce more variety to the scenes I was at because the model thing is not my taste. It's not up my alley. Like, it's hard to be into it, you know? It's hard to be into it. The whole, like, the model style, whatever. But I think I'm going to New York next. I'm going to go to New York probably in the summer. Actually, I can't. To be honest, I don't have money for these vacations. What's happening in the summer is that I'm going to TwitchCon EU, and that's going to drain a lot of my money. Going to that EU TwitchCon in Amsterdam, whatever. No, I can handle NY, okay? I can handle the depressingness of NY. I love Italian women a lot. Shout out Julia Fox. Trust me, NY is my crowd. Trust me, NY is my crowd. But it's not all for women, but like that's how you measure whether a place is good or not. Like is it the vibes are right? Weren't you going to Russia with Jackson? Yeah. I don't know when though. It may be next year. I don't know. I like NYC. I like the energy more, but LA's got there's a charm to LA. There's something going on there, right? There's a charm to it. It's very suffocating in the winter when it's not always good weather, right? Oh my God, in the summer, I would have had a lot better time in LA. A lot better. No, Pesto, I know what a big city's like now, so NYC will be fine. Like, I get it. I get it. I do want to go to Mexico sometime. That's the thing. LA just wanted to make me go to Mexico. Every moment I spent in LA, I was like, I want to go to Mexico. That's where the real soul of this city is coming from. That's where the energy that I like is coming from. I want to go to Mexico, get stung by a scorpion right here. I want to go to that Mexican desert. You know what I mean? I want that toxicity. You know what I mean? I want to go to Mexico and have a toxic time. I want that poison. You understand? But anyway, yeah, I want to be the Scorpion King. You know what I mean? I don't know if I want to go to Cancun. But, I did go. The only time I went to a club alone in LA was, I didn't. This was one of the last days I was there, and everyone called it a night, and they're like, we're just going to go home. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to check this place out. I went to this Mexican club in LA, downtown LA, I mean, and everyone there spoke Spanish. Everyone was Mexican, right? But just waiting outside of that club, I knew it was my calling. Like, this is my place. I like this place, right? This is like the people I can chill with here, fit in, and these are the girls that I like, right? And it was not an upscale place. It was a very like lower class type of place, but I love the music and the atmosphere and whatever the people. So I was like, this is where, this is something I want to have a good night tonight, right? So I wait like 15 minutes in line, and then I get to the door. And then immediately the dude is like, "Oh yeah, listen, we only take cash, and it's $40. It's $20 usually." And he's like, "No, it's $40." And I think the reason maybe was because I wasn't Mexican, and he could tell. Bro, let me tell you something. So if you're fuck this USB shit, fuck off Windows Explorer. Bro, shut the fuck up. All right. It's just Windows Explorer fucking bothering me, popping up. Okay? So anyway, the thing is that when it comes to other ethnicities that are, like, for example, if you come from a white American background, you will see me, oh, he could be Armenian, he could be Latino, he could be whatever, he could be Persian. But then when I talk to these Armenian girls, let me tell you some scary shit, right? I was like running some game, whatever, Armenian girl, right? Thick, super thick, whatever, right? So, because that's my type. When we go to these, it was at the college bar, it was at the UCLA. Because that's what I go for, you know what I mean? I go for like whatever. So I told her, I looked at her, and I'm like, what am I? Like my ethnicity, whatever. I kid you fucking not. She says, okay, first she goes Arab. And I say, okay, I could see that's an easy guess. Arab, whatever. I'm Arab. Okay? And then I'm like, okay, what country? Like, what type of Arab or whatever? She goes Lebanese. And I'm like, damn! On the dot. And it's like, why can't I be Armenian? Because I look the same. but it's like they could tell. Everyone can tell, right? People can tell. Like Persians, I talk to Persians, they could tell, right? I can't just like fake and blend in. It's not the same to Europeans, but it's the same to it's the same to Europeans. It's just not the same to us. How Persian was Vi? Vi's Armenian. Vi's Niko Bellic, bro. He's the Armenian Niko Bellic. Did I pipe? No, not with her. No. You guys gotta understand, and like when you're out, you talk to like 100 girls, and you only get lucky with like one or two. You don't actually like. You're not successful with every girl you talk to, you know? Just the nature of how shit is. But, yeah, you keep shooting. That's why, like, I don't think people on the internet should go out because y'all don't know how to do that. Like, you don't know how to get rejected and keep it moving, you know? But, yeah. When it comes to the gym, do not fucking flirt at the gym, okay? Don't ever bring that fucking bullshit to the gym. And you're not gonna believe me here. I'm gonna show you how fanatical I am at the gym. So usually I exercise alone. I don't exercise with other people, but in LA I had to because first of all, I'm going out almost every night. Second of all, I wake up, go to the gym. It was just my routine because the gym closes actually. They're not 24 hours. They close like at 8 p.m., 10 p.m. So I got to go early, right? And early to me is like 12 p.m., 1 p.m. Bro, every day at the gym. You're not going to believe this. You're not going to fucking believe it. Are you going to believe it? Every single day. There was this extremely thick, but like very athletic, but very, very thick, like extremely thick Korean girl. And almost every day, she literally would try to come up to me to strike up conversation, and I would swerve her. You're not going to believe that. Because like, we first started like interacting or whatever because like we used the same Smith machine, but like, you know, every time she tried to come say hi to me, I would pretend like I didn't see her to keep on doing what I'm doing. You're not gonna fucking believe me. I don't give a fuck. Don't believe me, right? Don't believe me. No, it wasn't sets because I wasn't touching any machines. Like I would walk past her and she would literally be like, hi, whatever, and I would ignore her. I swerve her, keep on moving. And that's how seriously I take the gym. Don't believe me. I don't give a fuck. Don't believe me. No, I'm not shy either. That's how much I'm in a different mentality at the gym. And you know what? I'm not saying she was interested in me. Because, you know, she seemed like a friendly person. She probably did that to like a lot of people at the gym, whatever. But I'm just telling you how much I take the gym seriously. And there's other examples and shit. I ignore people at the gym. If you come and try to strike up conversation, smile or whatever, come talk to me, I'm going to fucking swerve you and pretend I don't know you. Pretend I can't see you. Are you kneecapping yourself? No. Because it's the fucking gym, motherfucker. It's the gym. I'm not at the gym to look pretty. I'm at the gym to be ugly and, you know, brutal and vicious. Don't fucking do not come to me at the gym. Just period. I'm not in the mentality to be talking to people at a gym. I'm not. And I've actually tested this before. Like one time I did. You guys are gonna understand. My Spartan curls are very mental to me. They're very like mental, right? Very much mentally, like you know, spiritually fucking like discipline type of thing that I do. And with Spartan curls, one time I tested it and I was like, you know what? When I go home, I haven't nutted in like 5 days. I'm gonna go bust a nut. And this was like a year or two ago when I was like isolated, whatever. So I was just thinking I was like basically like thinking about how fucking horny I was, basically, right? and I performed horribly with my Spartan curls. And you'd think that like that type of energy would help you in the gym. It does not. So that's when I realized, yeah, I know it's every fucking time I touch this fucking webcam, it does that. This. You know what? We're getting rid of this fucking thing right now. See this? Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Unplugged it. Okay? That's when I realized sexual energy and the lifting power completely unrelated and inversely proportional. Completely unrelated, completely inversely proportional. Anyway, so listen, all in all, this is what I gotta say. Because you didn't eat the box. There's a funny story I want to tell you guys. So I met a few people in LA that like knew who I was, let's just say, and they knew about the thing of like me saying I don't eat the box, right? And like I was confronted with it with someone I was trying to get with, and I was like, no, that's just some shit I say publicly. Like in real life, I do eat the box. I lied. Wait, am I lying? I don't know. Who knows? You're not gonna know who the liar is or isn't. And the truth is only based on who I love more, chat or women. Who do I love more, chat or women? That's the only thing that's going to decide it. But I was like, no, listen, that's just some shit I say publicly, formally, like in real life, you know, like I love eating the box. I do that, you know. Y'all not going to know the truth, but yeah, I'm lying to somebody. I'm either lying to y'all or I'm lying to them. And I'm pretty sure, listen, you got to have faith to know who I'm lying to. But it honestly does depend on who it is. I swear to God, that's actually true. But yeah, it depends on who it is. Also, can I say something that's going to make people feel bad? Look, women can have height preferences. I don't have height preferences usually. But when it comes to eating the box, I like it when they're short. You know, like when they're like 5 to 5'3". That's when like eating the box is like acceptable to me. But when they're around my height or taller, it's kind of grosses me out. I don't know. Is that weird? That's weird. Yeah, that's just how I am. That's just how I am. But anyway, for anything else, I don't care about height, but like that's one of the things where it's like I only like to eat the box when they're short. Um and I honestly I never understood the height thing until recently where I was like, you know what? It is kind of nice when there's like a height difference. It's kind of not an extreme one. No, okay, I'm going to say something. I do discriminate against height. I'm not attracted to people under 5 foot. I'm not attracted to you if you're under 5 foot. Period, right? 5 foot is the cutoff mark, okay? But 5 foot to like 5'3", it's really nice, right? It is nice when they're like short, you know? It's nice when there's like a height gap. That's something I realized. But it's not a necessity, but it's nice, you know? 3 to 4 inch at least. No, I don't impose any like I don't like discriminate. I'm just saying like that's a perk, you know, that's nice. It's not that I discriminate. I don't discriminate. As a matter of fact, listen, you guys understand the only thing I discriminate on is curvaceousness. And I have made some exceptions. And some of those exceptions were based on cope. Like, where it was the only thing I had on the table. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to pretend you're thick. Because you kind of have some ass, a little bit. And I'm just going to, like, exaggerate it mentally. So I can get off on this. But, you know, that's the only real thing where I'm a hardcore, like, shallow guy discriminate. Like, that's the only thing is curvaceousness. Like, where I'm going to be very discriminatory and shit. Right? And that's why I'm not against people having preferences. I'm not against women having preferences at all. And you know what's so satanic about why I say that? Because I feel like I can overcome those preferences if I really want her. Like, if I really like her, I really want her, and she tells me, oh, I only talk to guys above 6 foot. I'm like, sure, you know? That's if I really want her, right? Isn't that fucked up? It's not even fair. And the reason why, because women are not as shallow as men when it comes to looks. They're just not. They don't have like strong principles when it comes to looks. That's just the truth. That's just the truth. They don't have strong principles. They can like they're malleable, you know? Some ugly dudes have no business being picky. No, that's the sick, fucked up, satanic thing. That's why incels are the biggest insult to women. Incels existing is the biggest, like, it's the biggest, like, form of insulting women ever. And the reason is because even ugly dudes can pull. Like, very well. Even better than good look. You know how many good looking dudes have no game and get no pussy? A lot. Probably most of them, actually. You know? Looks are just compounding shit. But you just very ugly dudes can get like any girl they want. That's why incels are the biggest. Like, it's such insult to injury. It's like it's not even fair. Like, dudes don't even have to worry about looks at all. Women have to be completely consumed with looks. And you still have incels out here who are like, they're like, it is not fair that women prefer a chin measurement of jaw measurement. It's such an insult. It's such an insult. Holy shit. It's such an insult. It's like the biggest slap in the face. Like, imagine being a woman having to care so much about looks because of how shallow dudes are. And dudes don't even have to care about it. And you still have dudes complaining that women are too shallow when it comes to looks. That's so fucked up, bro. That's so fucked up. I'm not even saying it's immoral. I'm just saying that's just a major L. I'm sorry. That's just really fucked up. Yo, that's fucked up, man. Only 12% of men fit with the framework of women's preferences. No, I'm going to be real. Money will help you a lot. Okay? But lying about having money will help you better. If you're rich and you're not flaunting that to her, she's not even going to fucking care or notice. If you're broke as shit, but you act rich, like, yeah, look at this fake jewelry I got, look at all this shit I got. Don't fall for it, you know? That, bruh, you guys know how many girls I told in LA that I have a private jet? And I stole that from Jackson because he was talking to these girls. He's like, yo, listen. He just lies so much like that. It's crazy, right? He's like, listen, I have a private jet leaving to Spain in 2 weeks. Do you want to come? Oh, there's so much shit like that he does, bro. I learned all that shit from him. Yeah, it does work in LA. That's how LA is, bro. They actually believe anything. Oh my god, bro. It's fucking hilarious. It does work. It actually works. Private jet, bro. Come on. Yo, that's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. But it's actually fun. There's like something fun about There's something so fun about punching way above your class. Like just like pretending yeah, people play along with the fantasy even if it's not believable, and that's exactly it. People are like, yo, girls are shallow, they only like rich guys. They like the fantasy of a rich guy more than actually having money itself. That's why broke dudes pull so much, because they can fake the confidence of being rich. Oh god, yeah. Making all these plans. Yo, there's this one dude that was in our group. His and he was from France, right? He was in like a veteran. He's from France. He's an African who went to France, something like that, right? He was a French, but he spoke French, right? Every time we went out, he would do the same thing. He'd go up to the girl he likes, and he'd just be like, "Yo, you want to come to Paris? Have you been to France?" Like some shit like that. It would work every time. And of all of us in our group, he would go home like every night with a girl. Every night. It would work every night. I've never seen that. Dude was a legend. Oh man. That was fun. I'm reminiscing about something that happened like 2 weeks ago. Anyway, let's actually get to some meat and potatoes, because we've been dilly-dallying a little bit. Anything else in this Reddit before we move on to the Hassan thing? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna cover two things. I'm gonna cover Hassan and Anna Kasparian on the truckers. Hassan betrays the working class. Sorry, Hassan, but don't hate you personally, but I'm going to critique you on substance. And first, I'm going to pee. I'm going to engage in something called urination. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm gonna do something that's really unacceptable. Streamers are not allowed to do this. It's like extremely taboo. And I hate to break it to you guys. I hate to do this to you guys, right? Makes me feel really bad to have to do this, right? But what I'm gonna do is eat while I watch this, because unfortunately I am a human being and I have to consume food, and I know you guys don't like it when I have to eat because it takes away time from talking, but it's something I have to do, you know? Hold on, let me watch this. All right. Let's watch this.
Let's get to the hogs, don't you know?
What started as a protest against U.S. and Canadian rules requiring truckers to be fully vaccinated to enter either country has erupted into a movement of thousands against the Canadian public health system.
We don't need the government to overreach to tell us what to do.
The unvaccinated for 2 years have been shamed and thrown under the bus.
Thank you, villain.
The protesters took to the streets for the second week in a row with a convoy of semi-trucks blocking intersections. They brought downtown Ottawa to a halt, disrupting businesses and flooding police with calls about everything from incessant honking to threats and assault. The protests have drawn praise from former President Donald Trump, and Ottawa police say the convoy is getting significant logistical and financial support from people in the United States. On Friday,
It's so awesome that like we're just exporting the chuds and also, yo, get f***ed, Canada, okay? I'm sorry. It just makes me so giddy when we give our fucking reactionary brain rot to other countries. Like, it's great. It's fucking great, dude.
Yeah, like the reactionary brain rot of the Chicago strike of 1888. Like the reactionary brain rot of like, you know, when workers rise up, it's just the plebeians are rising up. Dirty plebs. It's totally reactionary. You guys notice this word reactionary literally just refers to earthly rather than heavenly? Like, reactionary is just referring to people who are outside of liberal bubbles. It's almost like it's referring to the unwashed plebeian masses outside of aristocratic palaces. This would be a guy calling the French masses in the French Revolution reactionaries. Oh, those reactionary sans-culottes who stormed the Bastille, unwashed, reactionary, primitive mobs of Paris.
I don't know why.
That were calling all the misogynistic things they were saying about Marie Antoinette. It was complete reactionary misogyny.
Why the fuck you haven't sent down like the moose riders, okay? The RCMP, where are they? Crack some fucking skulls. What are y'all doing?
What? This is like an overt plea for fascist violence. Hassan's like, where are the brown shirts? Where are the black shirts? Come on, guys. Bring in the black shirts to crush the workers. Bring in the brown shirts, guys. That's like what he's saying. He wants the state to use this, like, extreme extrajudicial violence to clap down on a workers' uprising.
Like, I don't understand. You can't deal with this protest in the same way that you deal with, like, First Nation tribe members are protesting, like, pipelines being built.
Okay. Literally, like, logistically speaking, they can't. So we're going to go into lawyer mode and break this down in a few prongs. Hassan has unleashed lawyer mode. I'm going to explain it. Here we go. Okay.
Yeah, you have no problem.
Lawyer mode is activated. 1. Logistically speaking, they literally cannot. They literally do not have the manpower to clamp down on this uprising, like they did for the First Nations protests. Second prong that you got wrong. Even if they did, the effect that would have on Canada's population, the way that would stir an even greater uprising, would be politically impossible. Third of all, and finally, I am sick of so-called progressives who are looking at marginalized people being oppressed and they're like, I want white people to have to face the same thing. How about you want no one to have to face the same thing? You know, police brutality doesn't become fair when it gets applied to white people. Because it's still fucking police brutality. You understand? So stop degrading our overall standards. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to degrade our standards of what's considered acceptable. Well, people of color have to go through this all the time, so we should just apply it on a mass scale. No, you fucking shouldn't. That's the thing. Why weren't the police brutalizing the January 6th protests? Why do you think the police should be brutalizing anyone? That's the point. They shouldn't be brutalizing anyone. That's the point. Oh, these settler workers are complaining about living standards when they don't have to work in sweatshops for 1 cent a day like third world workers? How about no one should have to work in a sweatshop for 1 cent a day? And we should be uplifting everybody instead of trying to put people down to make it fair. Why should you put someone down? You think that's fair? No. When an injustice is being committed against a group, justice doesn't mean you apply it to every group. It means you stop the injustice against that group. That's what it fucking means. I don't know why this has to be spelled out.
Problem beating the shit out of people when they're indigenous protesters. Where you at? Huh? What's up? What's going on? You can't crack a few skulls? You're gonna tell me that's what you're telling?
I mean, I don't want to moralize, but I want you guys to, like, entertain the optics of this. Because optics do matter. I know more than anyone that they matter. This is a guy living in a $3 million mansion in West Hollywood complaining that the Canadian government is not, quote-unquote, cracking the skulls of the working class in an uprising. I mean, what does this look like? I mean, you know, just as a piece of art, as a canvas, as a painting, what kind of picture has Hassan made for us? Pretty damning one, if you ask me.
Telling me you can't even beat the shit out of a few fucking white guys in pickup trucks? Messed up, don't you know? What's going on? I thought Canada was a place of...
You literally can't. You can't, and I'll tell you why you cannot. Because the truckers are far more they have trucks. How are you gonna fucking cramp down on trucks? You need, like, the military. Those are like tanks.
Of law and order. Turns out it's not a place of law and order, eh? It's so funny because, like, I've covered this already before it made it to mainstream news out here, and
I saw a savage TikTok. You guys know I've been going on TikTok. I spent like an hour on TikTok yesterday. And there's this one. where like this girl's in a tub or something, and she's like, "I'm gonna pass it to the girl who fucked the whole football team." They pass it to her, and she just looks a certain way, I guess, and then immediately when she comes on the street, there's like a dog with a face that's like questioning it, like, "Nah, you're cat." I love, you know, those TikToks. I love those TikToks. I've seen multiple. Like, I'm not against fat shaming, by the way, at all. It's just the dog face is funny. Like, there's this one where this girl is like live streaming. She's like, "Oh my god." She like ordered food and she's like, "Oh my god, they forgot my salad. They forgot my salad." Like, she ordered like a bunch of like junk food and shit. She's like, "They forgot my salad." And then it shows it's the dog. Yo, I'm sorry, man. I'm it's satanic. Fuck. You know what I'm talking about, you know. It's actually funny. Sorry.
90% of the truckers are vaccinated.
I'm sorry, I'm not for fat shaming.
Okay, there's also a very high population of truckers that are not white, okay? But this protest, first of all, this protest is not fucking led by truckers, okay? It's not.
I already debunked all this bullshit. I'm not going to do it again. For the record, Hassan is wrong. It is led by truckers. The GoFundMe was just the spark in the whole thing. Furthermore, the whole myth about them, oh, they're owner-operators. Yeah, they're in debt. And even if they weren't, they just own their own trucks. Oh, but these are trucker fleets. No, they're not. The CTA, which represents the employers, are against the protest. So shut the fuck up and stop lying.
It's literally built and designed by a guy who's not a trucker himself. You know, it's attended by people who are not.
How many union organizers are actually workers themselves? Pretty sure you're a full-time union organizer, and that's your job, and you don't actually work in the workplace. Also, are you a worker?
Truckers, they just own these like lifted trucks, which doesn't.
It's so uncommon for working class people working in heavy industry to own pickup trucks. Super uncommon. It sounds like, why can't they just be like normal workers? And instead of driving these fucking lifted pickup trucks, drive an electric Porsche like me, a true worker.
Doesn't make you a trucker. Also, I love this, but they don't know how to fucking spell. Like there was a truck that
I'm so fucking mad. I'm so fucking mad. I gotta clean my key. A piece of fucking chicken fell on my keyboard. Okay? Anyway. Aha! These unwashed plebeians have not even gotten their formal education in the Oxford universities of the Young Turks. They have not even been receiving the minimum of a gentleman's education. They have misspelled their words and are using incorrect punctuation and grammar according to the MLA format established by the scholars and rectors of Oxford University. These workers are complete fools. How dare they try to challenge the power of the educated? I will degrade marks on your score. Shut the fuck up, Hassan. What is this fucking argument? They don't even know how to spell right. And how much of the working class and the poor give a fuck about grammar, dude? Shut the fuck up. The unwashed plebeians think they can overthrow the monarchy of Louis XVI. You really try to contest a hundreds of years old dynasty, and you cannot even spell Châtillon and Versailles and all this words of the rendezvous, and you cannot even spell. These people are not even illiterate. They can't. These peasants, these French peasants, cannot even read. And yet they would contest a hundreds of years old monarchy? Pah! Pah! You see, in my socialist revolution, everyone will wear glasses, attend Oxford University, be students, professionals, managerials, and they would be educated hand in hand, awkwardly going in person. Socialism now! AOC! Socialism now! AOC! Socialism now! AOC! The planet is dying! Help me! And they all watch Chapo Trap House to laugh at the plebeians. Meanwhile, the revolutions of Russia, what a dastardly, deplorable place. Russia with Rasputin? Oh, ghastly. Or China, where the peasants were not even literate. 95% of people were not even literate, and they have the gall and the audacity to lead a revolution and boss around the educated classes, such as Hassan in his $3 million mansion with a electric Porsche worth 200,000 doubloons, and you would dare try to acquire a minimum of political significance when you cannot even spell correctly? Oh, how dare you!
It said, like, say no to, they were trying to say tyranny, and they wrote the T slur for trans people. Like, they're like, just say no. United non-compliance. Like, they literally are too, like, I mean, I'm sorry, dude. Like, don't say I'm ableist, but I do feel like they are actually so
One moment. Wait a moment. First of all, why do I have this? I literally went to the bathroom to get toilet paper, and I just got this instead. This is what I used to shave. Why did I bring this? Okay, second of all, just clean my keyboard a little bit, because I actually cummed all over my keyboard just now. And there's a big, massive splooge all over everywhere. I'm just cleaning it, sorry. Back to the issue at hand. I'm getting my royal cake. But anyway, you see, what is most interesting is that they could not even spell tyranny. According to the Oxford Encyclopedia of Definitions, year 1824, it would have been painfully evident to anyone coming from the educated classes of the powdered wigs how to spell a word as elementary as tyranny. These truckers, these unwashed plebeian peasants, who know nothing of the classics of Cicero and Cato the Elder, beautiful writings of Marcus Aurelius. How dare they? You know what's funny? Hey, Hassan, you want to talk shit about the level of education of these workers? I dwarf you when it comes to knowledge. I'm way more educated than you. I know way more about like any given subject than you. Thank you,
Lavrov
Lavrov.
donated $3. Anglo-Saxon moment.
Thank you, Lavrov. Hassan, as an advanced Marxist, you gotta know your place, Hassan. As an advanced Marxist who puts you in your place when it comes to knowledge about like philosophy and history and all that kind of shit, like I'm telling you, the workers are right and you're wrong. So I'm the authority. Apparently the authority is whoever's more educated. I am more educated than you. I'm telling you the workers are right. Simple as that.
Fucking stupid. Like they're just like actually incredibly dumb. Non-compliance.
Listen, I'll forgive Hassan if he accepts me as a father figure in his life. An educative grandfather figure whom he learns. If you become my student, then I will respect you. But you will never humble yourself to that level.
We need to stop with this compliance. It's just like, ultimately, this is just another instance where you got some fucking homies, okay? They're hanging out.
My beard is bigger. My education is higher. Higher energy. There you go.
Having fun. They're doing hog shit. They're bored. And as long as it doesn't get out of hand, which it seems like it might, for the record, it seems like...
Well, they're blocking commodities on the bridge. Workers are disrupting the flow of profits. How dare they? They're occupying the bridge, effectively disrupting the flow of production, and this will cut into my yearly, quarterly earnings. How dare they? It's an emergency. Bring out the army. Bring out the National Guard. Bring out the Royal Guard with their big hats. Bring out the Queen's Guard. Quell this peasant rebellion immediately. Oh! These debt slaves must know their place. You may protest, I suppose. You see, the British monarchy has never ended. We have merely deluded you with the assumption that you have freedoms and you have rights. You have none. So I suppose you may protest, because it won't make a difference, so you may protest. But when you actually start making a difference, that is when we are going to send the royal platoons of the Queen's Guard to quell this peasant rebellion, so that you will know your place in Her Queen's Majesty's empire.
like it is there have been like some violent instances, some violent moments so far. Luckily, they just don't have guns in Canada to the same degree that they have it in America. You know what I mean? I just like, at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. You know what I mean? It's like they just don't have the guns that we do. So when I
seize the gunpowder, make sure the peasants are not armed. Seize the gunpowder. Seize the blacksmiths. The peasants cannot be armed.
I see shit like this, I'm like, okay, luckily they're just, you know, they have horns. They're weaponizing their horns.
One moment. My butler is out of town, so I have to dispose of this box and washeth my hands on my own. How deplorable. One moment, my servant is out of town. They are going to receive a great thrashing when they get back. I would have to dispose of this on my own, I suppose. Bartholomew, groundskeeper Bartholomew, take the keys to my Porsche and park it in a more presentable place in my garden. My West Hollywood garden. Bartholomew, come here. Here. Take the keys to my Porsche and park them somewhere that is less obtrusive to my designs. Ah, filthy. Anyway, I did have some leftover food for my dog Tootles. You see, my dog Tootles. Yes, this is Tootles. Any number of these peasants could not even be close to be worthy of me as Tootles. You see, it would take millions of these peasants to come close in value to the worthiness of my precious Tootles. You see, Tootles never has a convoy. They speak of the Freedom Convoy. Ah! Freedom! You have the freedom to deliver my food for me. DoorDash and Uber Eats. That is your freedom.
Horns! But it seems like a big party.
Based.
It seems like a big party for like wine moms. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you guys doing? Go home, you.
Is peasant. Is wench TOS. Wench. Can you say wench? It's like in video games, right? These tavern girls are dancing. These tavern girls, fetch me some wine. Why are you out and about? So unladylike and improperly.
You fucking weirdos. I just don't understand how they can do this, especially when it's so cold out. Like, it makes no dang sense to me. Go home. Why don't you? Go home.
I voiced my opinion to the truckers on the street. They're stuck in the snow. I said, how does it feel to be stuck in a city right now? A lot of the citizens of Ottawa and Centertown feel that they can't even leave their home.
That's so annoying. They just like blow their horns the entire day.
Based. Honk, honk, honk. Keep seething.
They should literally make that illegal and also throw.
How dare these peasants raise such a ruckus? Tootles cannot even nap during his daytime nap. What a ruckus they're creating. How dare they? How dare they? All the ruckus they're creating. Stop that honking at once. Stop honking. Stop honking.
Throw people in jail. Straight up. It's the most annoying way to protest. I think you should absolutely get thrown in jail, and maybe even like you should be police brutalized a little bit. Like a.
Yes. Oh, thank you so much, Hassan, for what me, Karl Schwab, and the British royal family have wanted to say for so long, but cannot. Who knew? Who knew that all it took was a democratic socialist to say what was on our mind? We need fascism. Yes, excellent. Fascism. Let's brutalize them. Bring in the platoons. Bring in the platoons. Load the gunpowder. Whip of grape shot. That will do it. Load the gunpowder. There, tally-ho. There we go. Yes. Thank you, Hassan, for saying what was on our minds this entire time. These peasants need to know their place. And yes, we will bring out the royal platoons. And yes, they will have whips.
Voidborn donated $5. Thanks Hassan for demonstrating the Radmlipsifashoid pipeline.
Hey, Voidburn, save us your sentiments. The peasants must know their place in our society, and you may attempt to reason with them, you may attempt to persuade them, but it's the whip that has always served our dynastic ruling class the best. How? Since the days of the Renaissance and the Venetian banks, my family has been in power for hundreds and hundreds of years. And if there's anything I know from experience, it's that it's a whip of grape shot, and the whip that the peasant will listen to. And we have retained our power for hundreds of years, and we know that the only thing that will secure our profits is the whip. Now, you may try to jeopardize the longevity of the bank and the royalty, which is now hand in hand with the banks, to turn everyone into debt slaves and serfs. Ooh, that makes me so excited. You will be happy and own nothing. Ooh, yes. But, you see, you can claim that you want to reason with the peasant who's in a frenzy talking about liberty and freedom. But at the end of the day, it's the whip that the peasant will obey, and not reason.
Baby bit, okay? That just for being so annoying. I mean, straight up. Just like a little bit. Like, not like police brutalizing, like,
Shut your pie hole, truckers! I will have you know that my electric Porsche, which is environmentally friendly, is as quiet as a mouse. If you can't afford that, maybe you should not be able to drive in the first place.
how do I describe it? Like, you're a skateboarder in America and a cop catches you doing skateboarding where you're not supposed to. I'm not saying like police brutalize in the sense that like you're like a black teenager. I mean like police brutalize in like a regular police altercation where there is like a little bit of escalation, just like a baby bit, you know? Well, that's so annoying. I'm already done. Like, if they were just like partying and they're like, yeah, take your masks off, don't you know? That's fine. Who cares, right? But the honking of the horns, that's really fun.
Okay. The peasants may have their festivities and may have a jubilee here and there, whatever to keep them pacified. But when they start to create a ruckus and a commotion that even my dear Tootles is starting to be distressed, bring out the grape shot! Bring out the platoons! Bring out the whips! The peasants must know their place!
Up. That's so annoying because it's such an annoying thing, such a nuisance. You know, just crack just literally just baton them a little bit. You know.
That he said, crack them. That's right. Get the crap of those whips and those batons. Yes, that's how we've kept the peasants in line for quite some time. You see, these rowdy rabble of masses have always tried to rebel, defending their rights and freedoms and liberties and humanity and other such nonsense. But Mother Gaia has ordained me and my class to be in power, and we haven't retained our power by negotiating with the rabble-rousing scum. We give them bread and circuses to keep them distracted. But when they do fall out of line, oh, tally-ho with that grape shot!
Oh, impound some vehicles, baton them a little bit. They'll stand down. They're all pussies. They have saunas. What? Like, this stuff is fine. The saunas and bouncy castles, like, who cares? Yeah, like, let them have fun. It's literally hog Chaz without guns.
They're all pussies. Well, Hassan, let us watch our words, because would you go to the protests and call them pussies yourself? I don't think you would, so let's please. Don't give these peasants any bright ideas. I don't think you would go there yourself and tell them that they're pussies there. I am getting reports that the rowdy peasants are uprising. You know what I have to say? You mustn't worry, Your Majesty, King Louis XVI. These peasants are pussies. They will never storm the Bastille. And the minute you clamp down on them, this entire rebellion will be crushed in a moment. And that's all it will take. You see, the masses may rise up, but it is the force of the whip that keeps them in line. Send in the platoons, and in one fell swoop, they will all fall in line. They're cowards. They will never storm the Bastille. They would never do such a thing. They would never overthrow their king.
Yeah, I've seen that comparison before. This is a Chaz. This is Hog Chaz. You are right. Without a warrant or cause, the Canadian Gestapo are seizing all fuel, private property from the trucker convoy in the dark of the night at the dead of winter. They want their countrymen to die. Trudeau is a fascist dictator. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, do more of this.
I delight at the sight of these peasants freezing in the cold temperatures of the night. It reminds me of the coldness of my heart, except for my dear poodles. I have nothing but warmth in my heart for Tootles, you see. But for these peasants, how I would like them to freeze in the night. Freeze with the coldness of the brutal winter. Just as my beloved Cassandra coldly dispensed with my advances and froze my heart into an icy thin, despicable... Anyway, I don't want to get into that, but...
They're so incredibly polite. It's kind of fucked up how polite they are. Like, it really blows my mind how nice...
Why? Well, okay, I gotta tweet this. I'm gonna make a tweet. Look, it's like every day that passes, I'm just shocked a little more. I'm just shocked a little more. But, like, here's what I'll say. It's like, 2022 is so weird. So, to recap, the progressive left have become full neoconservatives. A working class uprising is being denounced because it's uneducated rabble. And now Hassan... Actually, I just do this. Now Hassan is advocating for police brutality. Is complaining about the lack of police brutality against workers. Political realignment. Fuck! Fuck! Yeah, I got it back. So to recap, 2022 political realignment. There you go. I'm gonna tweet that. The rebel are up in a phone. So weird. And guys, just so you know, some people will be like, what's this new trend of supporting reactionary workers? Did you know that Richard Wolff, who these guys all like look up to, went on Jimmy Dore's stream and expressed support for the truckers? Richard Wolff is on our side. If all of these OG Marxists are on our side, you're the ones who are weird. You're the ones who are switching up and changing. We've been the same. Wait, you are unironically pro-freedom convoy, just like Richard Wolff is. Richard Wolff is? Hey, I might just give you it straight from the horse's mouth. How about that? Richard Wolff Freedom Convoy. I don't know where Jackson got the clip, but I'll show it to you from Jackson's stream.
How's it going, everybody?
I'll show it to you from Jackson's stream, okay? Here we go. I don't know how Jackson even got this clip. I couldn't find it on Jimmy's.
How's it going, everybody?
It's on Jimmy Dore's channel. Okay, let me see. Jimmy Dore. Hold on, there's a few things. I didn't know about the Dave Chappelle thing. Hold on. Richard Wolf stuff has not been uploaded yet. So I don't know. We'll check out the Chappelle stuff like later. We're gonna do Kasparian after Hassan. But I want to show you what Richard Wolf has to say. Okay? So let's see where we get this.
Like large
for them, their work.
Apologize, Zach. Gonna for yet?
Figured out. So I'm not really.
This is Richard Wolf.
Non-major studio album releases. I know almost every Beatles song. I was a big Beatles fan. Yeah. Rolling Stones. I'm a big Stones fan.
Who lives in Ottawa, has documented the diversity of the trucker convoy. Sababa's Twitter feed awash in images and videos of Black Canadians joining the protest with messages like hate is the real virus and spread the love. They sound like hippies as far as I'm concerned. By the way, Black Lives Matter of Greater New York blasts vaccine mandates as racist and disrespectful. So apparently, if you're on the side of Black Lives Matter and against racist mandates, that makes you a white supremacist, according to the mush-brain corporate mouthpieces in the United States media and Canada. So one more thing, the vaccine mandates have hurt Black families more than almost any other group in the country. Black communities in Canada, as in the United States, are disproportionately to see where
shit libs. Now, before we re-average like real states making this,
So I'm not really disappointed. I'm getting pretty much what I expect. I remember learning about the populist movement at the end of the 19th
There you go. So this is Richard Wolf's take on the Freedom Convoy.
century here in the United States. And the liberal medias then and the conservative media called them every kind of name imaginable too. And it turned out later that researchers figured out that because these protests, particularly by working people, are as scary for those who run this country as they are, splitting them by turning the whites against the blacks or the northerners against the southerners. That's one of the ways to dissolve these protest movements. And I think that's really pretty much all that's going on. Let me be clear about my view, and I come from the left. My view is I am thrilled that working people have gotten together, figured out the kind of power they've always had.
That's Richard Wolf. Hassan learned everything he did about Marxism from Richard Wolf. Hassan, all of his takes about his like the workers' ownership and the co-ops, he got it all from Richard Wolf's. So straight out of the horse's mouth, that's Richard Wolf's take. I mean, clip it and ship it. That's Richard Wolf's take on the Freedom Convoy, right? And he's probably also going to say, I want them also to be more economic in their demands and stuff and whatever. But here you go. That's Richard Wolf himself, straight out of the horse's mouth. And all of these people look up to Richard Wolf, by the way. Most of the working class is anti-convoy. That's not fucking true. You're a fucking liar. Unless you want to define the working class as grad students and professional managerials, you're fucking wrong.
And begun to organize and mobilize and do something about it.
damn.
Isn't that fucking crazy? That's literally the preeminent authority on Marxism. Bro, can someone get this clip so I can put it on Twitter? That's literally the preeminent authority on Marxism for Hassan. Don't let them fucking gaslight us, okay? They're gaslighting us. What they're trying to tell us is that we're becoming Nazbols and it's the Nazbol vortex. No, this is the lib shit vortex. Because Richard Wolf, who you have always looked up to, is on our side on this question. Why? Because we've remained consistent. You're deviating and you think we're the ones deviating. Right? We're not deviating from anything. We've been the same. I was here throughout the whole time.
I wonder why we haven't heard this sort of praise for the. And again, don't get me wrong, Richard Wolff does have some thoughts about, you know, the for or even and what, just because it's.
So there you go. I don't think we need to hear anything else, because everything Wolff says is gonna be after that foundation, right? So honk honk, motherfucker. It's literally that simple.
Nice they are. On the live stream just a few minutes ago, I bet she didn't expect to find anyone who identifies as white supremacist so readily. He's even met with a few cheers. Whether or not there is a minority of voices parading around extreme views, ask yourself why they feel safe there. Wait, what? Yeah, of course there are white supremacists here. Like, it's not entirely comprised of white supremacists, but like this idea that this fucking movement that has like literal Nazi flags and shit that they're waving around doesn't have like actual Nazis in it is so funny. Like, oh.
Yeah, the thing is that you have one picture of that from a total, one picture, okay? And you're being really like weird with the words that you're using here, right? So when you say, for example, that like, oh, it has some white supremacists, well, you go to your local Kmart, and your local Kmart is going to have some white supremacists. So what are we talking? Are we talking about 1% or 50%? Because from what Hassan's coming from, it's sounding like he's saying it's sounding like he's saying it's more than like 50% or something, right? Oh, yeah, they did that shit at Bernie rallies too. I mean, it's a stupid argument. You can't define an entire movement because you snapped a picture of one guy with a flag there. You just can't do that.
Confused.
So nice to see so many faces. I have a question for you. Okay? I need you to help me out. I'm looking for someone. I need to know what a white supremacist looks like. Are you a white supremacist, sir?
Yes, I am a white supremacist.
All right.
It looks like they all boo him for saying that.
There you go.
Wait, what? That's awesome.
No, it's not. First of all, 90% chance that guy was an Asian provocateur. Second of all, the crowd wasn't welcoming him. So clearly that's not the nature of the fucking protest.
He's like, yeah, I'm pretty racist myself. Yeah, if I do say so myself, I do believe in the superiority of the white race.
Stupid. This is so dishonest. This is so dishonest. Even for Hassan, it's dishonest. It's just such incredible dishonesty. Jesus. Yeah, this same shit happened to Christopher Hitchens and the neoconservatives. It's literally the same shit. This is literally what's going on. It's neoconservatism 2.0.
Race, don't you know? Yeah, very cool. She goes, okay. I don't know if he's like being sarcastic or not, but it is pretty funny seeing someone just be like, yeah, I do actually. I am loud and proud. Yeah, it's very cool. And then people are like, yeah, that's our guy. She's like, okay, well, I was confused, but I'm no longer confused. There are white supremacists among us, and it turns out the crowd, they're a fan. It seems like the crowd likes the white supremacists. Never mind. I should not have asked that question. I should not.
The crowd does not like the white supremacists. They were booing him. So what are you talking about?
Not have asked that question.
And I'm sure you'll see why I'm confused. Because all I can see are freedom-loving Canadians.
Yeah, except for that white supremacist guy right there.
Okay, let me break down Hassan's logic. There are more white supremacists in Hassan's chat than among that group of people. So by that logic, does that make Hassan inherently white supremacist? There's more neo-Nazis dwelling in Hassan's chat, whether they're hate watchers or otherwise, or even chatting and trolling, than there are in this crowd. There's only like a few hundred people in this crowd. This is a guy with 30,000 viewers probably while he was watching this, at least, right? Or 25,000 at least. So by his logic, does that make him a white supremacist?
That's and the people that were celebrating him in the crowd.
Who was celebrating him? No one.
Other than that, we're all freedom-loving Canadians. The thing that's funny about it is that like a lot of reactionary attitudes are just trafficked as not white.
And also, this is selective footage. Everything you see that goes viral on fucking Twitter is selective. It's all selective shit. That's all they fucking do is like selective outrage, selective, picking up of a few clips of here and there. And that's all it fucking is. It's just selective shit,
Supremacists when they are actually white supremacists. It's just when you read the theory, like usually in most circumstances, people that say like, oh no, I am a white supremacist are the people that have actually read the theory. You know what I mean? They didn't just like learn.
Okay, but the same thing is true for a communist like me. Hassan, holy fuck. No one is inherently any ideology. People are inherently ambiguous because ideology, you're an idealist. If you think that people are inherently harboring an ideological view, you're a dumbass. You're an idealist, right? This just as much true for white supremacy as it is for me. He's saying, oh, people will never explicitly identify with white supremacy unless they read the theory. But they are spontaneously and intuitively white supremacists. I could say the same thing about Marxism. Workers like this are not going to call themselves communists of the infrared, Jackson variety, Caleb variety, unless they read the theory. But intuitively, they are communists, right? You could say the same thing, right? Yeah, nobody's inherently anything.
Learn it from the memes. They didn't just learn it from Jordan Peterson saying like, oh, neo-Marxist postmodernists are, doing Frankfurt School indoctrination of your children. Like
I don't think Jordan's ever talked about the Frankfurt School.
When you hear about cultural Marxism, that's one thing. When you recognize that it's cultural Bolshevism that is, Nazi fascist propaganda, and you say that's good, actually, I'm in favor of that, that's when you become an out and about white supremacist Nazi. But the difference between, a lot of the people in that crowd and a lot of people who just are openly white supremacists is just like reading the theory, okay?
Oh, so I see what Hassan's saying. He can't find enough white supremacists at the convoy, so he's just going to say that they're secretly white supremacists who just have never read the theory. They're unconscious white supremacists. I see.
Studying the racism, like going and identifying what branch of racist you are. You branch Davidian kind of racist?
What Hassan is effectively saying is that if all of these people were exposed to white supremacist ideas, they would become white supremacists. And that's the issue. They just never been exposed to the theory. And that if they were, they would be white supremacists. Except, white supremacists do try to spread the message a lot. And they don't succeed among the majority. Because the majority are not hateful white supremacists.
Anyway, regardless though, it just like doesn't fucking matter. Like, yeah, there's gonna be racists there, obviously. A lot of those people are racist. But also, have you considered that they're funny?
And if you look at this yellow and green structure there, that is a bouncy castle, Michael. And that's just one of a few. There appear to be about
They're
5
joking,
of them.
okay.
No! The children of these rancorous peasants are now enjoying themselves in a bouncy castle. How dare they make a mockery of the palaces of the royalty and the monarchy that bounces? I would have you know that I live in a real palace, a $3 million palace, 3 million doubloons in West Hollywood, Los Angeles, California. And my palace is indeed not bouncy. These disgusting, uneducated peasants, the offspring of the peasants, with their bouncy castle, how dare they?
Set up right here on Wellington Street in front of the Parliament building, and protesters have packed straw bales around them in case anyone falls off, presumably. So that's just an indication of the kind of atmosphere on the streets. and of the organization, the coordination and cooperation between these
If I was a fucking Alex Jones type, I would say these sorts of movements are psyops created by reactionaries exclusively to make it seem like all manner of worker organizing and worker coalitions and collective bargaining attempts is actually bastardized to look reactionary. Because, like, why is it that there's never any, like, this level of coverage and this level of fucking round the clock?
What? Yeah, I need to repeat that because I was not paying attention.
Hey, these sorts of movements are psyops created by reactionaries exclusively to make it seem like all manner of worker organizing and worker coalitions and collective bargaining attempts is actually bastardized to look reactionary. Because, like,
what? He's just explaining his own confusion about the working class as a conspiracy. Oh, I'm looking at this working class uprising, and it turns out they're not a bunch of baristas living in Brooklyn who listen to Chapo. This must be a psyop to make people think that workers are actually people who work with their hands and, aren't graduate students. It's a psyop.
Like, why is it that
he's just describing his own, like, confusion in his head as, like, an intentional psyop? Okay, this is a psyop to make it seem like workers don't love AOC. Trust me, workers love AOC, okay? She's the Lady Liberty of the working class. And anyone who speaks bad about AOC just wants to date her. Just like Anna Kasparian. When Jackson made a tweet about Anna, talking about her position on the Freedom Convoy, turns out it's just because he wanted to date her. Everyone wants to date AOC. Everyone wants to date Anna. It's our dream in life is to be able to date AOC or Anna. And we're all just so mad that we can't date them that we criticize them. How dare us?
There's never any, like, this level of coverage.
AOC's like, it ain't easy being the queen bee. Every man wants me. Every man wants to date me. It's not easy being the queen bee. You can't sit with me. I'm the mean girls. The queen bee, the alpha bee, if you will.
And this level of fuck.
Just like Anna Kasparian. It ain't easy being the queen bee. I was nominated prom queen. Okay.
Fucking round the clock.
You guys ever meet those girls? Why do people make this shit up? I've met 5 girls that have said this. Totally unrelated. But they'll say some shit like, oh, I was voted having the best ass in my high school. Who vote? I've never... do these votes happen? Who votes? Where do these votes come from? I didn't have these votes in my high school. I've talked to like 5 girls that told me that in college. Like 6, actually. Like a lot of girls have told me that shit. Like back in my hometown, I was voted this. It's like, really? What do you mean voting? I never voted on that.
Coverage on
who votes for that? I've never heard of that shit.
Organizing, union organizing, labor organizing.
It ain't easy being the queen bee.
Actually for workers' rights. But when it's 10% of the working class.
Hold on, let's see. They are fed up US labor on the march in 2020 after years of decline. But what's your point? These are all people mad about the pandemic, by the way. It's all about the pandemic, just like the truckers. And unions are corrupt as fuck. Unions are corrupt as fuck.
Rights. But when it's 10% of the working class crying about fucking mask mandates, okay? Crying about
it's all about the pandemic. And a lot of this workers' resistance is because of employer mandates. You're so fucking out of touch and clueless from what's going on the ground. It's disgusting. You are actually so fucking clueless, Hassan. It's actually despicable.
Workplace safety conditions. Then we have to hear it like nonstop. Then they get millions of fucking dollars.
It's so cool. You cannot separate the labor wave of strikes and shit from resistance against the mandates and even against mask mandates. They're interrelated. It's all because of the pandemic. There's a resistance against the government's policies in the midst of the pandemic. And you can't separate the two. You can't just say, oh, those are the good workers and those are the bad workers. It's one working class. It's one big working class. You are so fucking out of touch about the sentiments of the working class that you think you can neatly separate them. No, you can neatly separate them, all right, when you decide that fucking baristas and graduate students are the true working class and the people who work with their hands are the fake one. That's effectively what you're saying here.
Then they get to...
They're petty bourgeois. They're in debt. They own their own trucks, which they're in debt. And it's stupid.
Just be all over town.
They took out a loan to have a truck, and they're in debt. That makes them petty bourgeois.
Television. Then they get to fucking shut down the fucking entire cities. But when it's like actually something that workers do need, I don't know, better benefits, shutting down a workplace.
Woe unto me! This reminds me of the opera I went to, which is that it is always the victims who are... I worship the victims. Only victims are righteous. Anyone who wins at anything is because they cheated and it's unfair. Only victims and losers are worthy of worship, according to Hassan Piker. I got an electric Porsche. I worship the losers and the victims. The injustice, it breaks my heart. Why is it that when nurses demand fair treatment, no one listens? But when truckers band together, everyone cares about the truckers. Life is unfair, except the nurses are going on strike because they're resisting mandates. What? Those nurses were never working class anyway. I'm talking about baristas. So you're telling me that I work at a Starbucks, busting my back, making frappuccinos and venti grappuccinos and lattes and apple cider pumpkin spice lattes, and I don't say a word. But when these truckers are forced to get the vaccine because they're scared of a needle, there's a big ruckus and they shut down the city? Woo! Woe unto me, life is so unfair. Life is so unfair. The only correct and true things in life are unfair. I'm just like Bernie sitting here. I don't have a loser mentality. I have an electric Porsche. This guy makes fucking millions being a loser. He makes millions having a loser position. I don't like Nietzsche that much, but he was kind of on point with that slave morality thing. A little bit, at least he was a little right about it. Because that's what this shit is. It's the slave morality Nietzsche described. Thank you, Pretty. Where the only noble and virtuous people are the fucking losers, and the winners are all bad. And whenever you actually succeed at anything, it's because it's unfair and you're a bad person. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You know, I'd believe that if you weren't a fucking millionaire living in... That's why people are bothered, Hassan, by how rich you are, okay? It's not because it's inconsistent with socialism. It's because you have this slave morality that you propagate where all winners are bad and all losers are good. Oh, the truckers are bad because they're actually successful. But no one's paying attention to the brew pub workers on strike who want the right to add ingredients to the craft beer. Yeah, Hassan, because you worship losers and you hate winners. The thing is that would be like, I would buy that if you yourself were a fucking loser. But you're winning big, selling people this lie that losers, the meek shall inherit the earth. It's a fucking lie because you're gaining millions from it. You're gaining so much, raking in so much money. Like Hassan's a guy like, no, please don't give me these millions and millions of dollars. Please. Please. Oh no, I'm being bombarded with wealth. Oh, my heart is with the meek and the losers. Okay, fine. I will buy a car. And it'll be an electric Porsche.
I'm gonna flail myself a little bit because it must be electric, environmentally friendly. But oh, the wealth has poisoned me. Bro, just own up to it. You can't own up to it because your whole fucking aesthetic is winning off of selling losing. You sell being a loser while you win off of it. You sell being a loser while winning big. You're getting all your money by selling your chat this idea that losers are the best people ever. And by loser, I mean like literally what it means. If you don't want a working class movement that wins is unjust. The one that loses is the good one. That's what these people's fucking mentality is. Whoever's getting the short end of the stick is good. Anytime the working class makes any gains, it's bad. It's whoever's, they just like the underdog. That's all it fucking is. That's not Marxism though, you know? But it's like, they fucking make so much money off of selling that position. See, the reason I can tell you guys that, like, how I dream about having a Ferrari or whatever, and I'm never going to be able to buy one, but I can still, like, tell you guys how I'm dreaming of it and shit, is because I'm an unapologetic fucking winner, or I'm nothing. I'm going to either win or I'm going to be nothing. And that's my mentality, right? I don't have this thing where it's like, no, man, fuck it, bro. Bring the big booty bitches, bring the yacht, bring all that shit. I'll live that life. I can live that life. I won't feel guilt or shame living that life. I'm a tiger, motherfucker. I want to eat, right? I just got other priorities. If I had no other of those priorities, I would aim for that life. I would be a tiger trying to eat. Mike Tyson having a pet tiger, exotic pet type of... Bro, Hassan, you're so fake, dude. Like, you know how... look how he dresses. He dresses with that aesthetic of like, oh, I'm just accidentally rich as a side effect. No, dude. Why don't you dress like in a... why don't you have drip? Wear Gucci. Wear the fuck you gotta wear. And just go all out, There's no shame in that. There's only shame in it when you have this fucking slave morality bullshit where you just praise anyone who's getting the short end of the stick.
Place for better benefits, shutting down a fucking assembly line for healthcare, for
no one pays attention to them.
Demanding back pay.
No one pays attention to them.
Or even like stopping racism in their workplace individually.
Nobody's paying attention.
That's
like me bitching that I'm not getting enough views as Hassan. Nobody's giving me 20,000 views. Everyone's watching Hassan while I'm telling the truth. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. I would bitch every stream if I had your mentality. Because honestly, think about it. I'm way smarter than Hassan, way funnier, way more content, way more charismatic, way more knowledgeable about shit. I have way more independent original content than him. I offer way more, bring way more to the table, and yet I get way less views and way less money than Hassan. You want to know what my mentality is, though? My mentality is I got to work harder and do better. Not, it's so unfair that everyone's watching Hassan instead of Haz. No, it's not unfair. It's reality. It's the truth. If I'm a winner, I got to know what the reality is and know why and crack that code, right?
Like that. No coverage. Like a little bit of coverage. Just a baby bit of coverage. But we got to fucking hear about these dickhead hogs all day, every day. Holy fuck. And also on top of that, they get so much money. Benjamin Norton. Oh, let's see. The trucker convoy.
Yeah, this guy's a traitor. This guy's a fucking traitor. The thing is, Benjamin Norton had to leave the gray zone to say this dumb shit. He's a traitor. It's not that the gray zone has always been sustaining this position. He had to leave and defect and betray his people because he believes this dumb shit. Richard Wolff is on our side. The other gray zone people on our side. Pretty much everyone is on understanding, is on code about this shit, except the fake synthetic left.
So obviously a right-wing operation AstroTurf by conservative billionaires. Benjamin Norton is correct. This is very clearly a fucking right-wing AstroTurf operation. It's absurd seeing some leftists pretend otherwise. This is Texas far-right attorney general, a corrupt Tea Party pet project who tried to help Trump steal the election. It's as clear as day that...
Oh my God, Trump was going to steal the election? Fuck out of here, man.
The Canada trucker convoy is AstroTurf by right-wing oligarchs. Trump is promoting it.
Okay. Right-wing oligarchs do not give $215,000. When it comes to the 1%,
This is like the middle rich elite, right? Like the, this is not the ruling. The ruling class is going to give a lot more than this, okay? If they're really behind something. This is like they spend this much in a day. Are you fucking kidding? This is like one day that they spend. This is like a hotel room for these fucking people.
And single rich donors were giving them to...
Cost less than his car, yeah. What's more eventful, Hassan's car or this like political event? And this is what a fucking liar that Benjamin Liar fucking Norton is alongside Hassan. The overwhelming majority of that 10 million came from small donations. You know how many people donated? Like over 100,000 people donated. Over 100,000 people donated. The overwhelming majority of that money came from small donations. How many fucking people donated to Bernie? How many people donated to Bernie? For the whole election cycle, it's probably a lot more. Let me see. How many individual donations? Bernie individual donations. Let me look it up. Okay. 4 million in total. So from 2016 to 2019, Bernie got 4 million individual donations, okay? Within the span of like 2 weeks, they raised 100,000 people donating to that GoFundMe, okay? Don't fucking say it's oligarchs when it's 100,000 people behind it. Clearly, it's very, I don't even have to argue this. They're just lying right before our eyes. They're lying right before our fucking eyes. Go to any working class community in this country and ask them what they think of the convoy, and they're going to be in favor of it. You don't have to lie and cope and say, oh, right-wing oligarchs are behind it, when it is like overwhelmingly popular among the working class at an everyday fucking level. Like, do you really have to cope and lie and say, oh, this is the Koch brothers and this is some guy in Texas who supported the Tea Party? No, just go outside and you'll see this is a massively popular event with the support of millions and millions and millions of people who in their hearts support those truckers. Let me see. I'll show you a YouTube video, right? Let me show you a YouTube video. Let me show you the comments of this YouTube video. Okay. I guess these are all oligarchs. Are these all oligarchs? This is all oligarchs, right? Look at the song. This is the Convoy song. American and Canadian, cheers for the Canadian truckers. They're all talking, and all throughout the comments talking about the truckers. Is this all astroturfed by right-wing billionaires? Get the fuck out of here with that cope, man. It's just cope. It's pure cope,
$215,000, which is how it got to 10 million in 2 weeks. It's similar to a billionaire-funded rally Bolsonaro recently did in Brazil. In September,
shut the fuck up. Literally shut the fuck up. Corporate oligarchs paid to send many buses to the rally. Not a single fucking dime of that GoFundMe money, which is what you're talking about here, even went to those workers. They got nothing. They didn't even get a dime, and they still went. Shut the fuck up, Ben Norton. You're a fucking liar. They didn't even get a dime. Those truckers didn't see a dime of that money. How was it created by right-wing billionaires when they didn't even get a cent? Not a penny. Not a single penny of that money.
Brazil's far-right leader Bolsonaro and ultra-rich allies organized the AstroTurf rally, which they...
So full of shit, man. How more full of shit could you be? These are such liars, man. It's so fucking unbelievable.
marketed as grassroots. Corporate oligarchs paid to send mini buses to the rally. Ben Norton is correct. This is very clearly an AstroTurf's operation.
Yeah, how? Explain how it's AstroTurfed. Like, what? I don't have to bring any statistics or debunk anything. If you just are minimally honest, you will see how overwhelmingly popular the convoy is. There's no conspiracy. It is genuinely and authentically popular among the working class. The fact that you sit here and cope and make us even argue about this, okay. Theorize what you want about the convoy. Honest to God, theorize whatever the fuck you want. But can we actually just sober up about what the reality is first? Can we just accept that this is overwhelmingly popular among the working class? And that you don't need a conspiracy? It's like grassroots popular, authentically popular. Are you actually going to sit here and cope and deny that? That's let me put it in your language, okay? I'll go ahead and put it in your language, okay? This is like saying that all of the protests in the summer of 2020 were because of George Soros. That's what you're saying. That there was no element of spontaneity or popularity. The difference is, it would be more accurate to say that George Soros was behind those protests. Because Black Lives Matter actually did get money from Soros. Millions, tens of millions. So it would be more accurate to say that, actually. These truckers didn't get a fucking cent of that $215,000 from an oligarch. Compare that to George Soros, who gave Black Lives Matter like tens of millions of dollars. Let's see. How much did Open Society Foundation give Black Lives Matter? Okay. I actually was really wrong, and I'm going to correct myself about George Soros, because I said tens of millions to Black Lives Matter. I said tens of millions, and I was wrong. That was way out of the ballpark. It's actually 220 million, with 150 million given to black-led justice organizations. And this was July 2020. So let me get this straight. Ben Norton claims that the trucker convoy is astroturfed by billionaires because there was donations of 215,000. But George Soros can give 220 million to Black Lives Matter. And it's, you know what? I'm tweeting this. I'm going to fucking tweet this. I'm actually losing my fucking mind. Losing my fucking mind. Losing my fucking mind. Losing my fucking mind. Ben can sit here and call the fucking Freedom Convoy an astroturfed operation because there were 215 individual donations, a few, none of which went to all of which were seized, but Soros can give BLM 150 million, and that's not astroturfed? Fuck. I have to screen cap a picture. Hold on, give me a sec. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. So in summer 2020, imagine if someone said that all protests in summer 2020 were just astroturfed by billionaires. Ben and Hassan would laugh at that. Yet somehow they reduced the convoy to being astroturfed by right-wing billionaires, oligarchs, because of they never received. Fuck out of here, man. So fucking mad. So fucking pissed, you know? It's so unfucking believable. So fucking unbelievable. I'm losing my fucking mind here. It's so unbelievable. What a fucking sellout this guy Ben Norton is, dude. This guy's a sellout. Complete sellout, man. Is this a claymation profile picture of him? I don't know. I'm not trying to make fun of him. Is this claymation? Or is this him? I'm not making fun of him. I literally don't know. Is this like claymation? I don't know. What a fucking liar, though. This guy's a total sellout.
Here's what the Canadian police are doing, though, in the most polite way possible. This is how they're stopping them.
They are taking fuel right away from people as they attempt to fuel their vehicles. And people are surrounding the police, even though the police are actually being extremely...
Oh, George Soros was just co-opting Black Lives Matter. He was co-opting the revolution by giving them $150 million. He was just co-opting the revolution. But when some fucking guy in Texas gave them $215,000. Oh my God, it's a right-wing conspiracy. It's all a right-wing. What the fuck are we dealing with here, right? It's fucking unbelievable, man. It's actually fucking insanity. It's literally insane. Like, what the fuck?
Calm and cool about kind of everything, except for they're taking fuel.
150 million. I just thought it was a few tens of millions. I didn't know it was 150. Can Soros even afford that? I mean, he's a billionaire, but wow, that's a lot of money.
Yes, but
Canadian Asmongold, who's an anarchist.
They're being pretty respectful.
Yeah, we know none of it helped the black community, but it did help stir unrest. Surely it did. I mean, what was the money used for?
To everyone, considering they just got surrounded in like 2 seconds.
Canadian anarchists talking about how police are being respectful.
You know what's funny is that they're laughing as if they're like over exaggerating because these cops are stealing fuel, which is like life or death in the freezing cold. For people to stay warm, you need fuel. They're stealing the fuel. And they're laughing at that as if that's an exaggeration. Hey, I've been to fucking lefty protests before. I was there before Trump was elected, by the way. Before Trump was elected. I know how leftists think. Oh my God, they're such drama queens. They will literally lose their shit at the smallest thing. Tonight, can I tell you guys a story? One time I was at a protest where we were just blocking traffic. I didn't know what the fuck was going on, but I was part of this group, the YDS, and we were going to block traffic, right? The Young Democratic Socialists. This was before Trump was elected. And we went to go block traffic with like 6 other people or 10 other people. And we were going to block traffic for something like Black Lives Matter, some shit like that, right? So this white woman, liberal hippie type, was blocking traffic, and there's like a car. She was standing in front of a car, like screaming at this car, right? And then the car slightly hits the gas, not dramatically, but slightly like goes for like, hey, get out of the way. And she goes, hey, do you want to go to jail? Do you want to go to jail? I will call the police right now. Keep in mind, these were anarchists, hardcore anarchists, who literally were protesting and saying, abolish the police! ACAB, abolish the police! And this is what they were fucking doing. Holy shit! Don't start this war about who's a bigger fucking drama queen at protests. I've seen a lot of shit with my own two eyes as a leftist that would have been very good ammunition for the right. And you know what made me realize right-wing propaganda is like not even the tip of the iceberg? The thing is, right-wingers are cucks. Their propaganda against the left doesn't even come close to how bad the left really is. They miss so much shit. There's so much shit I've seen where I was like, look, if Fox came with a camera and showed people what you're doing right here, you would look really fucking bad. And so much of it you don't see. It's the tip of the iceberg. All the right-wing propaganda you've seen about the left is the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg. I witnessed firsthand how fucked up these people actually are. Anyone else with experience can attest to the same fucking thing, by the way. It's actually insane. It's actually fucking crazy.
Oh, dude, I love that. Okay, listen. I love anarchists. Yamaha anarchists. Okay, let's just watch this.
You got another thing coming. I have a record the size of my fucking arm. I am not a nice person. And I know what's coming. And I know what I'm getting prepared for. And I'll tell you right now, not a single person out there who's fucking going to be able to stand up to what's coming.
Who is this guy?
Dude, respect, dude. Look at him driving with one hand and fucking streaming with the other. Dude, that's peak, okay? That's peak, bro. That is peak hog physical perfection. Just steering with one hand and fucking holding it on with the other. I do that too. I respect it.
I fucking tee it. And I guarantee it, each and every one of you are going to run like little bitches.
Yeah, he's calling him a hog.
Yeah, I said little bitches.
Yeah, the gloves are off, don't you know? I used the B word. Oh, this makes me so giddy. Oh, dude, I love Canadian hogs. I've realized. Yeah, bitch, you're scared, right? Let me scare you further. Imagine a future where there's no poutine, okay? None. You can't have it. No more gravy on your fries. That's right. No Tim Hortons. No Timmy.
Yeah, I get it. This guy's silly. There's a lot of silly boomers. They're silly. And I'm not really against having fun with the silliness. The only problem with Hassan is that there's actual class malice behind it. Like, there's actual very brutal, like, malicious attitude toward these people. He's not, like, making fun of them from, like, a perspective of, like, love and good, like, you know, lightheartedness. It's actually, like, a malicious class hatred. Which is why he said some shit like, oh, I want more police brutality. I want them to crack skulls. And she's like, what the fuck? You know, it goes from, like, you know, making a little fun of the silly boomer to, like, actual class contempt, you know?
Bits, no Timbits. No. Yeah, that's what this socialist government wants. Yeah, Justin Trudeau. That's what he wants to do. No maple syrup. No more ketchup chips. Gloves are off now.
All you little fucking pukes. Giver. Can't wait to watch you cower and fucking run in shame. Run scared. I got pepper sprayed. I got rubber bullet in. You have no idea what's coming. Rubber bullets and pepper spray are fuck.
Yeah, you have no idea what's coming. I'm gonna say all Demeana's words, okay? Yeah, that's right. I said bitches, that's just the start. I might even say fuckface. Yeah, shackles are off, baby. I'm gonna be so rude, I will never apologize.
Wait till the real bullets start flying. And then we'll...
Yeah, I got the blunderbuss.
It's really just gonna take like a civil war for Hassan to realize how much shit is really about to hit the fan. The Freedom Convoy is coming to America. And because I don't want a civil war, after Austin, I'm going with Jackson to DC to, go there, talk to the protesters, and have a presence there, right? Because I don't want a pointless civil war, right? I want a new unity, right? But it's just, all I gotta say to Hassan is you really don't understand anything about this country right now.
Oh, what's he gonna do, bro? Yeah, I got it. I'm getting my musket.
Yeah, when you do, it's just optics. Like, you really don't know what's going on the ground. You don't know what people's sentiment is. You don't know how much people are angry while you're sitting in your fucking $3 million mansion with your electric Porsche laughing at them. It's not a very good look. That's all I gotta say. Is it's really not the best look you could have. It's not the bestest of looks.
Get ready! That's from my father's father, don't you know? Just wait till my musket starts blasting at a rapid clip, Then who will be laughing? You won't be laughing.
Yeah. To the rest of everybody else, I love yous. Thanks for all your support.
That's awesome. Wait till I pull out my gun that's restricted by the government. I don't know why I'm Irish now, but wait till I pull out my gun that's restricted by the government to only have 5 bullets. Who will be laughing then? Only 22s. 5 bullets.
The thing is that if you got a guy sitting in his car talking about real bullets flying, I'm pretty sure he's referring to a scenario where all bets are off when it comes to the law. I'm pretty sure these people don't care what's legally allowed or not. I'm pretty sure they're just gonna probably smuggle or import weapons from the US through their trucks, which is very easy to do. I mean, their trucks, they're probably all the trucks that are transporting these weapons. They're the ones driving those trucks. I'm pretty sure they're not going to care about what the fucking legal restriction on the clips are going to... It's like such naive shit like this. Like, this dude's talking about a civil war. Do you actually fucking think... Do you actually fucking think that people are going to give a fuck about the law in a civil war where bullets are flying? They're not. Yeah, they never consider the military defecting. Yeah, because the military is not going to be split in two, right? It's just going to be unified. Stupid.
Bullets, It's pretty cool. Like, dude, I want to watch the Canadian police just fucking...
Trucks are practically tanks. Okay, they're not, because they're not armored against, like, piercing shells or bullets. But when it comes to, like, a street confrontation, they are tanks, right? On the street, they're tanks. Now, in a war, are they tanks? No. But, like, that's what I mean. They're tanks on the street. Like, you can't just have you can't have the riot police come with batons and beat up the truck. It's a tank.
Crack this dude, okay? Just absolutely straight whip this dude when he comes out with the blunderbuss. Just straight up. Dude, it's just great, dude. Canadian hogs are at a different level, and I love it. Threat of the police crackdown last night after the state of emergency was declared. Oh, let's take a look. Ottawa police are now dismantling the Convoy protesters' logistics camps on...
I was actually going to cover all of this, but we could just cover it through Hassan.
Coventry Road. There's a long row of tow trucks ready to remove transport trucks. I see 30 police officers dismantling the logistics camp. People are removing the fuel.
This is totally not a dystopian, nightmarish, fascist thing that's going on where people with guns are... That's totally not what's going on.
Right now, police with the help of the fire department...
This is democracy, everybody. Freedom and democracy.
Department seem to be focusing on removing...
Support, and Hassan's complaining they're not being brutal enough.
The gas and propane tanks, police have let...
Oh, yeah, totally. The government's not trying to stop it at all. Look what they did to the First Nations protesters. I'd bet you anything the scale is way bigger when it comes to this, as far as the police response.
to fuel and propane, but have now dismantled the camp. They've, however, cut off the supply route from protesters downtown. Witnesses say before the police raid, they saw drones.
By the way, not to interject, just reminding you guys, it is literally not a meme that Justin Trudeau is the illegitimate son of Fidel Castro. And you think I'm joking because they look alike? Look it up. I explained it a few streams ago. I'm not going to go into the details again. Just know, I'm pretty sure it's true. Like, I would bet money on it. It's true. It's not just, it's literally true. It's no one's ever debunked it either. And it's not just because they look alike. The Trudeaus, the family, has a long history with Fidel. That's all I got to say. Make of that information with what you will. But yeah, Justin Trudeau is the illegitimate son of Fidel Castro. He is. There's no doubt about it.
Fly overhead, surveilling them. Then dozens of officers came to the snowbanks and surrounded them. Protesters prayed for the police.
God help that you could just switch sides and recognize what's going on. People, think about what's happening.
That's a Nazi. Look, these are the... This is so according to Taryn of the CPUSA, these people represent democracy. These are the democracy fighters. Small d democracy here, and
In this country. Sir, look at
small d democracy right here. And then let me show you the scary fascists.
You need to be protected. God, open your eyes, sir. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Stand up for your freedom, sir. Stand up for your freedom, sir. Stand up for your freedom. Stand on the right side of history.
So these are all scary Nazis right here. They're not ordinary, regular, working class people. Those are the scary Nazis.
How does your mom feel about you?
That's a Nazi right here. Look at this Nazi.
Shame on you.
He sounds such like he's the next Hitler.
Shame.
Some truck convoy protesters.
This guy's Hitler himself. These are the real fascists. Those police with their guns and bulletproof vests and armor-piercing shot. Those are small d fighters of democracy.
Seems stunned at this display of force. Dude,
He's even got Himmler's glasses.
look at that. They just they literally don't understand. They don't understand that they themselves would ever be at odds with the jackbooted thugs of the government. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because they're normal Canadian citizens who were always under the impression that the government exists to protect them and serve them because that's what they've been taught their whole lives. What are you saying? Because they're not a persecuted minority, they're bad people? This is the people they think is their government. They don't know that. They're not awakened to the truth, you know? They're shocked.
They're actually shocked when they get not.
Oh, that means they're bad somehow? Why shouldn't they be shocked? If you live in a so-called democracy and you're taught your whole life that the government exists to protect you and serve you, and they're turning their guns on you, I mean, that is fucking that is shocking. There's nothing wrong with that being shocking. It's completely normal, right?
Not even force. They're not even seeing force, by the way. Calling this force is.
Yeah, I think there was there was too few grenade launchers. They needed more grenade launchers, and then it's going to be true force, right? They just didn't have enough grenade launchers. There's only one or two grenade launchers there. There needs to be more. Yeah, there's not enough snipers. We need more snipers for it to be real. What a stupid fucking thing to say. You're saying there's no force? They literally have guns! It's an army! It's a military! That's not force, then what is?
This is disgusting. Force is when you beat the shit out of First Nation protesters on.
Okay, Hassan. You are literally just playing the slave morality thing where everyone who's losing is good and everyone who has a chance at winning is bad.
Indigenous land, right? That's force. force. Like these guys, they're like being pleasantly removed.
You guys know why it became fashionable to be pro-Palestinian? By the way, just letting you know. Do you know why it became fashionable to become pro-Palestinian? Because the Palestinian struggle entered a stage where, confined to themselves, the Palestinians ceased to have a chance against Israel. The Arab countries abandoned them. There was no Arab cause anymore. They were totally under the heel of Israeli military oppression. So after that, when they became completely helpless victims, did it become popular to be pro-Palestinian? Little do these people know that with Turkey on the rise, with Iran still there, and Hezbollah and Syria, Palestinians are not only victims. And you're going to start seeing a lot less pro-Palestinian people when that side of the struggle gets revealed.
Or, you know, being met with the force of nuisances, okay? Hurdles that they need to overcome.
Shame! 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 Shame!
No force. Oh, why aren't they being treated as badly as the First Nations protesters? What a stupid thing to say, because the First Nations protesters have never had the illusion that this is a government that serves them. These are Canadians, right? Canadian citizens, and this is supposedly their government, right? So they did have that illusion. I mean, that is what they expect.
Move away, guys! Get back!
I mean, I'm glad that the Canadian courts actually filed an injunction, and like it's no longer allowed to just like keep doing noise pollution, because that shit's fucking annoying.
I'm glad that they had, you know, they brought out the military police with guns and rifles and ammunition and bulletproof vests and riot gear to beat the protesters into submission. Look at the flowery language Hassan uses to describe the state violence of a fascist, increasingly fascist, liberal capitalist state, because the truckers are starting to cut into the profits of the oligarchs and financial capitalists who are losing money because of it.
What are you gonna do, bitch?
It's, what am I looking at? It's the leftists siding with the government and the police. This is a new type of leftist siding with the government and the military and the police. What?
You get my prime, good sir.
Thank you, Jord. All I gotta, I'm looking at some of the Ben Norton comments in my post. All you gotta say is, when people betray us and go to the enemy camp, suddenly it just becomes okay to like make fun of their looks. It's like, Ben Norton, when you were based, we never talked about this. But after you switch sides, we're not holding back, and we're going to reveal what we actually think about how you look. It's fucked up. It's like, which basically means, like, how many people do you think are secretly ugly, but you just don't say anything because you're politically allied to them? A lot. Probably a lot, right?
The gloves are off, assholes!
Do something like this when we're fighting for you! You and everybody else!
Now you tell me that.
You know, during the Vietnam War, you saw the same scenes of protesters against the police and shit, and that's how it always happens, you know?
Was not excessive force.
Wait, what's excessive force? They have no idea. They have no concept of excessive force, dude.
Not enough of your skulls are being cracked. You know nothing of suffering. Bro, shut the fuck up, honestly.
Dude. For those wondering what these officers are trained to maintain public order, and large firearm you see on the officer on the left is a riot control device that launches tear gas rubber projectiles. Dude, I love the Canadian broadcaster having to describe what a less than lethal weapon is because they...
Oh yeah, totally. You're right. This is all all the weapons, they're made of pillows. It's a pillow fight. That's what you see here. It's completely non-lethal.
You like have never seen it, you know what I mean? Like that's pretty basic, dude. Like that's like
when have police used live rounds on protesters in a Western country? Like when? Probably like what? 70 years ago or some shit? It hasn't happened in a very long time. That doesn't mean it's not excessive force, okay? Yeah, Vietnam. Was that 20 plus 3? Okay, so it's like 50, not 70.
Every American protest. You get like 12 leftists together in America and they have that. Everyone is armed with that, with the fucking grenade launcher. Armed with less...
That's not true.
Less than lethal rounds.
I've been and helped plan and start several leftist protests where there was zero police presence at all. This is a lie. You're just being selective.
Baby's first police brutality. Yeah, it's like baby's first show of force, you know?
Wow, we should all just be so used to shows of force, I guess. It's like something we should be already accustomed to. Like, for example, when I left my suburb and started smashing windows and the cop tackled me. Oh boy, I mean, sorry Hassan, most people are normal people and they don't want police to be beating them as a normal thing. They want to feel like their police protects and serves them, with such an unreasonable and naive expectation for people to have. But I guess that's just because they're Nazis.
Dude, this is so awesome. Like, this part is awesome. They're just jamming out, dude. They're fucking jamming out.
What would happen if American truck drivers decided they'd had enough of people like Joe Scarborough and went on strike? What would happen then?
It is going to happen. Facebook, listen, Facebook, a group got huge on Facebook for it. Facebook shut them down. So our government is working overtime to prevent it from happening. So it may not happen, but if all goes accordingly, it'll happen.
Well, this country would stop immediately. No more deliveries of...
It's true, and that would be fucking awesome. Except I'm pretty sure the Teamsters fucking despise Tucker Carlson. Like, yeah.
I'm pretty sure the Teamsters are corrupt as fuck, and that workers are not going to obey their unions when they do this. Pretty sure workers don't need the fucking union's permission to have a truck driving insurrection. Why do you think they need fuck the Teamsters? What do they need the fucking authority of the Teamsters for?
There's obviously going to still be some... Wait, that's awesome. What the fuck? This is awesome. Like, I really do hope that happens. That would be great. But, God, I want more fucking actual labor momentum just so, like, obviously, first and foremost, so that, you know, workers can get better benefits, higher pay for all the obvious good reasons. And then, you know, more people joining labor unions. Always a good thing. But also the secondary reason why I want it is so that Tucker Carlson, who's like Mr. Working Class, has to go back and fucking cry about like how the Teamsters claim to be the side of the working class, and yet they have a $1.8 billion strike fund. Doesn't seem so working class.
I don't think Tucker would come out against the working class uprising. I just don't see that.
To me, does it? That's right. The Teamsters make $100,000 on average on their salaries, somewhere as high as $250,000.
This is a guy who doesn't know anything about Tucker. Sorry. I don't like Tucker a lot. He's good on foreign policy. He's good on some stuff, but I know how he thinks. This is not what his position would be.
In a state like California. Doesn't seem so working class, does it? Like, he will turn on fucking truckers so quick, and those are like actual talking points that he would use too. Which, by the way, speaking of the Teamsters Canada has already denounced the truck drivers, and they...
Oh my God! A corrupt union in bed with the establishment and the ruling class? has denounced the... Nobody fucking cares what this establishment shill fucking bureaucratic union thinks. Oh my god! The union bosses who fucking live in mansions and get fucking snort coke off of fucking strippers' fucking ass crack in the hot summer on yachts and shit. The fucking union leaders are... Bro, shut the fuck up. You don't even know how fucking corrupt these unions are. You don't even know how fucking corrupt these unions are.
He said the real enemy for truckers is COVID-19.
I know it does... Yeah.
Statement by Francois Laporte, president of Teamsters Canada, representing over 55,000 professional drivers across Canada. But of course, you know, that goes against Tucker Carlson, who's trying to just simply propagandize. The only time that Republicans ever fucking get on board with labor unions, well, I mean, it's not even labor unions, let's be real, this is not even labor unions, but the only time Republicans get on board with like labor action is if they're is if it's the workers that do not represent a union or anything like that, and they...
Oh, it's almost... What a stupid thing to say. Just use your common sense. Are workers not acting from a union more or less likely to be against the establishment? More! If you're part of a fucking union, the union has a vested interest to domesticate you. Why? Because that union is established and it has favors with the government and the corporations, and the union bosses are pocketing money. Holy fuck, what a stupid thing to say. Of course, anyone who's against the status quo is going to be against the fucking unions. Fuck the unions. I'm repeating that, by the way. Fuck the unions. Corrupt ass fucking unions.
They only represent like 10% of the workers, and it's actually protesting against workplace safety provisions. It's crazy.
Quieter. It's been so noisy here for the past 2 weeks because of an injunction now. Anyone who honks their horn could
corrupt ass fucking unions are being upheld as like what?
Potentially be arrested.
Yeah, they're in bed with the Democratic establishment, and they're so fucking corrupt too. Can the unions be reformed? No. You guys, this is the tough pill you're gonna have to fucking hear from me. You don't understand how based I am when it comes to this fucking topic. I am for complete unleashing of the forces of production, breaking all monopolies, and yes, all the unions should be dismantled.
So instead,
fuck the unions.
Get further into the day, what you're going to get instead is a lot of revving.
All the unions should be dismantled.
Engines and music blaring.
Uh-oh, I'm going to be canceled. Clip it and ship it, post it on Twitter. Fuck the unions. Fuck every union in this country.
People giving speeches who insist that they will not be leaving until all of the restrictions and mandates go away for good. Robin.
All right, Trevor, thank you.
You know what really sucks? Liberals look to this and go, oh God, workers like protesting for their fucking rights is bad. So liberals are like seeing this as like labor organizing being bad.
Increased socialization means less people are tied down to their workplace. That's what I'm for. I'm for that. I never said the gig economy is not happening. It's inevitable, right? It's a new revolution in the forces of production. Fuck the unions. Fuck them. Because here's what I believe in. I believe in nationalizing the heavy industries. You don't need unions in a nationalized industry. You could have a corporate union, like not corporate in the financial sense, but in like the Hegelian sense, which would like represent the interests of workers against managers, but that it's not going to represent them against capital because it'd be nationalized, and these heavy industry, mining and infrastructure will be owned by, they won't be for profit anyway, right? So, yeah.
Bad. And then conservatives are only going to advocate for workers organizing when it's not even a real workers organization and it's for deregulation.
Can I say deregulation is good, or are you guys going to get your panties in a bunch? Deregulation's good. I'm a libertarian. Unleash the forces of production. Fuck the bureaucracy. Fuck the red tape. Deregulate it all. We'll regulate some again. But yeah, the regulations can suck my nuts. I'm a Nick Land free market guy.
And against healthcare
More decentralization.
initiatives. The trucker convoy could be coming to the United States of America, don't you know?
We can have new regulations, new, clean, shining, simple regulations. But first, we have to get rid of all of them. Smash the state machinery. That's what fucking Marx said. That's what Lenin said. Smash the bureaucracy. Smash the imperialist state machinery. Wipe it all clean. We'll build something new. Start from zero. Make it simple. I'm against the unions, the regulations, everything. That's what Marx said. We cannot inherit the ready-made state machinery. It must be smashed. That's what I believe in. That's what Lenin said.
Major impact on the auto industry. They're disrupting trade and forcing some manufacturing plants to slow production. Now the Department of Homeland...
Smash the bureaucratic machine. Smash the legacy unions. Smash the federal government's power.
Homeland Security warns a similar convoy might pop up near the Super Bowl.
This is just classic fear mongering. In
Smash the DMV. Fuck the DMV.
my opinion, from the media. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're actually astroturfing it so it happens in America too. But the funniest part about it is, like, what are they going to protest? We have nothing. Like, even the fucking mask mandates have been lifted. Like, that's what I always love. Whenever people are like, oh my God, they're still making kids wear masks. Like, where?
Dismantle the ancient regime. We'll have a shiny, new, clean slate.
In like one school in like fucking like Northern Virginia or something, like there's like no schools that actually have any restrictions whatsoever. Like it's not happening. New Jersey still does, except they're no longer gonna have it. That's not very true. No, LA County still has it, but everything is getting fucking everything.
Bureaucracy is the enemy of the working class. Always has been. Always has been.
Is getting all the restrictions are.
Storm the headquarters. That's exactly what I believe in.
Being lifted. The 11 remaining liberal.
People need to realize communism is something new, fresh, clean, futuristic 2020s. Leave that old bureaucracy behind, that dusty ass legacy 70s fucking bullshit bureaucracy. Fuck the fucking unions and all that bureaucratic fucking bullshit. People gotta know that what communism really means. We're closer to Ron Paul than we are to AOC. We communists have more in common with Ron Paul than AOC. And the Federal Reserve. We disagree with Ron Paul because we want a state nationalized central bank that is owned by the state, and we want the American system of industrial investments using the bank for credit to develop the forces of production like China does. But we want to destroy the banking cartels, 1,000%. Smash the banks! Smash the banking cartels! From scratch, create a nationalized central bank and the Federal Reserve. That's what we believe in. Smash the bureaucratic military machine. Exactly. Smash the bureaucratic military machine. Draft an infrared minimum program. We'll get around to it eventually.
In blue state governors got together this past week, talked to Joe Biden to change the restrictions at the federal level for the CDC too. They urged Joe Biden to change the restrictions at the CDC level.
They have a bank bailout and they always bail out these fucking banks. Oh, you can be bailing out these banks. Bail them out from the rubble. Because the banks, Wall Street will be demolished under communism. The proletarian dictatorship will bulldoze Wall Street, all legally, turn it into rubble, and we'll replace Wall Street with a sanitation system. Yeah, something where the shit goes in the city of New York. Because there's a lot of shit in New York and a lot of dirt there too, so may as well dedicate it to cleaning up the city.
And now they're working on lifting their fucking restrictions. Like completely.
Wastewater treatment plant.
Department of Homeland Security says it received reports a convoy of truckers plans to potentially block roads in major metropolitan cities and severely disrupt transportation. The DHS alert says the convoy could begin Sunday in Los Angeles, the site of...
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this. Fuck the colleges, fuck the universities, dismantle the universities, dismantle the colleges. Bernie says free college, I say no college. Bernie said free college, I say destroy the college. Destroy the fucking colleges. Keep the community colleges, keep the trade schools, destroy all the other colleges. So stupid and wasteful. Destroy the colleges, destroy them. Fuck Harvard, destroy Harvard. The first policy, destroy Harvard. Yale, no more. Trade schools, yes. And you know what? You don't need more education than high school. You don't fucking need it. So it should end in high school. We're just going to replace a lot of the dumb bullshit you learn in high school with trade school. Integrate trade school with middle school and high school. Stop wasting time. Stop wasting our kids' times. Don't be sending them to learn about dumb, pointless shit. Why don't you fucking integrate some hands-on trade school work throughout middle school and high school? You do work, trade school work, to prepare you for the future. And then when you get high school diploma, you're good. You don't need anything else. That's what I believe in.
At the Super Bowl, gathering truckers as they travel across the country.
There's no reason you need more education beyond high school. And when I say need, I mean need, dumbass. It's very good to be more educated. It's good to be more educated, but YouTube's doing a fine job of that. How many of you have learned more from YouTube than you do from your fucking colleges? Everyone learns more from YouTube than the fucking colleges. So fuck off with fucking college. What happens to the computer scientists? They can go fucking live on Mars or some shit. I don't know.
Possibly reaching Washington, D.C. on March 1st, the same day as the State of the Union.
I want all these mandates gone, and I'm not leaving until all the mandates are gone.
What is the stuff that you can't do right now as a non-vaccinated person?
I live in Quebec, so it's a bit more intense than other places in Canada. But look, I can't go skiing. I can't go to Walmart. I can't go to Canadian Tire. I can't go to Home Depot. I can't go to restaurants. I can't go to bars. I can't go to the gym.
Truckers here
Waste truckers
in Canada have brought part of the country's capital to a standstill right outside the National Parliament.
I was hired on at a job not too long ago for a transport.
That don't look like a truck to me, bro. The fuck you doing? That doesn't look like a truck to me.
He works for a fucking transport company, dumbass.
Company out of Whitby, Ontario, and I was let go due to...
He was fired, you fucking idiot, Hassan. He was literally fired from his job, and it's like, where's your truck? He didn't even... See, this is what these fucking people do. It fucking infuriates me. First they go, how do they bring us trucks? They must own their own trucks. That means they're petty bourgeois. And when they don't own the fucking trucks and they can get fired and their employees, where's your truck? Where's your truck, huh? You can't win with these fucking leftists. You can't win. Holy shit.
Not willing to get the vaccines.
Yeah, Hassan from LA.
For my job, and I mean, that's not right for companies to be able to decide that and take away our right to earn money and support our livelihood.
Now, this is all happening despite these protesters representing a small minority of Canadians. More than 80% of eligible Canadians are fully vaccinated, and the Canadian Trucking Alliance, the primary advocacy...
Bro, if you're running out of breath while trying to fucking talk to Donnie, you 100% should get the vaccine. Like, you're gonna fucking die, dumbass. You're like, literally, there's not enough oxygen going to your head right now.
Am I allowed to say it? Am I allowed to say it? Even if you're not... Can I say it? I don't know if I could say it. It's about the likelihood of dying from COVID. I don't think I can talk about it.
Your neck is like stopping you from fucking breathing appropriately. And you're like, no, it'll be fine. It's like, get the fucking vaccine, dummy.
Group for Canadian truckers, which has condemned these.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but I heard someone said, I'm not repeating this, so I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's like a less than 1% chance.
Protest has said about 85% of Canadian
But I would never say that myself. I have no idea if it's true.
truckers who
Interview Sarah Abdullah from Twitter. Who? Sarah. If she has me blocked, I feel like she's not on our side. Because she's Lebanese. All Lebanese people hate me because I'm Lebanese. So they don't like me. For whatever reason. She didn't block me. Oh, she's for Assange. Okay. Is she based? She's pro Assange. That's a good sign. I'm actually going to follow her on Instagram. I'm going to follow her on Instagram. Not on Twitter. I don't like following a lot of people on Twitter. Also, I only like following people that follow me first. And I'm just petty like that. You have to follow me first, and then I'll follow you. But on Insta, I'll follow you even if you don't follow me.
regularly cross the US border are vaccinated.
And for you, why is it important for you to be here today?
Well, because
Fake news. Sorry.
Because like you're don't talk to them. This is fake news.
But despite the fact that these people may be part of a minority in Canada, they are receiving a lot of support from conservatives and other right-wing figures in the United States.
We are now aware of a significant element from the United States that have been involved in the funding, the organizing, and the demonstrating.
The Canadian truckers are heroes. They are patriots, and they are marching for your freedom.
No one trusts you, Ted.
Freedom and for my...
Nobody... Okay, who wants the debate? Should we just cap this off with a debate? Who wants the debate? Let's see. All right. Hello.
What? Are you okay?
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Haz, you call yourself a Stalinist communist?
Yeah.
And you also love Xi Jinping's China?
What?
You call yourself a Stalinist communist who loves Xi Jinping and you love the Soviet Union?
That is correct.
Okay. Is this some sort of LARP? Are you doing this because you just oppose the current liberal world order? Do you actually understand what communism is, or the fact that it's an ideology that is an idealistic ideology? It makes absolutely no sense.
You said idealistic?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think communism has very realistically shown people outside of Western European countries a path to modernization.
Isn't that just a consequence of industrialization, not because of the ideology itself?
No one else is able to industrialize independently. Only the communists seem to be able to do that. When the whole world cuts them off from capital and resources and investments, the only way to industrialize yourself is through communism.
Well, there's been examples of how many countries who've had their development hindered as a result of the British and the French and the Americans. So what sample size are we talking about?
That's the point.
Easily make the argument that Islamism is superior to communism. And the only reason why people gravitated towards communism is because it was the only real alternative to the liberal capitalist world order that the British and the French, the Americans were upholding at the time.
All right, so what are examples of Islamist countries that have successfully modernized their forces of production?
Have you had an Islamist country so far in the last 100 years?
Iran.
Iran is Shia, but okay.
So what?
Iran is not what I would consider. I'm talking about Sunni Islamism, Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, what adheres to
Why?
the Quran and Sunnah.
Okay, I mean, then say Sunni Islamism.
Sunni Islamism, okay, yes. I don't even consider Iran to be a Muslim country. It's an absolute LARP.
Okay, well then you don't have any countries because Iran is the only Muslim government that has the Sharia. I mean, not only that has the Sharia, but is like
But it has some aspects of Sharia. That's true. You know what I mean?
Well, it's
the
the whole state ideology. Now, maybe you could say Pakistan, but
no. Pakistan is Muslim and they're an Islamic republic, but their laws are pretty much borrowed from European and Western sources. I wouldn't say that they would be considered an Islamist country. They call themselves Islamic.
I want meat and potatoes practical solutions. So how will Islamism free Muslim countries from dependence on the West?
Well, Islamism is not really opposed to the idea of having a market economy. Islam also has a system where you take care of
No, it's not what I'm asking.
The people who are displaced and the people who don't have the ability to take care of themselves. So
That's not what I'm asking. How? That's fine. How will they cease to be dependent on the West economically? How can you acquire self-sufficiency and economic sovereignty?
Well, it would require industrialization first and foremost. Most of our countries, first of all, are not ruled by Islamic ideologies or Islamic regimes. But if you were to pick countries that were to switch to an Islamic system, they would need to industrialize first. Most of the Muslim countries, even the ones like Saudi Arabia and UAE, they can't even manufacture a bicycle. So they're rich, but they're not industrialized.
So how will Islamism solve the problem of not being able to industrialize your country?
Well, the problem behind it, industrialization happens as a result of excess savings, right? Savings in the economy, and this savings is loaned towards businesses or it's saved up by business, and they go towards buying capital infrastructure like factories, machines, and things of that nature.
But savings only you're only able to spare savings when you have what they did in the communist countries, which is basically aggregating peasants into collectives, basically being able to squeeze out every last piece of their labor and every last piece of surplus grain and use that grain, that surplus of grain from that efficient way of optimizing the agriculture to go toward industry.
And redirected that grain towards the people who were in the cities to work in the factories.
No, well, toward industry in general. Yeah. So not just the people in the cities, but also to tractors for the farms and building up the countryside too with, infrastructure and all that stuff.
Yes, exactly. And that's how with the Soviet Union, you would probably say that they industrialized in the 1930s in a span of 7-8 years.
Yeah.
It was a very, very short period of time that they were able to industrialize relatively quickly. But
yes,
but you could also, and it might have taken a little bit longer had it been under the Tsar. Who knows? But there was spectacular economic growth under the Tsar.
No, the problem with the Tsar is that the countryside was inhibiting industrial growth, and the loans that were coming from Europe were putting Russia in debt to European banks. They weren't able to ever pay off those loans, so Russia was becoming a whole country indebted to France and Europe, and none of those capital investments were going toward any mass-scale industrialization.
Russia was already industrializing before World War I.
No, its industrialization was very limited and was not being extended to the countryside.
Well, maybe this is just a factor of time, right? It's like the United States. The North industrialized before the South did. Right?
The United States industrialized because of British capitalist investments in the U.S. In addition to the internal industrialization that happened as a result of the protectionistic policies of Lincoln and so on, which helped create an independent industry here.
It was And same thing happened with the United States investing in Asian countries like China or South Korea. They had American excess savings went towards loans in South Korea.
South
Japan,
Korea, yes.
China.
Yeah, South Korea, yes. China, no, because China's the investments in China were very much controlled by the Chinese government. It was like all part of a long game. So it appeared that
the Chinese government had a tight leash on what the Americans were able to invest in, but investment came from American excess savings.
Yeah, but that was to develop the productive forces to the extent they've been developed now. But in general, a national industrial system was already created by then in China.
It wasn't possible without American excess savings. And
No,
British excess
there was
savings, right?
already
Because
there was already an industrial system in China by that time.
Yes, I understand that, of course. I mean, China had nuclear weapons by the 1960s. They weren't totally backwards, and by the time Mao died, I understand that. But
And they were so, but okay. The point is, first of all, what do you mean by Islamism? Sunni Islamism. What do you mean by that?
I mean Islamic law, Sharia law, Islamic economics as well.
What is that
economy that in the absence of having riba, we don't want to have usury, but as well as having a system that has you can take care of the poor, you have the zakat tax, you have things of that nature. Yes, Islamic economics essentially. Not
but
communism where you have the government or the state or the workers controlling the means of production, whatever that means. But instead of having the means of production being controlled by private business owners, investors, people who have savings, people who took those savings and
how do you acquire the savings?
You save the money. There's many ways to acquire savings. Sometimes you borrow. Sometimes you use other people's savings. Sometimes you use your own savings. So let's say if you were to save $300,000 of your own money and purchase.
But then, like 90%, 99%, 99% of people.
A John Deere tractor will cost you about $400,000.
Yeah, but like 99% of people don't have any money to save. They have no money to spare.
No, they don't. We're talking about people who do have savings.
But those people, that 1%, are never going to be able to squeeze enough capital out of the 99%. Squeeze enough revenue from them, that is. Because those people,
99% have savings. So each individual might have $200 or $300 of savings.
They have no savings.
Let's say they have a small amount. Let's say it's $100, and each person deposits $100 into a bank. The bank would aggregate those savings and make the decision on who they can loan that money out to. They use profits and losses to make that decision.
But it's not how it works in the real world. Like each country gets its revenues from very different sources. Sometimes it's from oil, sometimes it's from this, sometimes it's from that. The question is, how will the Islamic world become independent economically?
Through economic growth and industrialization, it can only happen through savings. That's the thing. It's the same route.
But promoting people to just save is not a government policy. That's like, what are you saying?
No, I'm not saying that promoting people to save. I'm saying allow those savings to be used by private entrepreneurs rather than state actors.
That's a false dichotomy. I mean, China allows entrepreneurs to use savings. It also has the state
They understood
savings.
That. I mean,
it's a communist state.
Jiang Zemin understood that. They weren't totally stupid. They respected the market. They allowed Americans and Brits who had savings go into the market and create Nike factories.
How can Sharia law? Let me ask you a tougher question, because the economics one, it's not very clear, right? So let me ask you a question. Maybe we'll get more clarity from you. How can Sharia law fight against the temptations of Western culture?
We have two aspects. One, you obviously have the penal code, but then you also have the internal code. So how you behave as a person, whether you pray to God.
But Western culture is desirable. I'll tell you something. People in the Middle East desire Western goods. They desire TV shows and modern.
It might makes right. America and Britain are the most powerful countries in the world, so people want to imitate.
But they actually genuinely like it. Like, for example, I don't mean to sound too American.
They're imitating it.
Not necessarily. Sometimes they are, but you know, hamburger
testimonials from the 1300s where you had Europeans trying to imitate Arab culture. Many of them were trying to
True,
dress up
true.
in Arab
But
robes.
are you
Just
gonna
get out.
deny? Hold on, true. But will you deny that hamburgers taste good?
They're delicious. I love hamburgers.
Of course. So there's some aspects of this where
You ever been
it's.
to Dubai? They got the chicken Big Mac, the halal Big Mac.
I know, but I'm just saying there's an aspect of this where people want these things because they desire them. There's a.
Well, I like aspects of American culture.
How are you gonna Oh, that's what I'm asking. Saying. How are you gonna regenerate? Okay. How are you gonna regenerate Islamic cultural renaissance that goes beyond prohibiting things? What about creating things that people want and enjoy and desire? What is the Islamic?
Prohibiting thing. It's about enjoying what's good and doing it for the love of your creation.
Okay, but what about art? What about
piety.
what? Okay, that doesn't. That's fine. I get it. It's haram to watch Sandy Cheeks and SpongeBob have sex. Whatever. What though about the creative side of like Islamic cultural renaissance of art and literature and music, things that people want in a modern society to be able to enjoy in their spare time? How can you promote an Islamic cultural renaissance that can rival Europe and America?
There's nothing inherent in liberalism that, for example, precluded the right of having hamburgers.
Thank you, Jenna.
Basketball. That just happens as a result of.
I think there is. I'll tell you why. There is. Because.
How do you predict basketball?
Because with the Renaissance and with humanism, there came to be the view that our human reality deserves attention, not just the spiritual or religious one.
Exactly.
So we should.
It's tied to the human one, is it not?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to say, like, so in Islamic societies, there's a big tension between, trying to be spiritual and religious, and then trying to be earthly. And when you're earthly, you're going on the hub, looking at big booty bitches. Now you do this, don't you?
I'm a married man. No, I do not. I do not watch porn.
Okay, I could believe that, but you will admit it's a widespread problem, is it not?
It's a terrible problem. It destroys societies.
Among Muslims, isn't it a problem? Hold on, isn't it a problem? Thank you, Jackson. Appreciate you. Isn't it a problem among Muslims, though, specifically?
How many Muslims don't even practice? How many Muslims don't even pray Fajr prayer on time?
I'm just trying to say it's a widespread issue where on the one hand you have the worldly culture, which is coming from the West, and then on the other hand you have the spiritual prohibitions, and Muslims find themselves.
In the West, it's a human problem. I mean.
Yeah, but Muslims find themselves.
Shaitan is a big. I mean, the Quran warns us against fornication. It's not just a Western issue. People have been fornicating.
Yeah, but why? Okay, but don't you think the Muslim world should have its own fornication and not just the Western one?
No, because we enjoy what's good and we forbid what's evil. Why would you want?
That's why. Let me tell you something.
Get married.
OJ Smoke. That is why you will never ever lead the Muslim world. Because guess what? We need our own sin. We need our own world of sin.
Yes,
not just the Western world of sin.
That human beings are imperfect.
You want to know why Russia and China are independent? Hold on. You want to know? Listen.
It's another thing to allow sin and to make it normalized.
You're missing the point. Do you want to know why China and Russia can challenge the West?
Because they're industrialized.
No.
Russia can't really challenge the West.
Yes.
Has a GDP that's lower than Canada. They're not.
GDP don't mean shit. GDP don't mean shit. Listen.
Russia isn't anything.
GDP don't mean shit.
Military though.
GDP don't mean shit. Let me tell you something. The reason they can do that is holy shit. Thank you, Anavar. Thank you. Appreciate it. Wow, 2 raids in a row. Wow. So listen, the reason they can do that is because, and I'll explain it to you very simply, culturally speaking, because they don't just have the high spirituality or ideology and then the Western culture. They got their own culture. They have their own underworld. They have their own sin. So the Muslim world should have its own sovereign,
that's poor logic.
Worldly.
That's poor logic.
No, they should have their own worldly reality.
Version of racism. You have their own version of racism. Americans have their own version of racism, where you have white version.
All right, how come
you have Middle Eastern racism, which is
listen? Let me tell you something.
Versus Kurds And then you have the Chinese racism. They probably have their own little.
Forget about racism. Forget about racism. Before the West, this is my problem with Islamists. You act like the West brought all the sin. Before the West, we had our own Islamic sin. We had our own wine. We had our own sinful ways.
In our countries, we had alcohol. We had all that stuff before the U.S. even existed.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with the West.
So that's what it means to be independent. You have your own sins.
It's just to acknowledge what's reality. That shaitan is real. And the shaitan is someone who...
As human beings, listen, as human beings, we are always going to be fighting between spirituality and the worldly temptations, right? But to be independent, listen, to be independent human beings, we have to have our own worldly sin.
Absolutely makes no sense.
Makes perfect sense.
I'll have to eat pork.
No!
Enjoy eating our meat, but we
I'm saying, for example, instead of emulating Western culture with Western nightclubs, we have our own Middle Eastern nightclubs with, Middle Eastern style music and Middle Eastern fashion and all that shit, which is worldly, right?
That's still the same vice that we Islam.
It ain't the same. That's what you miss. It ain't the same, man. It's not the same.
This is what you don't seem to understand. You seem to think
it is not the same.
You seem to think the human experience is just what exists inside the community or inside the nation. What about the spirituality that exists beyond after you pass away? What happens?
This is why the Muslim world is cucked to the West. Because let me tell you what. Because you're always going to be fighting. No, shut up. You're always going to be fighting. Let me talk. You're always going to be fighting between the spirituality and wanting to go to Jannah and SpongeBob SquarePants. You will never have your own SpongeBob SquarePants. You're always going to be fighting the Western man's temptation. You will always be fighting temptations. You will be always fighting. You will always be fighting the temptation implanted in you by foreigners. You will never have your own temptation.
How many temptations we deal with? You know how many times in the morning when Fajr prayer goes off, the Adhan goes off, and I just want to go back to bed, and I ask myself, Allah give me the strength, get out of bed and pray Fajr. I have to make
That's fine, but I'm talking about culture right now. I'm talking about culture. I'm talking about culture. Listen, I'm talking about culture right now. You need to have an Islamic humanism. If you don't have Islamic humanism, you will be enslaved to the West.
And we have culture. I'm a Somali, for example, and we have Somali culture. We have our chants. We have our poems.
So modernize it. Modernize all of our cultures. All of our cultures. You're talking about chants and poems. All of our cultures need to be modernized. We need to have. Listen. We need to have our own. Listen. This is what I tell you. We need to have modernized. We need to have this. Our own modernized fashion. Our own modernized music. Our own modernized movies and TV, our own modernized culture, our own modernized way of life. Not just Europe and America is what's modern, and we go
quoting these nightclubs and music and big booty bitches in your own words because you feel that temptation. What I'm saying is,
I can't get rid of the temptation, so we should have our own temptation. We should have our own temptations.
If you're a worker and you don't want to wake up at 7 a.m, you'd rather sleep in, but you wake up because you have to do it. Everybody plays temptations in their own way. Maybe you don't want to go to the
we need our own temptations.
Yeah, you force yourself to lift weights even though you don't want to. You'd rather sleep in.
We need our own temptations.
You're supposed to make jihad against your temptation. You're supposed to fight your temptations.
That's fine. That's fine. You can fight the temptations that are yours in the first place, not the European man's temptations.
No, every man has that temptation.
Why do you allow it? This is why America and Europe have so much power.
You don't think I have those temptations?
Because we're human. We're not gods. We're human. We have a human side to us. We don't own our own human side. We don't own the human side to us. They own the human side to us.
And sometimes we slip up. Yes, for example, sometimes I eat fatty foods. Sometimes,
Yeah. And guess what? Guess what? America owns you through SpongeBob SquarePants, but you never have SpongeBob Abdullah pants. You never have that. You're owned by.
As I've said, we lack the industrialization capability at this moment. But
you will never have. You will never have Ahmed Bob Abdullah pants. You'll never have it.
You have Islamic cartoons already. I mean, I have.
Yeah, but they don't even compare. They don't even compare to the Western ones.
It's subjective. It's all according to you. Because you do have Islam.
No, it don't come close in terms of popularity.
We have our own books. We're already creating our own cartoons. You can have our own halal movies, halal TV shows.
We and they don't compare. They have Spider-Man, and Spider-Man rules the Middle East. We don't have Shawarma Man. We don't have anything.
Yes, as of right now, because we're currently in a weak period.
Yeah, so all I'm saying
in the 1890s, China was weak.
Okay, and guess what? All I'm saying is we need our own humanist culture of Middle Eastern kind. And you as Islamists focus too much on religion. Islamists, you focus too much on religion, you don't focus on the human aspect.
You do realize that Islam is a logical conclusion of religion. Because if you believe that God is real, that God created...
Fine, whatever.
Let me finish this. If you believe that God is real and that God created you, obviously your whole life is supposed to be directed towards living according to how God asks you how to live. Yes or no? Is that not more important? Because I'm only going to be on this earth for 70, 80, 90 years.
Whose fault is it that whose fault is it that I like big booty bitches? Because God made me that way. You know that. Who but God made me that way? Who but God put big booty bitches on earth? And why did he put them on earth? And why did he make me like them?
There's nothing wrong with having sex. Just have sex with your wife. There's a difference, right?
Okay, but there's a reason my wife would be thick, is there not?
Islam also has a warrior spirit. Islam teaches us the concept of spreading Islam through militaristic means to try to spread and try to conquer.
Why? Listen, God put us on earth. Listen, God put us on earth to live as human beings. He put us on earth to live as human beings.
But as human beings to worship Him.
Yeah, we can worship Him in many ways. We can worship Him through our...
How do you worship God?
What's wrong? We can worship Him in our own ways. What's wrong? What's wrong with having our own enjoyments in life? Why does everything have to be prohibition? Why can't we have some culture? Why can't we have some enjoyment?
As if I don't enjoy my life? Are you making it seem as if I have a great time? I love my life.
But it's like, I feel like you want to do certain... I feel like you do want to do certain things which you prevent yourself from doing.
I
Don't.
I have
God bless you then. I'm not against that. It's just for me, there is things...
desire to watch pornography. I have no desire.
No, I'm against porn. I'm against porn, but not just because the religious said so. I agree with you. I'm against porn. But listen, I don't want to watch
porn.
You're
also against prostitution. There are many...
I agree. I'm against that too. But not just for religious reasons. I'm against that too. But for example, look at halal food, right? You know, I used to only eat halal as a kid. And then there's the McDonald's chicken nuggets in the fridge. I could be devoted to God and not eat them. But then I'm thinking, it's like, I'm a human being, you know, like, if God, you know, I ate those chicken nuggets.
I eat halal chicken nuggets all the time. I love my chicken
nuggets. But
they
weren't halal. I ate the not halal ones.
Okay, but that's the issue. You are going against God's commands when it comes to things of that nature.
I feel like I'm not, though. I feel like He wouldn't be against it, you know?
Look, you're following your own desires. That's the problem.
No, I'm not. It's common sense, man.
But look, you believe in prohibition. Someone else who's further to the left of you could argue, hey, I believe prostitution should be legal and people should enjoy themselves.
No, I'll explain. Because I could explain why prostitution's bad.
I can explain why eating pork and watching pornography is bad.
I agree eating pork. Listen, I'm against eating pork, whatever. But what's wrong with having non-halal chicken McNuggets?
It's not slaughtered according to how Allah has said so. You have to slaughter in the name of Allah, Bismillah. And you have to do it in a clean way, in the most painless way towards the animal.
Yeah, but I don't even know if it's made of chicken, to be honest.
Call Allah's name. Allah created everything. So when you kill a chicken or when you kill a cow, you must invoke Allah's name while you're doing it. Otherwise, it's not.
What about literature and the arts? Do these not matter?
Islamic arts.
Yeah, what are the Islamic arts?
You have Islamic arts. We just are not.
Yeah, but not Islamists. Islamists don't have Islamic arts because they're not humanists. In the past, we had Islamic art because we had humanism.
In the past, they were all Islamic, bro. The Ottoman Empire, the Abbasid Empire, the Umayyad Empire. These were all Islamists. I don't understand.
They were not Islamist because they combined Islam with their culture. Their culture wasn't just Islam. They combined it with Turkish and Arabic and Persian culture and stuff.
I'm a Somali. I love my Somali culture, and you have it within the bounds of Islam. So my type, the way I live my life, will not be the way a Pakistani person, because I'm not Pakistani. I'm Somali. So we're gonna have differences, of course, but it's still within Islam. It's an umbrella term. You see what I'm saying? Islam guards against violence.
I feel like we live in a world of sin no matter what, and we should have our own.
We live in a world of racism and ethnic genocide that's happened for centuries.
But you can't compare racism and genocide to when like you make out with a girl at the club. You can't compare those.
But you get the fact that human beings have that instinct to commit genocide or to have racism.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. But it's like,
should we indulge in it or should we fight against it?
Listen. I'm trying to tell you something very simple, okay? I'm trying to tell you something very simple, okay? We are always going to be struggling the balance between what's right and wrong and what's sinful and what's spiritual. But we should have the freedom and the space to do that in the first place without being dependent on the West. We should have our own sin and own choice to be sinful.
Just because you have this temptation, we should indulge in it. That's what you're arguing for.
No, we don't have to indulge in it. We should have the choice to.
We should have the choice to, but this is harmful behaviors, harmful to the humanity.
Listen, let me put it like this. We should have the freedom. For example, this is something in Middle East. We should have the freedom to talk to who we want and like date who we want and do whatever. And if you realize that's not for you and you don't want to do that, you should have the freedom not to. But you should have the choice to figure it out, right?
Well, figure it out. What if you don't figure it out? That's the problem. That's the issue.
You don't have to. You don't have to figure it out. I'm just saying, why, like, for example...
I'll give you an example. Some human beings, for example, go through many different experiences in their life, and that makes them wise, and that makes them, a real man. But there are some people who go through these experiences, and these experiences destroy them.
Yeah,
I'm allow human beings to make decisions that could destroy their lives.
Listen, I'm trying to say we have a human side.
Do you believe in paternalism?
We have a human side. We should be able to cultivate and explore and develop that human side without allowing it to become inhuman. Look, let me tell you, for example, I get it. Western culture goes beyond the human aspect and takes it to the satanic levels. And I get that. Like, for example, in that movie Blade Runner, where that giant pink bitch is talking to the guy and he's like, oh, look at my titties, whatever. I mean, yeah, that's beyond the threshold of our human desires and human realities and nature and shit, right? But, and I get how the West takes it too far with like strip clubs and prostitution and brothels and porn and shit. But without taking it to that level and just making it the human level, what's wrong with exploring what wine? Why should wine be completely banned? It shouldn't be completely banned. It was never completely banned in the Islamic world. You know what I mean? Why should all adultery be? Why adultery should not be illegal? What we do in the bedrooms is our.
Huh? It destroys families. Adultery destroys families. What are you talking about?
What does?
How many men have been heartbroken? Adultery destroys families. That's what it
I know. But that's one of those things where you can't just make it illegal. You have to allow it to exist so we can have the choice.
The family is the building block of society. Why would
You're not saving the family by making it illegal. You're just...
Yes, you are. Do you believe laws can be deterrent?
No, not with this.
Harsh laws can be a deterrent. Do you believe that?
Listen, we need the human space. Listen, we need the human space to be in conflict with our own desires.
You think humanism is the same as indulging in your desires that are forbidden desires?
No,
Again,
humanism.
There's nothing wrong.
Humanism.
With sex.
No,
There's nothing wrong with
humanism.
enjoying sex.
Humanism is being able to have the human space to fight with your own faith and fight with your own desires. And we need, as long as the Middle East lets America and Europe take care of the human side, it will never be independent.
And I have an opposite thing. As long as the West and the China and the rest of the world doesn't seem to address humanity's spiritual aspect, then it will always fail. Islam has the answers for everything.
Yeah, but listen, Islam is only the cherry on top of the human reality. That's the truth. You can only have Islamic morality will only work when we can be human, when we can drink and clothe ourselves.
As I've said, Islamic morality works when you have not just the penal code, but you also have the personal struggle. So, for example, I personally struggle with waking up to pray Fajr, but I do it. And I also struggle to say, I don't want to steal that Rolex watch, even though I would very much like to have that Rolex watch. And I don't steal it because I know Allah's watching me. That's what keeps me in line.
Yeah, that's fine. Listen, that's fine. Listen, I'm trying to say we human, like, in living in a modern world, I mean, can I say something that's kind of fucked up?
2,000 years ago, we had vices. The Greeks and Romans were doing something.
Yeah, can I say something that's kind of fucked up?
Sure.
And I could be wrong. And I'm not saying I have all the answers and I'm right. I'm just saying when I see these kids that are forced to be in these super conservative households, they're going through all of high school, all of college, super locked up and tied up and shit. And I live my life. I look at them and I say, holy shit, they're missing out.
And they could look at you as, holy shit, he's a degenerate. I have that same opinion, honestly. When I look at the Westerners and how they live their lives, I say, my God, these people are degenerates.
But I feel like they're missing out. They're missing out a lot on the human experience.
I'm not missing out on all. I have sex with my wife. What am I missing out on?
I'm not just talking about sex, dude. I'm not just talking about sex. I'm talking about like having a good time in general, like, you know, going out with friends and like, you know, having the freedom to laugh and have fun and, you know, like just have basic human freedom, you know?
You're making it seem as if Islam is against all of that. It is not.
But I feel like for these people who are like locked up and shit, like growing up as kids, not allowed to do anything, I feel like they're not allowed to develop their human, especially when they live in the West and they're kept isolated and shit. I feel like they're not really allowed to develop their human side.
Those kids, I feel sorry for the kids who grew up in the West who are Muslim because they have to deal with these temptations and their parents are trying to hold them back. They're fighting against two worlds.
Yeah, look, all I'm trying to say is that we should be allowed to be adult human beings, and I don't feel like faith is real when it's forced. It's not real faith.
You believe, well, faith is about who created us. Where did we come from?
Okay, but when you know what? I feel, look, to be honest, I feel like God would listen, OJ. I really feel like God rolls his eyes every time you talk about him. You're blackmailing us with God. That's what you're doing. You keep invoking his authority in his name, and instead of using reason, okay? You keep evoking his authority. All I'm trying to tell you.
Tells us to use our reason, to use our intellect.
Okay, but what I'm trying to tell you is that when it's forced, it's different from when you actually experience religious faith because you chose to authentically. Those are two different things.
Well, look, for example, you have a society. Do you believe that human beings can make their own decisions all the time and not fuck up?
No, I know they can't always.
You literally have an opioid epidemic in the United States.
Okay, I get that. Listen, I get that, but
they made that choice to take drugs, did they not?
I get that, OJ, but you have to, look, I get that, but for example, I get that. Some things should be banned. I'm not against all regulation of morality by the state. I'm not. I'm just saying you can't.
So where do you draw the line?
I'm saying it shouldn't be based on religion. It should be based on humanism, first of all. Religion is something that the state
totally prohibited. Like, for example, if you have homosexual feelings, then you have to suppress those feelings.
Okay, we can't talk about this on Twitch, so we're done. We're done.
Okay,
we can't talk about it on Twitch.
Okay, I'll leave that at time. But if you have feelings, for example, of cheating on your wife with somebody else, because you have those feelings, does that mean you should indulge in it? Is that not true?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but are you not doing it because of your authentic faith, or are you not doing it because you're scared you're gonna be like thrown in jail or some shit? I think your wife would want to know which one it is. If you're,
It's both. It's
and that
both.
no, okay. So if your wife finds out, oh, the only reason he's not cheating on me is because he's scared of jail. I think she would be pretty mad, right? Wouldn't she? She'd be pretty
In Islam,
disappointed.
basically, is this. Our phrase is this: either you fear God or you fear the state. So me, I fear God. That's why I don't.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Don't fear God.
You're wrong. Because you're trying to replace the fear of God with the fear of the state by making it about laws. I can't hear you, man.
It's both. In Islam, you have the fear of God, which prevents you from doing something like robbing a bank, but you also have the fear of the state. Other people who don't have that conscience, and not every human being has a conscience. Some people are actually psychotic, and you do know that's true. The apathy and people who don't want to listen to their own reason or listen to God's commands, those people exist.
Listen, all I'm trying to say, here's my problem with Islamism. I'm going to sum it up the way I did before, okay? And don't interrupt me because I'm about to make a good point, okay? You guys draw a line. Here's the faith, religion, and there's the outer world, and it's all cut up, right? That's the line you draw, right?
That's not true.
What I'm trying to say is that what goes on in that outside world of sin and worldliness matters. Like, for example, there is a difference. I'm trying to say this. There's a difference between SpongeBob SquarePants and Ahmed Bob Abdullah Pants. There's a big difference, and it does matter. That's my fucking point. Y'all think there's no difference. Oh, it's all sin anyway. No, it's not all sin anyway. There's a difference. There's a difference. Let me tell you that. There's a difference. Let's say we're in Iraq. There's a difference between Iraqi man going after Iraqi big booty bitches and Iraqi man going after Swedish big booty bitches. It does matter. There is a difference. It does matter. There's a difference between a Middle Eastern nightclub. Yes, there is. There's a difference. Let me tell you. There's a difference between that European nightclub and that potential Middle Eastern nightclub. There's a difference between modern European fashion and potential modern Middle Eastern style Islamic fashion, which, by the way, we didn't even talk about fashion, right? Why is it so? It's either you wear the abaya or you wear Gucci. Why don't we have our own Middle Eastern style? We should have our own Middle Eastern modern style.
I have my own Somali clothing that I wear. I don't understand.
Yeah, but it's probably traditional clothing, right?
Yes, it is.
So why don't we have a modern version, our own style that's modern? That's what the Chinese have. They're starting to have. The Russians kind of had that with the Soviet Union. Why don't
wearing colored shirts? That's
the problem with you guys. All Islamists think modernity is the same. You don't believe in different modernities. You don't think there can be an Islamic modernity. There can.
So if somebody
That's why you're dependent on the West. That's why you're dependent on the West.
Okay, look, first of all, the Chinese are tapping into their 5,000-year-old history when they designed their clothing.
Yeah. Why don't we do that for our shit? And why don't we do that for our shit?
We do the same thing.
No, we don't. Oh my God. It's either the traditional, listen, we either wear that traditional bullshit or we wear fucking Gucci and jeans and suits and ties and shit. We don't have our own shit. We only have the traditional shit and the Western modern shit. We don't have our own modern shit.
If you go to places like Pakistan, you see the men wearing different clothes and it's traditional clothes.
But there's a dude in Pakistan. I saw a picture of a dude in Pakistan wearing a shirt that says "Daddy's favorite girl." They don't even know what they're wearing when they're wearing that. Bro, don't talk about that shit. They got their own.
Yeah, you have some people who are like that, but as I said, you have countries like.
Because he didn't know how to read it. I'm just trying to say because he didn't know how to read it. You know.
People have indigenous culture and it differs from country to country. You can wear different clothes.
Bro, it shouldn't just be Islam. Why? Okay, I'm trying to say it like this. I'm trying to put it to you like this. It shouldn't just be Islamic tradition versus Western modernity. We should have our own Islamic modernity. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Islamic modernity within the bounds of Islam. That's what we're talking about. Within the bounds of the religion. You see what I'm saying? So I can
listen. You say that, and I don't listen. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I don't listen. I don't disagree with that until it gets to a point, and this is just my perspective living in Michigan, USA, until it gets to the point where I feel like y'all gonna be on some shit like, where women wearing sweatpants is haram. Like some kind of, it's not within the bounds of Islam. Like that's this kind of shit.
I don't know. I don't know what that means. But do you think people invented big booty bitches?
Huh?
For thousands of years.
Do you think what?
That's true. Western culture invented the desire to have sex with big booty bitches. I don't understand where you're coming from. I mean, this isn't humanity.
I'm saying no.
Have sex.
But there's different humanities. There's an Islamic culture. There's a Western culture. Why do we give it all to the West?
Those are aesthetics, man. But that's surface level stuff. We're talking about what's deeper.
Aesthetics matter. Aesthetics matter. Aesthetics matter.
It matters to an extent, but it's just aesthetic. So, for example, I had my own Somali clothing, which differs from Arab clothing. But at the end of the day, it's just clothing.
Okay, but that's what I don't like about Islamists is they don't care about culture, they don't care about art, they don't care about becoming an acculturated human being. Y'all don't care about architecture, you don't care about paintings, you don't care about nothing. All you guys care about is the fucking all you guys care about is the fucking superficial religion, dogma. That's all you care about, dogma, the written word. All y'all care about is the written word, and I feel like that's against the spirit of Islam itself.
You spend a lot of time reading. You need to spend more time reading Islamic authors and less communist authors, okay? There's a wealth of literature out there regarding Islamic culture and Islamic humanism and Islamic economics.
No, I spent most of my life I spent as an...
Too much time reading communism.
No, I didn't spend most of my life as a communist, okay? I spent most of my life as a Muslim.
Well, you said you've been researching communism and reading about that shit for 10 years.
Yeah, I'm 25.
Reading about Islam?
But all before then.
Reading Islamic literature.
From age 0 to age... From age 0... Huh?
Were you reading were you reading Ahmed ibn Hanbal? Were you reading Shafi'i? Were you reading Ibn Taymiyyah? Were you reading Imam al-Qayyim? Were you reading... These are brilliant men. Were you reading Al-Ghazali?
Okay, bruh. And what? Okay, what? All right. What did they have to say? What did they have to say about big booty bitches on yachts?
They said control your desire. That's what they said.
That's all they said about it?
Big booty bitches on yachts.
That can apply.
Are we animals?
Bruh, that can apply to a donkey. They could be say control your desires if you don't want to.
Animals don't control their desires. Donkeys.
No, I'm saying that could apply to a cheeseburger, bro. They could be like, control your desires, don't fuck the cheeseburger. Why specifically big booty bitches?
If you indulge in your desires, what makes you different from an animal?
That's what you don't understand. It's too vague. Our desires are specific. They're specific desires. What's the difference? What's the difference? What's the difference? Okay. What's the difference between wanting big booty bitches and wanting to fuck a cheeseburger? What's the difference? There's no difference, right? According to you?
No difference. It's just a desire. That's all it is.
That's exactly why I don't like Islamists. That's why I don't like Islamists.
Let me finish.
That's why I don't like Islamists. That's why.
Liking big booty bitches is more conducive to our instincts of who we are as a human being.
You're reducing it all to one thing. Just like how you say all modernity is the same, all art is the same, all worldliness is the same. That's what I don't fuck with that. I don't fuck with that. I don't agree with that.
How do you make it seem as if that desire to have sex outside of marriage is some sort of new invention? It's not.
But I'm saying you're not paying attention to our human realities. That's why the European Renaissance surpassed us, and that's why the Europeans surpassed us. And you're still dependent on Europe. Because OJ, at the end of the day, majority Muslims, whether they agree to it or not, they are always going to be tempted by Western culture, not their own culture. It's not their own culture that tempts them, it's Western culture.
Europeans surpassed us due to our own incompetence. That's what happened. The reason why they surpassed us.
Oh my God, Europeans surpassed us because they became humanists.
That's the reason why.
We don't have our own humanism. We don't have our own humanism.
Because of our own incompetence. That's literally the only reason why.
OJ, let me tell you something. Islamism is a West.
If you look at some of the footage of the Muslims back in the 1950s, for example, many of them did not wear hijabs. The mosques were empty. People did not pray. People listened to.
Those were all in the cities. Those are all people in the cities. Most people were traditional.
Most of the time, that's exactly what it was like. If you were to speak about example, Somalia, they were not as religious as they were today.
Yes, they were. Outside the cities, yes, they were. Yes, they were. It was just outside the cities.
In the same way, right? And at the end of the day, it's like the people who live in the cities are the ones who drive the country, right? That's who really matters.
Okay, all I'm trying to say is that Islamism was created by the West.
It was not. Who told you
Yes,
that?
it was.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Islam
it was.
is inherently political.
Only made possible by Western modernity.
No, that's not possible. That's not
Yeah,
true.
because Western modernity, because Western modernity created the difference. No, I'll tell you exactly why. Because Western modernity created the difference between the modern form and all traditional old cultures, right? And that's Islamism. Islamism created the difference between our cultural reality that doesn't come from religion, which we always had, which came from all of history, whether Turkish, Arabic, Somali, African, Greek, Roman, Egyptian, ancient Egyptian, Phoenician, whatever. We inherited all of that, and Islam was a cherry on top of that, and it was harmonious with it. And then Islamism came and said, no, all cultures are the same, everything's the same, all of it's haram, everything's haram, only the Quran is correct, all the haram, and is haram.
You don't understand the religion. Islam precedes Muhammad. You do realize that, right?
Yeah, but you don't get what I'm saying. You're just saying everything's haram, haram this, haram that, and it's all the same.
What I'm saying, I can make the same argument for you. You believe certain things should be illegal. I believe certain things.
But I pay attention to things specifically.
Okay, human beings have the desire to steal. It should still be illegal, correct?
Listen, I don't agree with how the one thing I can't agree with you on is like, one of the most important things is like when it comes to culture, arts, the tradition, and then also when it comes to being able to like, you're basically saying we can't touch women unless we're married.
You can. Yeah, of course, marry her. If you really want.
Hell no, man. Hell no, man. I'm gonna listen. I have girls.
Your daughter. Hold on. You don't have a daughter yet, but if you did have a daughter, how would you feel if she was just a plaything for some guy? How would you feel?
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
Hold on.
Hell no. I'm not letting that happen. I wouldn't let that happen.
That's in your instincts. But if a man that you respected came to you and your daughter was 19 and that man was 20 years old, for example.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Yeah, hell no. Of course not. I would not let that shit happen.
Let's say you're a 55-year-old man and some guy comes up to you, a young man, and says, I want to marry your daughter. You wouldn't be against it if you respected the man, would you?
Hell nah! If a 55-year-old man came up to me to want to marry my daughter, hell nah, he's gonna get the wrath of bro.
I said a young man. I said if you are 55, that's what I'm saying. You're not 55 years old yet. I'm saying if you are 55 and your daughter's like 25, for example, another young man who was the same age as her approached you and said, I want to marry your daughter.
That's not how it works, bro. That's not how it works.
Would you be okay with it? Okay.
That's not how it works. How it works,
my wife,
bro, OJ, you don't even know how it works, bro. How it works is that first they start seeing each other and dating, and then he comes to the father and asks for marriage, bro. You don't even know how it works.
That's what I did. When I got married, I approached my wife's uncle, because our father passed away, but I pushed my wife's uncle for her hand in marriage, and he respected me, and he gave me her hand.
Did you know her beforehand?
Know her? Yeah, of course.
Did you date her beforehand?
Dating, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you did, bro. You did date her beforehand.
Dating her. It was not the way.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, bro. I know how this shit works. I know how it works, bro. Because how it works is that first you're dating. This is literally how it works. It's literally Schrodinger's haram. First, it's Schrodinger's cat. It's Schrodinger's haram. First, this is what Muslims do. They date around multiple people, and then the one that they actually do want to marry, the man approaches the father. The father's not supposed to know his daughter's. I swear to God, this is how it fucking works, bro.
If you look at every single Western man who's married right now, he probably had 3, 4, 5 girlfriends before he got his wife.
Okay, this is Muslim. I'm telling you, Muslim culture. I know this for a fact. This is Muslim culture.
You know in your instincts that you don't want your daughter or your little sister being the plaything of some random place.
No, I know, but here's the thing. Listen, Muslim women, shut the fuck up for a second. Muslim women will date around without their fathers knowing. Their father probably knows, but he doesn't want to find out about it. He only finds out when they get married, when he approaches them for his hand in marriage. But by then, they had already been dating and shit behind his back, and only when he comes and tells the father, I want your hand in marriage, does it become okay and become halal. So it's Schrodinger is haram. It used to be haram, now it's halal, but it first had to be haram. First it had to be haram for it to be halal.
Get introduced by other families. You speak to her. You see her personality. You hang out with her when in the presence of her.
First, it had to be. First, it had. Listen.
There was no haram.
First, it had to be haram. Listen.
I never saw my wife's hair before I got married to her.
Okay. First, it has to be haram before it's halal.
There was nothing haram. What did I do that was haram?
I don't know your life, bro. I'm just telling you how it works most of the time. I'm telling you how it works most of the time.
But that's how certain people are. Human beings are obviously flawed. People make mistakes. People do certain things. There are Muslims who are prostitutes. There are Muslims who steal.
OJ, let me ask you a question. Honest to God question. Honest to God question. Before you got married, did you have big booty bitches hitting you up, hitting your phone and talking to you and all that kind? Did you have a chance?
I did. I consider myself more handsome than average, so yes, of course. But
so they was coming up all over you and shit and on you, whatever. You had a chance to have some of that.
There were some. I'm not saying there was a lot.
And you're telling me you rejected them for religion?
For the sake of Allah.
Hell nah, bro. So you've been offered. So you've been offered some head before, and you said, "Nah, I'm thinking about God." Nah, bro. You lying, bro.
How about I tell you, I've been offered that when women saw the ring on my finger. How about I tell you that?
Okay, before you got married, I understand you're a loyal husband. I'm saying before you got married, because that's a humanist thing, be a loyal husband. Before you got married, you said, you're saying girls will come to you and say some shit like, yo, they begin to give you head or some shit, and you said, no, I'm thinking about God.
No, I don't want to do it.
Nah, you full of shit, bro. I don't buy that shit, man.
That's because you don't have the same faith that I do. Wake up from
maybe I don't, bro, because
fear Allah, love Allah.
Listen,
Allah told you
so
to do
full
it,
of shit,
so
bro.
don't do it, bro.
So you saying you never had anybody come grind up on you and you didn't take that? You just said, I'm thinking about God, get off me. Astaghfirullah, get off me. That's what you said?
Down and grind upon you. You're just a weird woman, bro. That's not how it works.
You're talking about a fine ass woman having that option. You're saying no to that.
Nope, not at all. Don't need it. Don't want it. Well,
that's bullshit, bro.
I'm not gonna have it. You know what I mean?
I'm saying before you were married, bro. That's bullshit.
Why is that bullshit? That's how humanity works. Maybe you don't understand that you're living in a degenerate culture, and you. All
right. So before you were married, you never got hit up in your DMs and never ever took the bait ever.
I'm not even much of a social media guy, to be honest with you.
You didn't even entertain it.
Nope, did not entertain it.
Bro, you full of shit, man. You full of shit, bro.
You haven't met many of them, dude. You're from Michigan. You know how many religious Muslims live in Michigan?
A lot.
Yeah, man, get out, bro. A lot.
Yeah.
The same thing.
And guess what? Big booty bitches turn me to shaitan, and I can't do nothing about it, bro.
So what makes you different from an animal then? You're just indulging in your desires. I don't understand. What makes you a man? What is the essence of humanity?
Let me tell you something, bro.
Essence of humanity is self-control.
Yeah. No, it is a choice.
That's what it means to be self-control.
No. What if I told you it's a choice? What if I told you it is a choice? I made that choice because I believe in it.
You believe in having premarital sex?
I believe it should be. You think when I'm running game with someone, it's because I believe it should be. I don't know why it should be. I just think it should.
This is your problem.
It should
brag about having
it
sex.
Should be. I don't brag about shit, bro.
I know you brag about it. There are
one out of 100 girls I talk to, so I'm not bragging about shit.
You went to Austin and you bragged about sleeping with.
I didn't brag about nothing, motherfucker. I didn't brag about shit. Y'all are the ones who came up on me with all that bullshit. I didn't brag about a fucking thing.
You slipped up. If you had sex outside of marriage, then it was a mistake. Repent from it. Every human being makes mistakes and move on. It's
Bro,
okay.
I didn't make no mistakes, bro. I didn't make no mistakes, motherfucker. I didn't make no mistakes. I don't make no, bro. I didn't make a mistake, man. Let me tell you something.
That's the question. What is it about having premarital sex that is the same as industrialization? Because I could point to some of the Western inventors. These men were God-fearing Christians. Were they not? God-fearing Christians who were loyal to their
It's
wives.
because realities. It's because reality. Let me tell you why. Because reality's chaotic, and it's not always holy. Sometimes it's chaotic.
Okay, so you have the man who invented the first Edward Jenner, the guy who did the first vaccine. The man was a genius, but he was loyal to his wife. He was a Christian, for example. I don't understand. Why can't you be like a God-fearing person and also participate in mathematics and chemistry? Made the West great. It was industrialization. That's what it was.
Because I don't know how much of that is just cope for me not being the best that I can be. Now, I'll explain it to you exactly my mentality. Again, I could be wrong. I'm not a god. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm going to tell you my thinking, my mentality. Here's why I don't go the holy path. Ready? Because I'm like, am I just giving up? Or like, for example, let's say I'm talking about a 10 out of 10 type of model, type of, like fat ass, you know what I mean? Model, 10 out of 10. I'm like, I could just give up and be like, nah, I don't got a chance with that. I'm going to go the path of God. Or I could be like, you know what? I want to see if I could pull that off and have a chance with that. I want to see if I could be the very best and, catch all the Pokemon. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see if I feel like it's a cop out if I just became religious.
And some men have an opposite experience. Some men struggle to talk to girls. Men don't get any girls to reply.
Yeah, and then they become religious. No, you have to admit this is true. Admit this is true. Admit this is true. There's a lot of dudes who are admit this is true. There's a lot of dudes who are ugly, losers. I mean, nothing wrong with being ugly. I mean, girls don't even care about looks, but they're losers. They don't know how to talk to women. They're insecure. They're not confident, so they become religious because they feel like they can't get any bitches anyway. That's not holy to me. It's only holy Listen, it's only holy. No, it's only holy when you can already get bitches. If you can't get no bitches and you become religious, that's not holy. If you can get bitches and you become religious, I'll respect that. But the truth is, I want to always test myself. I don't know how many bitches I can get.
Okay, hold on. I've never had that issue. But would you also say that there's men
Oh, really?
struggle? Hold on, let me finish. Are there not men in the West who struggle to get women, and as a result, they become addicted to pornography and video games? Yes, they are. Many people are like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People have different experiences. So some men.
Bro, hold on. Let me give you something. OJ. Let me tell you something. This is something I get from a lot of religious people. OJ. Okay, OJ. You just said it's never been a problem for you, right?
What I mean, it's never been a problem is that I could have had it if I wanted to.
How do you know? You don't know that shit, bro. You don't know that shit, bro. You ain't know that. You don't know that.
I do know that.
No, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do.
That's a cope. That's a cope. You're basically just saying the only reason I didn't get bitches is because I was religious. That's to help your ego, bro. That's to help your ego.
I said I turned it down.
That's cope. That's to help your ego.
That's not true.
That's to help your ego. Instead of taking the risk and being rejected, you just said I'm gonna go the holy path.
Not only do I have women showing themselves to me before I was married, I've had women trying to approach me after I'm already married.
No, but that's not
for me. It's not a problem for me.
That's that's different though because you're already married. No, that's different because you're married. Even atheists won't cheat on their wife. I mean, that's like your wife. You care about her. So that's not based on religion though. That's not only based on religion.
Okay. Yeah, there are plenty of atheists who are loyal to their wives. I will concede that point. Yes, of course.
Yeah, I'm trying to say. Okay, OJ.
And as a result, they become porn addicts.
OJ, I'm trying to say.
Prostitution addicts.
OJ, I'm trying to say. I don't believe we can take refuge in the spiritual against the material. I want to walk through the material, which is why I walk through darkness.
Spiritual is who we are. That's you have to understand. That's what makes us
human. But we live in the material. We eat, drink, and breathe in the material. I don't think we can take refuge. OJ,
So
I'm just
have
giving
monks.
you my personal opinion and my personal perspective. I could be wrong.
I'm not saying I'm a monk. Okay, we're not monks out here. Okay, we don't live in a monastery and spend 90% of our time reading. No, I enjoy my life. I do it within the bounds of Islam.
But I'm telling you, even beyond the OJ, even beyond the bounds of Islam, I'm telling you that I don't believe I can take refuge in the spiritual against the material. I have to walk through darkness with demons all around me in order to discover the truth. And if that condemns me to hell, then hell is where I belong, like a child belongs in his mother's arms.
Don't. What do you mean? So you're just dismissing the existence of like hell? You belong in hell, so you can have sex with big booty bitches. Do you know?
No,
what
I'm
hellfire
risking
is?
going to hell. I'm risking going to hell. I'm risking going to
Also, you
hell.
want to watch the dog path. Do you believe in a paternalistic government? Because when I see you talk about China and when you talk about the Soviet Union, you always reference the fact that the government is there to provide as well as help guide the citizens from
Yeah,
making wrong
guide.
decisions.
Yes,
help
guide.
the
But in the
citizens
listen, in Soviet
stop.
Union, here's the
Let me
difference.
finish.
I'll tell you the difference. In the Soviet, OJ,
You
OJ.
believe in governments that prevent you from, for example,
Okay, OJ.
understand.
In this, bro, in the Soviet Union in China, what people did privately in their bedroom, they didn't go near that shit.
That's the problem.
No, it's not a problem, bro. It worked fine. It was a good, healthy society.
Oh, that's not true. Why is it when the Soviet Union collapsed, you had a massive resurgence in Christianity in Eastern Europe? Why?
Because because they were trying to protect themselves against the Satanism of capitalism. They didn't need to do that in the Soviet Union.
Oh, this is what it is. The Soviet Union was an atheist civilization, and for 74 years it was ruled by communist atheists.
Oh yeah, the atheist. Let me tell you something. The atheist. Okay. I'll tell you something. First of all, okay, let me tell you something. The atheist Soviet Union was far more moral, far more virtuous, and far more conservative than today's Christian Russia.
I don't know.
Yes, it was. People were you didn't have all this crazy partying and drugs and shit in the atheist Soviet Union. They were very traditional, very conservative. They had a lot of virtue, a lot of morality, and they did it naturally, not because they were forced to, because they did it naturally. Yeah.
So the Christians in the Eastern Europe voluntarily went to the churches after the Soviet Union collapsed.
You know what? If you're talking about the Catholic Church in Poland, they're diddling kids in that Catholic Church. They're diddling kids in that. They didn't have that shit in the communist times. They didn't have that shit in the communist times.
To understand the problem with communism is that it doesn't address the spiritual aspect. And
yes, it does. Yes, it does.
That shows why everybody went back.
You only had people go back to Christianity because they need to against capitalism. But when there was communism, I mean, they weren't against Christianity. The church came back under Stalin, and people were a little spiritual and stuff. But it wasn't extreme. You didn't have these extremes because there wasn't this satanic system of capitalism and American imperialism infiltrating the society. What society is more, let me ask you a question. What society is more halal according to Islam? What society is more halal according to Islam? Atheist North Korea or Christian South Korea? Which one is more halal? The morality in the society.
I mean, these people literally practically worship the Kim Il-sung.
The morality of their society. Which is more moral society?
Well, to be honest with you, I would say there's a lot more restrictions in North Korea. So I can't really say for sure.
Of course, North Korea. They don't have drugs. They don't have prostitution. They don't have they don't have all that bullshit. They don't have porn. They don't have all that fucking degen shit. They don't have any of that haram shit.
So do you believe in restrictions then? Because you're basically admitting that these restrictions help create a...
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. The one thing I disagree with you about the most out of anything is when it comes to the arts and culture and when it arts and literature and culture and stuff and when it comes to having a hands-off approach on the bedroom, because I do like the ability. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like
part of the human sex is one of the most important parts of the human experience.
Yeah.
We need to have regulations behind it. 100%.
I don't think we should regulate.
Sex destroys families if it's done the wrong way.
Yeah, but you know what, bro? Like, for example, like,
I've seen.
It's nice to be able to. Hold on, but it's kind of nice to be able to have like, not like don't publicize it and make it all public, but like it's nice to have flings with people and like have experiences with people and like have connections and just not commit.
That's a shaitan talking to you, bro.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's nice. It's spiritually nice.
You will enjoy it, of course. Wait. You have to understand that this is the voice. This is shaitan telling you.
I don't, bro. I'm just telling you. It's.
Look, I enjoy sleeping in. I do. But I fight against it every morning. It's like you're on time.
Bruh, I'm just trying to say.
You know what I mean? Allah put us on this earth to be men, not to be animals. That's what it is. We don't follow our desires. We follow what God commanded us to do. And then within the bounds of what God commanded us, that's how we live our lives. So I still enjoy architecture. I still enjoy art. I still enjoy poetry. I still read books. I do all of that. I play basketball too. It's all halal.
Okay, but I'm just trying to say, I don't think anything's 100% halal. I think we have haram in us. Even just because it's following the rules, don't mean it's like
it's not just following the rules. I do it because I love God. That's
you're lying because you're just talking. You're just talking about the black letter law. You're just talking about the bright line rule. You're just talking about the written prohibition and the written word. You're not actually talking about the spirit behind it. You motherfucker! If you found out that in the Quran it said it's allowed to have big booty bitches, you will go have big booty bitches without any hesitation whatsoever. It's all based on.
I judge my morals based on what the Quran says. Exactly.
Yeah, you just listen like a bright line rule, as they say in law school, a black letter law. You don't even care about the spiritual wisdom behind it. You're just following the rules.
Desires. So
you're just following the rules, bro. You're just following the rules. And that's why in the Middle East, they always find ways to circumvent the rules because there's always loopholes. Every rule has a loophole. What about those loopholes? You know it's not haram to sleep in during Ramadan. You can just like sleep during the day and eat at night. It's not haram. It's not prohibited.
You still have to pray your prayers on time. So no, I mean, if you want to pray Fajr and go back to bed, that's totally
you can have your alarm for prayer and go back to bed and just sleep in all day and eat normally at night. Yeah, it's not haram. But the whole point is that you're supposed to experience.
It's not haram for 12 months out of the year. I can pray Fajr and then go back to sleep if I want to. People have different schedules.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I pray my prayers not because the law tells me pray. I pray because I love Allah.
Here's what I believe. This is where we're going to disagree. I believe human beings should find out themselves the wisdom behind the laws and prohibitions instead of just listening to them blindly.
And do you believe that's also going to lead to humanity destroying itself?
No. No, because we can. No.
But there are certain people who.
No, because wisdom can be transmuted. I don't know the wisdom of why. No. Here's why. I know the wisdom of don't murder someone, don't kill someone. Okay, I get that. I feel that. I understand that intuitively, instinctually. Right. But. So let me shut the fuck up for a second. No. Listen. When my father teach me don't steal, I get the wisdom behind it. I understand the wisdom because I don't like shit stolen from me. Stop interrupting me. But I don't understand the wisdom of why I can't have non-halal chicken McNuggets. I don't get the wisdom behind that.
So basically, you're just based on doing it based on what you think is okay. You're basically following your
desires. But I don't get the wisdom. But I don't understand the wisdom. Why should I force myself not to eat non-halal chicken McNuggets? Why? Tell me why. What's the wisdom behind it?
The only way you'll always follow any single law is based on whether you can understand it. What if there are laws you can't understand? What if there are laws?
I think we can understand them all. I think we can actually understand. No. I believe we can all the ones that are correct. We can understand. I'm a humanist.
The Soviet Union, for example, they made an economic policy that only big brain economists can understand.
Yeah.
Just the average layman, you put your faith in the government.
Okay, what holy man? Find me a holy man who's understood why I can't have non-halal chicken McNuggets, and I'll listen to him. Find me that mystical holy man, and I'll stop eating them. If he can convince me, I will stop eating non-halal meat. Okay, but I have never been convinced.
Okay, what is the difference between non-halal meat and halal meat? You're making it seem as if halal meat tastes bad. Tastes delicious.
No, but I don't. It's not around here.
Then that's the issue. Is because you're living in a non-Muslim society. That's the problem.
So what do you want me to do?
That's BS, because you live in Michigan. There are probably many halal shops in Michigan.
No, I don't live there. I don't live in Dearborn right now.
And Islam creates an exception that if you can't have any option, we're allowed to eat the meat of the Jews. We can't eat the meat of the Christians. We are allowed to do that.
They don't have kosher here either, brother, motherfucker. It's not. I don't live in a Jewish community. I live in a normal Michigan town.
That's an issue.
What do you mean that's the issue?
Look, meat comes from animals. Animals were created and raised by Allah alone. So for you to slaughter an animal and not invoke God's name is actually...
I didn't slaughter shit, bro. I gave him my fucking 99 cents and I got a McChicken.
You get a McChicken in Abu Dhabi, that's halal. It's just as good, if not better.
It's not halal.
What are you talking about? It is halal. It's halal Big Macs.
They don't have them here.
That's a business idea, isn't it? For somebody like you.
No, because there's not a lot of Muslims here. I'm probably the only Muslim within 5 miles of this place.
And you probably can't find a Quranic school either.
Of course not.
To learn the Quran. Yes. That is a drawback of living in a non-Islamic society. You don't have all the services you would want to have, of course. You don't even have a mosque near you. That's fine. I understand that. Doesn't mean that going to mosque is not obligatory. You still need to go to Friday prayer. Because you live in a town that doesn't have a mosque doesn't mean anything. You put yourself in that position. You need to get yourself out of that position. Move to a Muslim community.
I don't know, man. I just don't buy it.
Get around your own people and worship Allah. And the thing is, I worship Allah because I love Allah. I don't do it out of fear of the state. The state doesn't make me do anything.
I get that. I get that, but like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
In a paternalistic government, a paternalistic society, do you believe that a government should look out for its interests of its citizens, like preventing opioid abuse, preventing crack,
yes,
preventing being ripped off by credit card companies?
Yes, I do.
You want a government to protect people. So why wouldn't we protect from the evil within themselves? And wisdom dictates that we protect people from the evil that exists within themselves, that can destroy human beings.
You know what? But listen, I don't see the evil of big booty bitches. I just don't. I see goodness. I see bountifulness. I see flourishment. I see healthiness. I see everything good, man.
Do you agree that a large percentage of men, a growing percentage of men under the age of 25 are virgins, they cannot for some reason figure out how to get sex with women because they lack game, they lack charisma? There's plenty of men who are like that. So there are some men who are players who enjoy having sex with big booty bitches. But on the other end of the spectrum, there are plenty of men who would like to have sex with big booty bitches, but they can't because they lack the game. You see, you make it seem as if like your experience is everybody else's experience. You don't have these systems for a reason. Every man gets himself a wife. You get it with an arranged marriage, or your family tries to hook you up, or you speak to a girl and you make her your wife, or you marry her after some time. But to have this society where everybody can just have sex with whoever they want, that's just going to lead to inequality. Whereas a few men will have sex with a lot of women, but the vast majority of men, or maybe a majority of men, won't have any sex at all.
That's a dog-eat-dog world.
And that is the issue.
All right, can I say this? All right, I'll say this. Thank you, Mouse. I'll say this. Okay. Overall, let's try to stop. What should be promoted in society as the norm, you're right, is marriage. I agree. Marriage should be promoted, and we should not be pressuring people or necessarily promoting casual sex. I understand. I'm just saying when it's happening low key, and I'm not saying we talk about it in public. I'm just saying it's going to inevitably happen low key. I don't like how Islamists lose their shit and come with their shoes like, yo, it's all haram. Yo, we're haram. No, just leave it be. Just turn your other cheek and you know, hypocrisy's good. Hypocrisy's good, you know?
Why?
Because just look the other way. Just look the other way. I'm not saying promote it. I'm against promoting it. I'm just saying it's going to happen anyway. So don't make a big deal over it. Don't make a big deal out of it.
On the internet who brag about how much sex they have. I see it all the time.
I don't brag about shit, bro. I've never bragged about anything.
I've seen men get mocked for not having sex with women enough. I've seen.
Okay, we can have a more conservative. Listen, we can have a more conservative culture about how we talk about it. But I'm just saying, learn how to have distance with realities you can't control, and don't lose your shit and bring out the haram police and the Sharia police when people are doing shit low key on the down low.
The first step is fear Allah and don't do it.
Okay, I agree. That's what we should tell people. We should tell people that, but not everyone's going to listen. And for those that don't listen, don't put them in jail. Don't hunt them down. Just leave it be.
Like fentanyl, you don't have to do fentanyl. And if you deal fentanyl, hey, you know what? Hands off approach.
Bro, it's not the same as fentanyl, bro. That is not.
You believe in outlawing prostitution.
No, I don't. It's not the same as fentanyl and fucking prostitution.
Why not?
That's not what it is. It's chill conservatism. That's what it is.
Forget fentanyl. I'm gonna use a less harmful drug. You know, like alcohol, for example.
Some cultures drink alcohol, like they have wine. Our culture has wine and shit.
Okay, they drink alcohol in Russia, and look what it did. Look what Russia.
Okay, bro, you don't understand. You don't understand.
Average Russian man lives to the age of like 56.
Bro, every time I try to explain some shit, you're like, "What? It's haram. You know what I'm saying? It's haram. You know what I'm saying? You don't do it over here." And because I love Allah, and it's against what Allah said, and Allah said this, and he's like, "Bro, I can't even talk to you."
I'll show you the wisdom. Alcohol is okay in Russia. It's permitted in Russia. It's destroyed Russia. Russian men die at the age of 56. Can you tell me why?
Okay, bruh. I'm against alcohol. I'm just saying, don't throw people in jail for not agreeing with you.
How do you enforce the law without having laws?
Because you can promote things without enforcing it by force. That's what I'm trying to say. You can lead by moral example.
So
you can bro.
So
you can. You're right. They didn't do that successfully. But listen, you can successfully inspire people to have good morals without forcing them to at gunpoint.
Yes, just like that's what Islam teaches you. Love Allah, pray to Allah, be a man. Don't follow your desires, and you won't have these issues. And
but I feel like you don't inspire people. Hold on,
I'm inspired when I read the Quran.
Okay, you know what, OJ, you don't inspire anybody. You don't inspire people with poems and music and beauty. You just wave your finger and go, Allah said this, and you first fear Allah. Bro, you are literally, it's like a gang. You're talking about like you better fear my shit, bitch. 35th Street Bloods, motherfucker. You better fear us. We're gonna pull up, bitch. You're treating God like he's a gang leader, bro, and you're like a mafia. Yeah, you'll be sleeping with the fishes if you don't listen. And God said this, you better listen right here, you motherfucker, you. Bro, that's what you sound like. You sound like Joe Pesci. You sound like a mob enforcer for God.
Literally every single country. If you don't pay your taxes, if you don't obey the speeding limits, then you go to jail. That's literally every single country.
Bro. Every
law relies on force.
Bro. I don't believe your approach, bro. I don't believe in your approach.
Limits. What happens? Man with a gun pulls you over.
That's not the same, bro. Religion is not the same as fucking laws. Speed limits are for worldly human reasons. That's why we have them. Religious law is about.
And we have religious laws for a reason as well.
No, it's not the same thing, bro. It's not the same thing.
Why is it not the same thing?
Because our laws are about things like life and death and shit. Religious laws are about morality and spirituality. You can't afford spirituality with material force, bro.
And you dodge your taxes, what happens?
Okay, that's material. That's material. Leave material laws for the material world. Have spiritual inspiration for the spiritual world. That's what I believe in.
all types of laws that prohibit things. America still outlaws cocaine.
Because cocaine's fucking. Because cocaine damages public health.
There are plenty of men who have cocaine and they have a good time. Is that not true?
It damages their health.
No, but there are plenty of men who have a good time taking cocaine. Yes or no? They're at a party.
True.
They take cocaine,
Yeah, but it
they have a
damages
good
their
time.
health. It's unhealthy.
Who are you to talk on behalf of them? I'm my own man, right?
It is fucking medically unhealthy.
Hamburgers are unhealthy, man. Lots of things are unhealthy.
Yeah,
Plenty of
but
men have been taking cocaine for years.
cocaine. All right, you know what? I don't know. You know what? Cocaine should be illegal, but big booty bitches should not be illegal. I rest my case.
Okay. So now you're just drawing the line arbitrarily. That's the thing. You're making your own decisions arbitrarily. Plenty of men will tell you cocaine should be illegal because I have a great time taking cocaine.
Nah, it ain't the same. It ain't the same.
You mean
It ain't the same, bro. It's different.
People taking lines of coke.
It ain't the same, bro. It's different. It's not the same.
There are plenty of men who know how to drive drunk. How about I tell you that? There are plenty of men who, when they're drunk, they're better drivers when they're drunk than when they're sober. It's still illegal.
Why, bro? You literally are grilling me. Like, you have such an accusatory tone, motherfucker. I'm not a witch on the Salem witch trials. I didn't do nothing wrong, man.
Every single law is based on force. Why are you blaming Islam for that? Every country has laws. Every law is enforced by a man with a gun. Every single law in the country.
Bro, you cannot say that enforcing the speed limit is the same as enforcing religious laws. You're gonna force people to pray?
No, but at the end of that law is what? A man with a gun.
So you're saying if someone's not waking up, so you're saying if someone's not waking up for prayer, what are you gonna do? You're gonna bust in their house and beat their ass or some shit? Wake up, motherfucker! Time to pray, motherfucker! Wake up!
Oh, because Islam respects privacy, so you don't really know what to do behind closed doors. You really can't tell.
That's what I'm saying. Respect privacy. I'm saying respect privacy. That's all I'm saying.
Islam is prohibited from violating people's privacy. We can't just bust into people's houses.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Because if I'm doing some shit in my house, then that's my privacy, man.
Nobody knows what you're doing in your house.
Yeah, so don't
if
be
you're playing or if you're sleeping in, nobody knows. Can't tell.
Or if I'm getting head, you don't know. Unmaritally, just leave me be. Don't be busting my house. Exposing me when I'm.
You will not be penalized for what happens behind closed doors as long as it's not publicized.
Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that.
The moment it's publicized, that's it. That's when the state comes out.
Okay. I agree. I'm not against that. I agree with that. I mean, I don't know if I fully agree with the I think in public it shouldn't be promoted. I agree with that. But I'm saying behind closed doors, don't be busting people's.
And you shouldn't be allowed to brag about it either.
Okay, I mean that should be discouraged. I agree, it should be discouraged.
And that's how a society is. Like you have a moral society based on spirituality as well as material reality. And that's what Islam went. The Soviet Union ignored that. The Chinese ignored that. The liberal Americans ignored that. Every society has ignored that.
That's not true. China.
China is an atheistic society. What are we talking
about? They have Xi Jinping thought it's a spiritual, moral revolution they're having in their
society. Xi Jinping does not believe in the afterlife. He doesn't even believe in God.
They don't need to believe in anything, bro. They believe in.
Dude, how can you be spiritual without God? Tell me, how does that make any sense?
Because it's different, bro. They come from a different spiritual tradition.
There's no such thing as spiritual without God. It's a massive cope.
Bro, Chinese civilization is different. It's Confucian, bro. It's different.
Confucian is not really a theistic ideology, is it? That's the issue.
Yeah, but they're a civilization. They're very organized.
Islam speaks to our real human needs, not just the material needs.
Then prove it. Then prove it to people. Don't just fucking.
Needs. Who are we? Who created us? Where did we come from? And where are we going? Islam answers these questions. No other. Does communism answer? No, it does not. Communism is just based on economics and the workers controlling the means of production. That's a hollow ideology.
No, you don't understand it, bro.
It doesn't answer any of life's prime questions.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It doesn't answer any of that.
Yes, it does. Go ahead, ask a question. I'll answer it as a communist. Thank you. I got punched.
Communistic stance on humanity beyond material economic sense. Communism is just strictly economics.
No, it's not. No, it's not strictly economics.
Well, what is it then?
Communists believe they're in a universal humanity that is, yes, material, but it is the essence, it is the highest essence of man is man. That's what communists believe.
The communists believe in, the government, the workers have solidarity across countries, across the world, and on what? Based on what? What are they organized about?
Based on humanity.
What brings
Based on our humanity.
What brings a Somali and an Indian in the same room and to see each other as brothers? What brings us together as brothers? Other than religion.
No, not just religion.
Religion is the only thing that
Also ideology. Ideology too.
Ideology in the same sense, like for example, if I'm an American and I'm a liberal, I might go to war with another.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question.
No.
Do you think I'm different from other communists around the world? How? I have the same music taste as them. I have the same mentality. I have the same attitude, same mannerisms, same outlook, same look on my face. I've seen it. I've seen it. I'm just like them.
Yeah, but you're not a libertarian. That's the thing.
But we understand each other. We understand each other across borders. We just get each other.
Yeah, I don't know. Just
we do. I'm telling you, first-hand experience. First-hand experience.
Easy to understand the other communists because I wouldn't be able to talk to Bosch. Bosch would be insufferable.
Bosch is not a communist. I'm talking about like a communist from India or a communist from Palestine or a communist from Greece or like a communist from Russia or something like that. Like
you had that. Like for example, Somalia was communist, and we went to war with communist Ethiopia. Two communist countries went to war against each other. We went to war against Fidel Castro's Cuba. Fidel Castro was communist. Somalia was also communist. There is no and I understand Muslims also fight each other. At the same time, is that like there is an Islamic Brotherhood.
There's a communist brotherhood. Okay, all right. There's an Islamic Brotherhood. Why is that incompatible with communism? It's not incompatible.
Communism is an atheistic materialist ideology.
No, oh my God, that's a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, communism is Islam rediscovered through Europe.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is.
It's just an economic ideology. That's all it is.
No, it's not just an economic ideology. It's an entire different view.
Okay. So I've heard Chinese communists in the current day speaking about Africans in the most racist, most denigrating way.
Okay, there's racist people
who love
in China.
Xi Jinping, who loved Mao, but when they look at me as a black African, they see me as
don't say anything bad. Don't say anything bad.
They see me as somebody who's different from them.
Okay,
unite me and him.
That's racism. It's not. You know, communists are against racism, right?
Okay, well, that's not maybe.
Yeah, it is true. Communists are against racism.
Islam is explicitly anti-racist.
Yeah, it is. We were some of the first anti-racists, as a matter of fact.
When I see an Arab, Indian, I see him as my brother.
Oh, don't get me started with this shit. Hold on. The most racist people are Arabs and Muslim Arabs.
Yes, but you know who they are? Actually, it's not the Akis, bro. It's not the Islamists. It's the
yes, it is, bro. They're racist as hell. They're all racist. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Muslims are super racist.
Dude, these are like secular Arabs who are.
No, they're not. Even when they're religious, they're racist.
Was a secular Arab, somebody who's like Gaddafi. Gaddafi was a racist.
Bruh.
If you heard what Gaddafi said behind closed doors, it would shock you.
Yeah, but at least there wasn't slavery going on in Libya.
Okay, but he was an absolute racist.
He might have personally been a racist, but he was fighting against European neocolonialism to promote an African currency.
That's total nonsense.
No, it ain't.
Just saying those words. Nobody actually proved that he was able to do that.
Bruh, the Libyan Islamists were racist as hell. They enslaved Africans. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? No, they weren't.
Yes, they were. They were fucking racist, bro. They literally hated Africans. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. They hated Africans.
Those were just Arabs. You're making it seem as if every Arab is supposed to be religious. No, they're not.
Libyan Islamists who hated Gaddafi. They were racist as hell.
Oh, that's not true. That's actually not true. Go to any Islamist organization, not one of them supported racism at all.
They were all
The
racist.
only ideology which is anti-racism.
They were all okay. OJ, we're gonna have to save this for another time because this shit been going on too long. What's your final remarks?
My final remark says Islam is the future, and I strongly recommend that you start reading the Islamic literature, not just communist literature. You need to go into the Islamic literature as well. There's plenty of stuff there to read, and it's all free, no copyright.
All right, bro. Well, you made your best case. I'll let the chat think for themselves and decide.
Al-Ghazali, Ibn Taymiyyah, Ahmed Ibn Hanbal, take your pick. There's many authors, and I hope you enjoy that.
All right, bro. Well, I'll have you on another time. I'm gonna end the stream soon, so.
All right, man. Take care.
We're wrapping up. Take care. Damn, bruh. That shit went on a long time. Shit's been a long time, bruh. Alright, damn. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow. This person's cool, right? This is a cool person. She's cool. Be nice. Don't be mean. Don't be mean, or you get banned from my chat. I'm personally cool with this person. Okay? And they're gonna come on the showdown and shit. So don't fuck that up, motherfuckers. And everybody, if anyone talks shit, make sure to point out they're not affiliated. Those are hate watchers. Those are hate watchers. Oh, bro, I don't give a fuck about this bullshit, bro. I'm a human being for anything. Oh, shit lib. Shut the fuck up, bro. I'm trying to make, you know. I barely got any friends on this bitch. Twitch. You know? I'll see if OJ will come on the showdown. I don't know. I'll see if he comes. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna see you tomorrow. I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna see if I can have time. Maybe watch a movie tonight. I don't know. I don't think I have time. I got work to do. Alright, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll continue the Hassan thing and the Anna thing and the trucker stuff tomorrow. See you guys. Bye-bye.